Welcome, welcome, welcome everybody. Today I'm going to be working on this game that's probably bigger than it needs to be, but that's okay. It was intended to be a project for me to learn how to make games in a real game engine. This is Godot, of course, and these are three aliens just walking in place towards you as they do. There's a reason why these three aliens are here, because I've had to remake this player character 3 times. This is the third one. I believe I have finished the final incarnation of this character. I believe I have, for this game anyway. The one on the, welcome Frank, the one on the far left is the oldest one. That is where I started, yeah, 3 times. 3 times. What's up, DJ Alexander? Thanks for being patient, everyone. I appreciate it. This is the old one, and it had some problems. It was way too many polygons, and it was like one of the first things I made in Blender, if not the first thing I made in Blender, and I didn't even make it entirely in Blender. I made it in like something called Womp 3D, which let me use like SDFs to make it, which made it a very complex model, more than it needed to be. And I did try to decimate it and stuff, but at the end of the day, it just has all these like crinkles on it and stuff that could be handled by a shader if I really wanted it to look that way. And it's asymmetrical, which made it really hard to like animate and work with, so I really needed to remake it. So I remade it into this one, which I thought looked really good. But it turns out when you play this game, I'll show you the game in just a second, when you play this game you usually view it from way up here, and well, that one doesn't look that good from way up here. So I had to remake it again, and that led to this one. So it took, you know, the head and the body upgrades that I did between these two, and it added those, it kept those, and we just made sure the limbs were a little more goofy. That's kind of the big difference, is that I sort of humanized the design here and ended up not looking that good. But here, I tried to keep the goofiness while making sure it's simpler. We even got some toes in here. Like, it's looking nice, right? It looks better. DJ Alexander says, my head hurts whenever I go into Blender. I don't blame you, this looks great. Man, it's been a journey. The way I always work on my game assets, by the way, is in a members only stream. So if you're interested in supporting this channel, you can hit that join button either here on this page or wherever you might be watching it. Head over to the channel page and you'll be able to join, and you'll get access to those 8+ hour live streams that I do just for members. And what I do is I make game assets like this. So I've been working on that in those member streams. And speaking of 8+ hours, that's what this stream is gonna be. Yeah, so if you're joining me after the live stream, feel free to skip around, see what I got up to later on, because I'm gonna be here for a while. And I have some things to work on today, let me tell you. So I'm excited to do it. This game is a long way off. Let me show you what the game looks like right now. So I add the reason why I would say that this is like done. Hey Coda, thank you! The reason why I can feel like this is done is I got a bunch of the animations made that need to be made. That has been kind of one of the biggest things holding me back with integrating the new player character. So today I'm definitely going to work on integrating the player character fully into the game. It's pretty much there, the new player character, it's pretty much there. Yeah, it looked too human, Frank, it was very human. Hey, what's up, Edward, welcome. Love how the feet changed the most between the 3 models. Oh my gosh, that's so funny. Dude, wow, because they're just these like froggy webbed things, and then we got like straight up human feet, and then here it's... It's like, I don't know, it's a blend. It's a bit of a blend. It's human-y, but it's still a little froggy. That's funny. I appreciate your artistic eye to notice that. Yeah, there's a lot of differences there. You have a working keyboard, Edward? Let's go! That's excellent. All right, here we go. I'm going to use my working keyboard. Also, I can use Gamepad. I have set it up with Gamepad. Although, as new features get added, who knows? Sometimes things get broken even though you've implemented them. All right, let's look at what isn't broken. So this is going to actually have the player character that you originally played with, but we want to go to the new one. So this is the old one. I'm going to cheat a little bit. You start out without limbs. You're going to have to earn them, but let's just press a little debug key and bam, we got limbs. So this is the old player character, all right? It's got a run cycle. It's got a walk cycle. It can smack things, and you know, the stretch is a little weird, but it works. We can grab at things and stuff happens. Yeah, earn your limbs. So that's actually something I still need to set up, and maybe today I will. Technically, the only way to get them right now is to cheat. So I should probably, maybe I should work on that today. All right, so now I'm gonna switch to the new one. Are you ready? I'm ready. Here we go. Jam. New one. Bam. You didn't even notice it. Blink of an eye. All right, so this is the new one. Now, it's got a few more nice things that the old one doesn't. So let me actually switch back to the old one. Sag, I know. And I'm gonna grab a cow here. And so when I grab a cow, there's an orb that descends from the top. Now when you play this game, the idea is that you drop those abductions into that orb, and then you get points in the top left. And that's how you win the game, is you get as many of these. But sometimes you take damage, and you need to heal by eating them. I'm not gonna show you the damage just yet, unless I accidentally get hurt, but hopefully I won't. So let's switch back to the new one. Now, when I grab a cow, look what happens! Look what happens! Did you see it? Its head kicks back like a hungry hippo. So the reason why I wanted that head to go back like that is because just like the orb that descends from the top, I want there to be some kind of indication that the player can interact with the alien. It's silly. I know it's so silly, but it's just I needed to do something. I have to do something. The boy is hungry. Right, player readability. Oh, I love that. Exactly. So now it just does that. Now, if I drop, you guys ready for this? We got this animation. Are you ready? We're gonna feed it. We're gonna feed it. I always forget how gory it is. Oh no. Oh my gosh, it's so gory. Okay, so, yeah. It is, oh my god, is that a cow? Yeah, it's just a little Treato, a little cow Treato. Okay, I'm gonna try not to take damage. Oh, I did take damage. Let me just cheat heal real fast. Okay, so when we eat, you ready for this? We're gonna feed the alien. It's very gory, okay? And that is something that I've always dreamed of, that we would have a very gory, and we can actually kind of move around while it happens, so the blood like flies all over the place. It kind of hangs in the sky a little bit at the end, so that might be something I want to fix. I mean, it's kind of fun, but the particles do like hang in the sky at the end, but for the most part, it looks pretty awesome, right? So much waste. How dare you not eat all the cow? Yeah, well, you know, the blood isn't really, I mean, yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe we should make you're right. Actually, I need to make another animation where it gets down on the ground and it slurps it up. That would be fine and not overscoping at all, you know? Okay, so anyway, yes, that is the new player character. Now, there's one more animation that I've added in here since we did the last public live stream, and that is the idle animation. Look at that. We can stop walking. Now, the player won't be able to stop walking without like a power-up, although that's a weird power-up. So the player is not going to be able to stop moving. It's supposed to have an endless runner vibe. But whenever we stop, for whatever reason, which there are some reasons the player might actually stop, yeah, we actually have an idle animation. So he grooves, he's grooving. So like, for example, if I get that 10 out of 10 up there in the top left, I don't want to eat them. That's kind of the worst thing is I don't want you to be able to accidentally eat them. So I tried to make sure that the hitbox there was small enough that you can avoid it. But, you know, it'll just take some gameplay to find out if we need to adjust the eating hitbox. I think it's probably okay. All right, let me get that 10. So obviously the head's going to kick back all the time, which, you know, is what it is. All right, one more level up, and then you'll see where the idle animation gets its most time to shine. Okay, so we're going to level up here. Level up. And then when you pick your power-ups, there it is. It's chilling. No more running in place constantly. So yeah, we've got some things. We got some things set up. Ooh, a boss battle. Whoa. Yeah, who knows? Wow. Yeah, it's there. You know, it's there for if that becomes relevant. It is there. Hey, what's up, Henry? Welcome. You're gonna eat cows like that now? Or you're gonna eat cows because of that? Wow. That's, you know what? Actually, we do. I was going to be like, that's disgusting. No, wait, we tend to eat cows as people. The human feet are so uncomfortable to look at and put some shoes on. I'm so sorry to subject you to more. Alien feet! Alien feet of a variety. We need a rolling animation for the alien when you have no limbs. Yeah, so first of all, too much work. Second of all, I think it's just gonna hop. Which luckily, I think we can just keep the exact animation and it will just, because the body doesn't deform to the movement. So when the legs are gone, it really will just like hop along. Which I think is plenty enough. Although the rolling sounds hilarious. Like the head, like, that would be amazing. But I don't think it's a good idea. I think it's too much work. It's too much work. You're thinking about Galaga is an endless runner in a sense, but there's a giant mothership at the end. Oh, that's pretty cool. Yeah, I know. Endless runner is an interesting concept because, you know, if you think about shoot 'em ups, that's actually like part of the influence for this game. I feel like that's not as noticeable now as it will be, but there's gonna be enemies. The reason why I've been sleeping on doing the enemies is because I want to finish the player character so I can do what I might be doing today, actually, which is figuring out how to set up the collisions on the limbs. Because right now, the limbs collision is no bueno. It's very not good. So I want to make it much better. And then, you know, we can have the enemies targeting the limbs and attacking and stuff. And so part of the game, you will be like shooting things and attacking things. So yeah, it's funny, Galaga, I'm glad you mentioned that because it's definitely part of the influence. But yeah, so Edward, now this is the old one. So if we switch to the new one, you can't really tell because the limbs are there. But hopefully this will be enough of a hop. And if it's not, we can make some adjustments to maybe the animation speed while it doesn't have limbs. So it maybe looks a little better. But we're basically just going to kind of do that. So this also highlights another problem, right, which is that, you know, when we start the game is set up fine for the old player. I have to press debug keys in order to even swap into the new player character. So that's something I want to do today, is make sure that we actually start out with this one. As for the Galaga comparison, yeah, so you know, you can hit things and attack things in the distance, and there's going to be enemies that fly in. I have to fix the enemies; they're a little broken. I have made some enemies, some like helicopter enemies. So that's a great point. I really like that. I actually kind of want to write that down. I'm going to use my project. God, I'm going to use the feet. I'm going to use my project manager for that. This project manager, I'm sorry, puts feet on the screen for a few more minutes. I know. I'm glad you're doing well, Henry. Yeah, I'm doing pretty good. Thanks for asking. Welcome, Roger. So this is Hack and Plan. It's kind of like Trello, but for game devs. It has traditionally had very many features that are free. Although in like November, they're going to paywall a couple features that I really like to not have to pay for. So keep that in mind, but I do really like Hack and Plan. I like it a lot. So we'll see what happens. So for now, I have been using this to add a bunch of stuff for my game. And I want to add Galaga on there as something to just like study, because look, I've played shoot 'em ups. I love shoot 'em ups. I'm not great at them, but I enjoy them. Heck, I've got Ikaruga right next to me. Right next to me. One of my prized possessions is this GameCube boxed version, not boxed, but you know, it's kind of in the box of Ikaruga. Yeah, it's real. I love Ikaruga. It's impossible, and I barely get anywhere in that game, but it's definitely an influence for real. But I should actually add Galaga as something to look into, because that's a really good suggestion for sure. As a Game Boy Color owner, Galaga was a formative game for sure. Wow, that was on Game Boy Color. Nice. It's on the same level as like Tetris. Yeah, but it's worth it. Ideating, I think. Game studies, yes. So I have this game studies folder here. And in here, that's actually one of the things that they're taking away and they're paywalling, is the ability to rename like categories like this. So I actually made folder, I made note, I named those myself. That's going to be paywalled soon. Unless I make all of these ahead of time, then I'll get to keep them. So I better think of all the categories I want to make. Okay, so yes, we have a lot of game studies here. I'm gonna just say DJ Alexander mentioned Galaga, especially with regards. Let's say mentioned this. I'm gonna put it like the others. Mentioned this especially with regards to the and the mothership boss stopping the quote unquote endless run. All right, sweet. Yeah, and then it's interesting to think about like the crossover between like endless runners and roguelikes. Like if you think about it, a lot of endless runners have that like, you know, one life kind of thing. Like you get hit, you start over back at the beginning. Okay, so we want to say Galaga. All right, it has been marked down as something to study. And I think that also gets you on here. Alphanumerize it. Get a notepad reference table. Whoa. I really should not. I should use something nicer. These credits entitle you to no compensation. However, they do entitle you to a credit in the game. I appreciate all the advice, thoughts, stuff. Unless I don't like it, then I'll just say thanks, but no thanks. Okay, DJ Alexander. There we go. And we're going to go ahead and add you into game concepts. That's where we're putting you in there. All right. Working on this game. All right, let's get the feet out of here. No more feats. So yeah, I feel really good about this new player character, but I do want to implement it much more intentionally. That's my goal today, in part, and maybe other things if there's time. I was thinking of just making a lot of categories with placeholder names. Oh, smart. Yeah, right. Maybe you'll be able to rename them for free. Yeah, that's a good idea. That's actually a really smart idea. Man, I hate that. I hate when like products that you use, digital products change like that and you got to come up with weird workarounds to get it to be what you need. I hate that. Yeah, I'm disappointed, but you know, we're at the mercy of these companies at the end of the day. All right, so I think the first thing I want to do is not have to cheat or use codes, debug tools, whatever, to get the main player character to swap in. So let me set that up as a task so it's nice and clean for me to find and read. So what I'm going to do today, right now, first and foremost, is going to look crazy at first. Start game with correct player character. All right, that's my first task here. Okay. They're clearly taking it away from free as some kind of incentive. Yeah, right, exactly. It's such a targeted thing to take away. It's so annoying. I love the alien. I always say that. Oh, thanks, Henry. I love it too. It's just from my imagination. So these are all the new ones, but they're a little different. You know, they don't have limbs. This is supposed to be like on the alien planet. There's gonna be a cutscene before this that explains how we get here, but you know, we'll deal with that another day. So the idea is you click on the one you want. Thanks, DJ Alexander. Yeah, and so there is no like, you know, way to start the game. There's no like start game button. Instead, what you do is you choose the alien you want, even though they're all the same. So if I click one on the back, an orb is going to descend and it's going to abduct that one. And then we come back down to Earth where it's going to drop you. Now it drops the wrong one. This is the old one. I want that to be the latest one. That is my prerogative. So this is going to take a little work to set up, but we'll get there. And then, you know, I want to not also have to go boop like this to get the limbs. Because here's the thing. So this is the old player character. There's another thing I have to do. So when you take damage, right? I didn't show you damage earlier. Because when you take damage, your limb shrinks. So there's like 3 states for your limbs. There's healthy, damaged, and gone. So right now, the right leg you can see is damaged. And if this is the old player character, if I break that leg off entirely, you can see it's gone. And then if I break the left leg, you can see that it's tiny, and the actual height of the character goes down. Now, obviously, the weight distribution doesn't make sense. I'm not going to worry too much about all of that right now. I just think it's I don't know. I don't really feel like dealing with it. I might come up with some clever way. Maybe we could like have the leg go into the center of the body or something. But the key thing here is that for the new player character, I haven't made the tiny limbs, because this is actually two armatures. There are two sets of skeletons on this player character. One has the regular size limbs, and the other one has the tinier limbs, but they use the same animations, so that way I don't have to animate them twice. So I actually need to create the tiny armature for the new player character as well, so that way we can have the limbs actually shrink down like that. And so if we want to heal those, so the healing does work, especially for the old one. So if I grab this and we drag it on there, you can see, oh, I just hurt myself again. It says +1 on the limbs that get healed. There we go. And you can see it grows back, and now we're standing tall again. I think something that might be nice is trying to, like, there we go, now we're all healed. Something that might be nice is trying to set up the, like, if there's only one leg, maybe it, like, moves to the center or something. That could be something. Yeah, we'll see. So, yeah, so I need to get a lot of that kind of working here. The one plushie I found is so fun as a fake knockoff alien plushie. Oh, yeah, you did find an alien. This one doesn't have an actual idle animation, so it just does that. That is what that is, okay? Yeah, I remember, Coda. You shared this in the members forum on Discord. Yeah, cutscene. Henry says, I was thinking about learning cutscene soon. Yeah, oh yeah. Make sure you keep that unread there. So I do want to make the cutscenes. Look, this is what Coda found at a store. At a actual store in the world. Look what he found! It's wild! It looks like just like it. Like, what? I mean, it's a little different. It's definitely, yes, it is giving knockoff. It's absolutely giving knockoff. No question about it. There's nothing new under the sun. I know that's right. I know that's right. It's like the like extra long arms. That's what's so weird about it. That's like what surprises me. They always look silly. The knockoffs always look silly. I bet a Superman one does. Because Superman is so recognizable, right? So, like, if you mess it up, everyone's going to know and be like, oh, yeah, wow, you really screwed that up. Okay. Yeah, but as far as, so, like, there's different ways to approach things like cutscenes. You know, you could, like, pre-render it and, like, run it as a video or something. I'd like to run it, it is still cute. I would like to run it in the engine myself. And so what I'm probably going to do is just make a super long animation in Blender, just like a super long animation. And it's just going to play out in the main scene here. So the main scene, let's make it look normal. The main scene, like if I were to, oh, I think I have the capsule in here. So I have this like cutscene node. Yeah. So there's this capsule right there. That's going to be part of the cutscene. And if I hit play, it might be kind of small, but it's going to be out there in the background. Use tweens, animations, and booleans to confirm a cutscene has started to stop. Yeah. Well, so yeah, I've gotten like a state machine. We'll see how well it all is actually set up to receive a cutscene once I get to it. But yeah, I have a state machine that I've built using signals and stuff like kind of like what you're describing. Signals and functions, basically. So here's the cutscene area. And you can see that capsule in the distance, right? And so it's like something that would only be visible during this cutscene time. And then actually, oops, okay. So I don't know why this debug thing got broke, but if I pull up, I think where is all of that? Is that in... Did it get removed? Surely I didn't delete that, did I? There used to be a whole... No, it can't... There it is. It's right here. Okay, cool, cool, cool. There it is. So, so basically, I can show at the beginning what state we're in. You never learned animation trees or state machines. That probably would help. Yeah, so I mean, I'm not really doing, yeah, there's different kinds. Yeah. So I just basically intuited my own state machine. Like I just made it in a way that made sense to me. Because that's the thing, like a state machine is just kind of an idea. It's like a theoretical concept about, it's like a design pattern about how to make something work. In particular, have different phases for something. So let's say you want like kind of what you're describing, crouch versus jump versus run versus walk. Certain things are allowed when you're in this state, but not in that state. Things like that. A state machine is whatever you want it to be. So, yes, yeah, sure. So mine is actually on this game states script that I made, if I can find it. Game states. Okay, let's do this. There it is. Game states. So, in here, the state machine was the friends we made along the way. Welcome, Dungeon Martian. Oh yeah, and we sing songs to members. I got some songs to sing. Holy crap. We got codas. I think only coda so far. I do sing songs to members, by the way. I forgot to tell you all. And Dungeon Martian, who's also a mod now, so you all better watch out. You all better watch out. Dungeon Martian is looking. But also they're a member, so we got to sing the song. That's what you wanted to say? A state machine could be a machine made in the U.S. in a state. That's right. In this case, the state machine is... so we have these... like functions. I have a pre-intro state, an intro state, a menu state, keep an eye out, post-menu state, pre-begin, begin, play, and pause. So these are all the states that exist. I haven't actually set up pause, but play is like when the game starts and stuff. And pre-intro is just sort of like when the game is like blacked out and like as it starts to load. And then intro is that that cutscene area. And so what happens is these signals or these like this variable that is on the globals script is like an enum. So I set up this enum. It's all a bit confusing. I'm just explaining it for fun. This really isn't that necessary. It's just we were talking about it. So I'm talking about it. So I set up this variable is game state, and then it is pointing to the enum is game states, which has all of these listed in there. And then as soon as the game starts somewhere, it's going to, so here it swaps. Let's see here, does it do that? I don't know where it first does the first game state, but it does it somewhere. Maybe in the ready function in here. Yes, right here. So here we say swap game state emit in the ready function. As soon as the game starts, run the swap game state signal, and emit is game state's pre-intro. So pre-intro starts as soon as the game begins. And then this match statement is checking to see which function it needs to run if that got set. So how does it even know to set that? Well, again, it's emitting this signal, which means it's going to be connected right here and therefore run the onSwap game state function. So this is going to run as soon as this right here is emitted. Then this function is going to run. So let's go to this function. That's this one. It checks to see which one is set to true. We have game state here. So the game state is being called in this function. So we told it its pre-intro here. And then what this will do is make sure that the game state indeed is pre-intro. It's going to run that function. It's going to wait 2 seconds. So that way we're in this like blackout. And then it's going to fade in with a tween. And the sun's going to become visible and everything's nice and visible. And then it's immediately just going to switch it to the intro state. So it emits intro state. And then now we're in the game intro. We also have these other signals that communicate across the game. If it's the game intro, emit that. And so just like we have swap game state connected, we have game intro connected, and that's across maybe the terrain controller, the thing that moves the ground, the player, other stuff, enemies, different things will do different stuff depending on if it's the game intro. This actually is relevant to what I need to work on, if I'm being honest. So on game state intro, that's now going to run because, again, since we emitted the intro game state, it's going to swap to that here in this match statement and then run the game state intro function, which does some other stuff. It blacks out again, and then it's going to fade in, and that's pretty much it. It just basically does like a blackout and a fade in. No, it's okay. I distracted myself. You guys never distract me. I distract myself. I can choose to not go in on this stuff. That's up to me. But no, this is good to refamiliarize myself with, because remember, we need to start the game with the correct player character, and that's going to be related to these states. So it is somewhat connected. Yeah, and so then then the menu, when does this run, right? Because in here, we don't actually see this state getting emitted. That's because that's on the menu. So if I look for the main menu script in here, it's looking for me to press the input button. And so if I press a button, it is then going to swap the game state to the menu. So stuff like that. So that's basically how I set up my state machine, is different things happen based on when these signals get emitted, and then that trickles down throughout the rest of the game. It's a way that made sense to me. It is not a best way to necessarily make this. It kind of depends on your project, what you're comfortable with, and stuff like that. There's also, like, in the animation trees, there is a state machine node that you can use. So there's a lot of different ways to do state machines. But this is the way that I've done it that makes sense to me. So how is it relevant to my task? Coda says, making a state machine, but every state is just the name of an actual state. If game state equals Michigan, do this. Oh, that's fun. That's fun. I like that, especially as like some like comments, just for the developers to enjoy. Pause is a good use of idle. Yeah, totally. Oh my gosh, absolutely, 100%. Yeah, I don't know how that's going to turn out with the pause, because, like, I've never set up pause yet. So, like, will we find a way to, like, freeze time? That could mess up other things. So I'm a little nervous about doing that. But please don't explain to me how to do it, because I'm not worried about it right now. But in theory, I might want it to even like freeze in place, or it's doing this, but then it's kind of fun if it is like bouncing on pause. So that's something to think about. It's definitely something to think about. Coda overuses comments in the code to make funny little bits. No, that's important. Make funny little bits to yourself. It is very cool. That is cool. Do that, because it's like it's borderline Easter eggs at that point. If not for someone who's poking around in your code because they're interested, or collaborators, or yourself. I love that. Do it. What's up, Sarah Bowles? Thanks for stopping in. How you doing? I am working on my game today. I am. So then you can see that little capsule is actually in the main menu. But there would be, once I set up the cutscenes, there would be something that might remove it or change its position. I don't know yet. But anyway, enough about cutscenes. Let's talk about the task. Start the game with the correct player character. I'm doing okay. I'm doing okay. Thank you for asking. I'm a little tired today, but that's like normal. So I guess I'm fine. I think I'm what fine is. All right. So let's look for where the state is going to update the player character. I believe that happens. Actually, let's play it and let's see what it says at the bottom. That will be more helpful. Listen to a band called Equipment. Every time I talk about equipment as equipables, I just go, holy crap. Hit band equipment with hit song enter name. Oh, that's fun. That's fun. If it makes you giggle, that's important. Advertising your favorite songs through code comments. A good coder can make a game. A better coder can make a gamer-like code. Whoa. Interesting. Here we are in state intro. state menu. When we click it, it goes into post menu. So it's probably going to be in pre-begin. I'm guessing pre-begin is the one we want to track down here. I think it's pre-begin. And then begin actually starts it, and then we go into play. So what I think is we're going to come to the player character script. Not like that. We're going to say player.gd. And if I look down for the on grab begun, on game begin, self-visible. That's not that helpful. Oh, interesting. Okay. So all it does is it just makes the player visible. That's on game begin though. We don't have like pre-begin in here or anything. Wow, we just have game begin. Interesting. Let me search the whole thing for pre-begin. So this is what I like about the state machine being set up this way, is I can easily search the entire project for everywhere this is set up. So I could even say, search the entire project for game pre-begin. I'm going to spell it right. Pre-begin, and then I can put like the little function, parentheses. Oh wait, I should make sure that's how it's actually worded. How is it worded, pray tell? I have forgotten. Oh, I spelled game wrong. We said gain. Pre-begin. Yeah. Spelling right, you. It's so easy. Okay, anyway, there we go. Could not be me. Okay, so, oh wait, but I want to do it with game. I could even do on game pre-begin, right? So because I've named everything very consistently, I know that I can just search on game pre-begin, and now I see every single script that is affected by that state. So the body parts, that's probably where we need to look. The terrain controller also has an on game pre-begin, and the UI. Let's look at the body parts. Oh yeah, there's a lot going on here. Okay. If is part set to body part is part leg left, or is part set, so it's saying if, so okay, so this script is on every single body part. The legs, the arms, and the head. They're all separate body parts. And this script, this whole script is on each of those. And so this is checking, am I the leg left or the leg right? If so, do not have leg collision. This is so we start out as a little stubby, non-legged alien. And then we say mesh visible false, so that way the legs are not visible. And then the mesh hurt is like the tiny armature, the little one. So this, I think this does exist. So what I need to do is I need to have this be the new player character. Here's what I think I'm going to do. And this might cause some problems. And it's the same thing with the arms, and make sure they're not visible. Here's what I'm going to do. I am going to make all of the references to the original player character. Yeah, that's exactly, yeah. I need to flip that. I need to flip how I flip it, basically. Wouldn't the file you access for the same as the file path you'd access for the first character? They're different. So, yeah, you're not dumb. So these are all 3 separate files, believe it or not. There's 3 separate Blender files that they're based on, and they're 3 separate scenes in Godot. So like here's the original player character, and you can see the second armature in there. It looks like a little Alien the movie series head in there. So we've got the original player character. It has its own scene in Godot. It also has its own Blender file that it's based on. So if I pull that in here, you can see that's the original Blender file that has all the animations on it, and it has all the models on it. Here's the second one, which is also a separate scene, and it also has a separate Blender file somewhere. I don't know where its Blender file is, but it's real, and it lives someplace. Where is it? It doesn't really matter, but it must exist. Where is it? Oh, It's probably an... Oh, right. We called it biped. Back in those days, when I was still thinking of adding a quadruped. The quadruped will make... Wow. Yeah, this one is doing... This one's got all... This one's basically broken up into pieces. So we've got the head and the body as something separate from the arms and the legs. Anyway, we're not going to worry about that. That's ancient history at this point. And then here's Alien V3 in its own separate scene file, and it has its own Blender file as well, right there. Now you can see it actually does have a tiny armature in it, but it's the original Alien's tiny armature. So that'll be good for now, just so that way the game doesn't break, because the game, that code that we were just looking at, the body part code, it's looking for that tiny armature here. And if it doesn't find it, we're going to get errors. But there technically is that tiny armature already baked in there, so we'll be all right. Now, if I, there it is, right there, tiny armature. Now, if I want to swap the positions, right? So in theory, I could swap from the new character to the old one instead of swapping from the old one to the new one. I want to swap how I swap. I'll keep the swap logic in there for now. I think that's still useful. So if I want to do that, I have to look everywhere we reference swap player, and we have to just kind of change that and change the original. So how does the swap player work? Okay, let's do a Control-Shift-F for swap player. Okay, so this is everywhere swap player is affected. This is just the signal that allows me to communicate between scripts. Not important to do any adjustments there. On the player, we have it connected. Oh, not twice. That always confuses me. Can we update this to swap player? Well, that won't refresh. It will. Good. Oh, it still does it twice. Okay. Well, let's do swap player. Let's do on swap player, the function. That's what matters the most after all. Okay, Control-Shift-F on swap player. There we go. So it's actually only on the player script and the body part script, which makes a lot of sense. So in that function on the player script, what it does is it checks to see which player version are we swapped to. Version 1, the old one, or version 3, the new one. And if I press that swap button, it's going to change the bone for the head, because the head follows the cursor. And so it needs to know which bone the head is on. On the old one, it's bone 5. On the new one, it's bone 6. For the arm that reaches out and stretches and grabs, which is going to be changed someday, that's going to be fun. I'm going to have to make it be left arm and right arm. That's a whole other day. But for the only arm that grabs right now, we tell it which bone that is. In this case, it's 8. In that case, it's 12. Similarly, we change which the animation is, which animation it is. It's all really similar. If you notice, the naming is almost identical. The only difference is we would change this to 3 and this to 1. Otherwise, the rest of the naming conventions are the same. So let's just do that. And then I'm going to have to set the defaults to be different, because by default, this is what it's set to. So head 5, this is really here for if we swap back, right? If I swap back to the original, it's going to know that it's supposed to be head 5. But by default, it's set to head 5. So I'm going to need to update that to be the same as the player character, the new one. All right, so let's change all these one by one. We need to make this head 6, make that head 5. I believe this was 8 and then 12. So that's the task here. Let's just make all of these 3. Hopefully that is all I need to do. We can double check if it's not. This one, well, we had to change this one because here we're making it false. So that one actually goes to 1. So really we're just swapping them. Oh, I bet I did that wrong. Skeleton needs to be 1. Right? Wait, why would the... Oh. Wait, that's interesting. The animation we're getting... Oh, because I already changed it. Dude, that was so confusing. We got to do everything in one fell swoop. That gets confusing. Okay, got it. So here we set V3 to false and V1 to true. Oh, that's... That's a little confusing. Can we just like, I'm just gonna flip these because that is confusing. Okay, good, good, good. So we got 1 down the line here, and then that last one is 3. 3's down the line here, that last one is 1. So unless I've messed up something, which is possible, this should be good. And then up here, we need to make sure the defaults, so the head needs to be on 6, and the arm grabbing needs to be on 12, and then the skeleton needs to be set to 3, skeleton hurt set to 3, mesh orb. Okay, so this actually doesn't exist in the new player character. So I need to make this. This is where it's going to be a little effort before I get to have much fun. But it's okay. It's fine. So I need to create all of this. This is when the alien gets dropped down into the game and onto Earth. That whole animation with the orb, that's what this is setting up. And I actually haven't added that into the new one. So I'm going to do that. The animation, make this V3. The animation armature, also make that V3. Okay, I think that's everything probably, maybe. And then, let's just double check. And then the other place was over here on the body part script. So I need to update it here as well. I'll tell you what, you know, just for my own sake, so I feel like that's going to confuse me if I don't update it now. It's kind of interesting because it could like work, but no, let's put it, I want it all to be on the new one. So we're going to change this, even though it doesn't exist, I'm going to go ahead and update this. That way, if I hit an error, it'll at least bring me back to there, and I'll be like, oh yeah, I need to do that. Cool. So over here, when we swap player, this is relevant to the body parts. So it's pretty much the same kind of deal. I need to, let's see, this is V1. This is V3. Now, it's going to be a little confusing because we still have the V1, V3 designations there, so I should probably update that too. Okay, so switch all the 1s to 3s. 1 to 3, 1 to 3. We'll see. We'll see. There's every possibility that something doesn't exist, but hopefully it does. Hopefully it does. Now, why did this already have a 1 there? That's strange. That strikes me as it was a bug. This should have probably been 3 all along. I don't really understand how that was... Why would that need to be 1? We were getting the skeleton from the other one? Okay. Well, we'll see, I guess, if there's a problem. Okay, so there's that set up, and then up here in the defaults, we want to make sure that this is also updated to 3s. Mesh, yes, that'll be there. Damage label should be there. Skeleton should be there. And then did we already do skeleton hurt? Mesh hurt. Oh, I guess there is no skeleton hurt being referenced in here. I guess that makes sense. Why do we reference the skeleton if we don't even need skeleton hurt? What is the skeleton used for in here? Anything? Nothing. Oh, I don't even think we need the skeleton in the body parts. I don't think it's necessary. Well, that's good to know. Would be nice to, like, make sure that that's true. But I mean, looking at the code, I don't see skeleton referenced anywhere in here other than the swap player function. That's the only place I see it. It's a underscore variable? Godot shames you? Wait, what does that mean? Where? I guess, because it used to be the way that I would make the limbs smaller is I would actually shrink the bones themselves. And that's how we made them smaller. But that turned out to be very unreliable. So I actually removed all that code. Oh yeah, Godot calls you out for not using a variable in a function. Yeah, it does. That's true. Right, and if you don't use it, put the underscore. True, true, true. Yeah, and like in this case, it didn't like say anything. I mean, there's a lot of things it's saying. But because specifically for this, I mean there is a warning here, but it's this one. Oh, but that's different. That's a different warning. Because I did have it in the swap, but I think that's the only place. So I'm gonna remove it because it's just like wasting space. It's just like a waste of space. There's no reason to reference it. Let me see. It's a different variable. I don't think it does it, but I don't know. No. Yeah, so it definitely does the underscore warning, but I do have it. So where is it being referenced if not in the swap player? Because I just removed that. The only place where this variable, I mean, we're on-readying it here. Let's see, where is it? It's in 12 places. If you leave the variables, that's what I'm trying to do. Oh, well, yeah, but that's not the skeleton that I'm looking for. I mean, it's strange because I have gotten, this is the only place this variable is being referenced right now. Maybe it would reference it some other time. I don't know why it's not removing it. Maybe it's because it's like on-readied and that makes it bypass it somehow. Yeah, I don't know why we're not getting a warning or an error about it. Maybe if I like was at runtime or something. I think that we don't need to set this up at all. I might be making a mistake there, but that's okay. All right, so now that might be set up. Hey, what's up, Dragonblade? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing well. Oh, I still haven't done anybody's songs, by the way. I am so sorry. I do sing songs to members. Let's do Coda and then Dungeon Martian. Let's see if I got some music that can be sung to available to play. It's possible. Oh yeah. Is this? Okay. All right. I can maybe sing to this. It's a little mysterious. Coda TXT, don't you know? Coda's a Yoda when it comes to text files. If you wanna know something about text files, Coda is the Yoda for TXT. It's true to me that Coda is the Yoda for text files. Coda is the Yoda for text files. If you wanna know TXT to me, Coda's the person to go to. Coda's the Yoda about text files. Dungeon Martian's got their eye on you, yeah. Dungeon Martian's got their eye on you. Dungeon Martian has their eye on you. They're a Martian in a dungeon with a big ol' eye looking at you now. You better run away from the Dungeon Martian. Don't get seen. Be a little sneaky from the Dungeon Martian looking at you with that one big eye. You better watch out. They're gonna get ya. They're gonna get you with their big eye. Just by seeing you, it'll kill you. It's really scary. That's your song, Dungeon Martian. Getting Pierogi gone out the way. Because Pierogi Gon's not gone. Pierogi Gon's right here. I can see them. Look at their name. You know they're real. Pierogi Gon's not gone. Thank you for coming through. Thank you for being here, Pierogi Gon. I know Pierogi Gon's not gone. Thank you for supporting Hopper Game Dev. Oh yeah. Thank you for supporting Hopper Game Dev. All of y'all, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Alright, there you go. There's your songs. Embarrassing, I know. But that's what I do for the members. I am willing to be a little embarrassed. The build up to the first one, nice. The song was perfect. Yeah, I think I peaked at the first one. All right. Member songs done. Next, let's keep the music going. I like it. Let's get the global. Hope y'all are doing great. I do. Thanks for stopping in, Rogi. Let's go to the global script and let's update that enum because it's bothering me that it's lying. So the enum, also, can we close this? We're just losing so much real estate with that. The enum should be at the top. Right here. Is player versions. So literally, we're just gonna rename this to V3 and V1. That means I also gotta come back to these swap player functions and make sure that they're checking for the other numbers. That would be wise. There we go, there we go. Come over here. Version 3 and version 1. All right, good. Nicely done. So I need to create that orb stuff, otherwise we're gonna have issues. So what is that orb stuff? I can't believe that its head's just gonna be back all the time. So the orb stuff is what allows that starting animation to function. So you can actually see up here, there is an orb up in the sky. In the beginning of the game, the alien gets dropped down onto Earth by an orb. So I need to create this orb. I guess it's up here. Mesh is named Orb New Game Teleporter. It has an animation player on it. I mean, I guess I'll just, I could instance it. I feel like I'd rather just like copy it and paste it. I don't see how instancing really helps. I mean, this is like original player. Like, do I really need it to be an instance? I guess, I mean, what's the harm in making an instance? I don't know what the harm of making it an instance would be. All right, you know what? Let's make it an instance. So this is gonna be Orb New Game Teleporter. Don't I have like an orbs in the UI? I do have an orbs thing. It's not really UI though, is that? So I think I'm going to keep that in player. All right, save this as its own thing. Let's keep those children editable. And then I'm gonna copy that, come to the newest alien, and that I think just goes on the top level here. You didn't like me pasting? Okay, there we go. Control V was ineffective, but that's all right. Okay, so now we've got this on here. It technically is in there. I mean, that might be enough. I feel like it's gonna be, the placement is gonna be a little off, would be my guess. But let's see where we're at. Let's see. Something is gonna be wrong. Like what? I am not a good enough coder at this point to just like go in and make a ton of changes and know it's gonna work when I test it. Even if it does this time, I still wasn't sure. So what we're looking for is the alien is gonna get dropped down without arms, without legs. It should be in the green orb, if that worked out. Ah, error. Very good. As expected. Cannot call method play on a null value. Animation armature. Play teleport. What is that? Oh, that's new. I didn't know we had that. What is that? So within the armature, there's an animation player for teleporting. Oh, so what this does is this moves the alien to make sure that it's actually going to be following with the orb. Gotcha. Okay, that's something I have to do. All right, that'll take me a bit of a second there to do that. So I think we should just make a new one. Okay, all right, let's do it. I knew I would have forgotten something. I missed that one. So on the armature, let's create a new animation player, and you'll see kind of what this is for in a second here. I don't want the animation tree to be playing, because that makes this so much harder. Obviously the head is kicked back, which is unsettling, certainly. Could we just get the head not kicked back? I think it's gonna make this easier if I can like see it, you know? Okay, turn this off. And technically we don't want the limbs I'm gonna need to make those visible again, but it'll just make it easier for me to do this if I don't see them now. So the idea is to make sure that the alien starts out up there in the orb and actually teleports down to the ground. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna look to see where this orb goes down to. So it goes down right there, pretty perfect, nice. All right, good. That looks fine to me. I mean, we'll be seeing it from behind. I think that'll look sufficient. Good, good, good. And then what we need is to make sure that it actually follows it from the top to the bottom. So I'd want to make like a keyframe here. How long did we make the other animation player? We made it 4.8 seconds is how long this one is. So we're gonna make sure that's exactly the same, 4.8 seconds. And then at 3.7 is where we get it to its lowest point. Okay, come to this one. 3.7, okay, got it, understood. This is the new animation player. We're gonna create a teleport animation. We wanna make it, what was it, 4.8? I think that's what we said, yep, 4.8. And then at 3.7, we wanna keyframe the position of the overall armature exactly where it is. So right there, transform, keyframe that position, and now at the top, we need it to match the same position as the orb. So let's make sure that's up there. That looks good. Stay there for me, thank you. And then we're gonna move the armature until it's in there. The other thing is I have to make sure the easing is the same between them, so that way it actually moves along with the orb. It's a little tough to get it exactly the same, so it might not be perfect. But we'll try that. Let's keyframe that as the armature position in there. Okay, so it descends, and then I'm gonna make sure I have the easing correct. So over here, we have a 0.5 ease out on that. Okay, got it. Grab that animation player, click on this, set this to 0.5. Okay, so I think they'll move at the same rate. We'll find out. There will be a moment of truth. Okay, I think that's all I gotta do. Oh, then I have to come back to our animation tree. I feel like I should try to reset everything as much as possible back to normal. So let's put this here. That looks fine. The orb can be up there, no problem. Fine by me. Let's put all the limbs back, because the limbs are gonna hide themselves in the pre-begin state. So I don't really need to hide them now. Just makes it easier to work with often here, if I can see them. And then we gotta come back to the animation tree, make sure it is active, and then again, just to make sure it's all the same, let's keep the neck kicked back. All right, all right, all right. Have I resolved the error? Maybe, maybe not. Time will tell. Comes down, lifts it up. Oh. All right, so that definitely didn't work on so many levels. Wow. So first of all, a couple things. It's using the old player character mesh. That's not even the new one. Which is a little surprising. Oh, you know why? I know why. Because in the main scene, by default, we are showing this one. So I actually have to swap that here. So hide the V1 and turn on the V3 with its head kicked back. Hopefully the head won't be kicked back. I think it won't be. I think that when we do the head rotation, that'll bring our head forward. Pretty sure. I'd be surprised if it went any other way. We gonna find out. All right. Oh, something's coming down. Oh, the head is kicked back. Oh no. Okay, don't. Okay, so far not bad actually. That was pretty good. I mean, it's definitely, the reason why I was leaving the head kicked back is because there was a point where it seems to want to be kicked back first in order to work. But maybe those were other times. Those were different times that we don't live in. It looks so funny with the head back. That's good. Funny is good. I like funny. You know, I want there to be like a lighthearted nature to the game. My only concern is like it happens too often, because, you know, eventually you're just going to be like playing the game and the head's going to be, as often as you grab things, the head's going to be kicked back. But it might be okay. It might be fine. You're also a fan of little teehees and you're a fan of little teehees and ha-has. All right, so far it looks really good. Let's go full size. Or let's even just see if we can get the head kicked back. Yes. Okay, good. Beautiful. Oh, it works great. Nice. All right. Great. Good. So now if I try to... Yes. Okay, good. So we can put all the limbs on there. Excellent. Good, 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 good. What happens if we take damage? Yeah, it just disappears. So it doesn't even show that limb because this armature is invisible. And there's a good reason why the armature is invisible, because that leg is not set up at all. So that would be something else to do to make sure that this is ready to go. But nice, that went well. I don't think there was anything wrong with that. I think that was probably acceptable. Let's just give it another look-see with a scrutinizing eye. The eye of utmost scrutiny. A collectible item. Okay, so it's descending. It's following. Great. Yeah, it looks good. Nice. I think that worked very well. Yeah, Dungeon, I was thinking about that too. Better watch out. Someone's looking Dungeon Martian with that one big eye. Don't you act up. The size of everything makes more sense that way. Before it was a bit OP having a Godzilla alien off the bat. Yeah, it is OP. Yes. And so, you know, this is like, I'm like cheating by doing that. That's just me just cheating real quick. A D&D item, Eye of Scrutiny. Yes, exactly. Yes, perfect. Perfect. Eye of Scrutiny. I love it. I love it. Yeah, you're not supposed to start out super big. And it, you know, it won't take long to earn it, but you will have to earn it in theory. So let's get those tiny armature. That means I'm gonna have to hop into Blender real quick. And you know, there's still probably animations that I'm gonna add, which means I have to probably recreate the tiny armature every time I want to add those things, which is not my favorite fact. But we have most of the most important animations right now, and that's what matters. So then once I get that tiny armature in there, let's see if I can figure out how to get the limbs to not need a cheat to appear. That'll take a little bit, but we can get there. All right, so I guess this is a different task at this point. We are starting the game. With that task has been accomplished. We start the game with the correct player character. But now I want to make tiny armature for damaged limbs. That's the next task here. We're getting through the list. Okay, so in order to do this, it should be pretty straightforward, honestly. I should just be able to literally duplicate the armature itself. Just do a little Shift D. Well, you need to do more than the armature. Wait, do you? Because you want to make sure all the limbs are in there too. So can we select all of that? Well, the only things I need are the arms, the head, and the legs. So if I select all of those and we do a Shift D, there we go. That's what I want to see. Good, good, good. So far, so good. And then let's hide the big armature just for the sake of it being easier. Well, maybe I won't, actually. Let's look at the duplicate. So this says armature hurt. I'm gonna delete this one because we don't need that one. Rename this to armature hurt. Let me make sure I did delete them all. I forgot their names. Alien-hurt _ arm left. So that's what they all need to be named to. Alien-hurt. So that's the big difference, is we say -hurt. And then obviously I don't want those, does this zoom in nicely or no? Tell me the truth. Yeah. Obviously I don't want the 001 at the end, so that way it doesn't break any of the name references. I do like using names for referencing things in code. It's just what I like. Some people don't like it. I find it to be very useful and not that big a deal. Okay. Get rid of all of that so that way it matches everything the code is expecting. And now I need to make them considerably smaller, including the armature itself. So let's just do a little shrinky dinky. Yep, we're just gonna shrink it from the outside in. That's how that's gonna go. Deal with it. So I just want to make sure that they're small enough that they're still visible and they still can look hurt. And obviously we're gonna have to put them in like different positions and stuff. Now it's gonna be a little tricky. You know what I should have done? I kind of made a mistake here, but it's okay. We can undo it. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna put this on the clipboard. So I've copied all of that. We're gonna do a mass Control Z here. We're gonna undo our little hearts out. And I'm gonna bring back the old hurt armature because I just want to make sure that feet are actually in the same spot. Because Elise, oh, why doesn't mine have so many vertices? You know, actually the verts are pretty good. This is, in this case, Coda is referencing comments that were often made when I was adjusting the original model, which had way too many verts. This one I've reduced significantly, although obviously if I duplicate the armature, then it's gonna be twice as much. But yeah, this is much more efficient. Although it's actually more than it really is, because we've got, oh, not really, but it will be here. Yeah, it's good. It's a lot better. If I put these in, I mean, just look at how it explodes, the stats over there. Watch what happens when I show the old model limbs in here. This is just one leg. I just put one leg in there and see how it explodes. It more than doubles how many are in there just from one leg. So yeah, that was the reference that Coda is making, is that folks were being like, that's a lot. But like, yeah, I know it's a lot. I need to work on that. That's part of the point. We have to start somewhere. I'm not well versed in 3D, but it sounds good. Yeah, it is good. There's actually a guide on our Discord in the, I don't even know, in one of the forums. Which forum is it in? There is a guide, and it's not like it's kind of rule of thummy. It's not like it must be this way. Melissa, why was the old model not perfectly optimized? Dude, someone would. Somebody absolutely would. You know it. I know it. We all know it. Oh, and the blender. That's probably where I put it. Was in here. Oh, wow. This is still pinned. This is old. This is old. Dude, here. Recommended poly counter. So, Pepe gave me this. You must not go over 100! Could you imagine? So, this is in the Discord. It's pretty useful, actually. Again, it's just rule of thumb, and it doesn't list Godot because this is just some kind of older thing. So it's got Unreal Engine and Unity. For low detail character, it's saying for Unreal Engine between 10 and 20,000. For Unity, same thing, between 10 and 20,000, well, 5 and 10,000 polygons. So it's just got a high detail character. It's saying in Unreal Engine 20 to 60,000, in Unity 10 to 30,000. Again, these are just rules of thumb. It doesn't have to be this way. The engine, Unity can handle a 20 to 60,000 poly count character. It'll be fine. It's just like something to kind of work with if you want. And then there's some other ones too. This is for low-end / mobile devices. And so here they don't even mention Unreal Engine versus Unity. It's just like general, which makes sense, but well, it doesn't really, but that's okay. VR, AR. So it's kind of like a general guide. I kind of go with like the Unity ones, but I just kind of do whatever I want also. So if it's a high detailed character, between 10 and 30,000. So for this one, without that leg on there, we're at 22,000. So we're right within that range. So just trying to like use it as a general thing. All right, so what I want to do is I want to make sure these legs are not deleted because what I want is to make sure that because these actually are set up to touch the ground. I can adjust the height as well, but it would probably be nicer if we just made sure that they were at the right height. So let's do that. It concerns me that it's not low enough, but that's okay. We can always adjust it later. For now, I would like to make sure it's good. So I'm going to rename this to old and rename this one to old as well. And then I'm going to move them out here. I am going to attempt to move them out here. Okay. They don't want to... Yeah. Oh, that didn't keep the transforms at all. No, it did not. Okay. All right. Cool. Well, then how about this? I have a better idea. I'm going to duplicate my little ground here. And let's just move it up. And we'll just base it on that. Then I don't have to keep these old legs. I think that makes sense. I don't need these old legs anymore. I'm going to delete the old hurt armature, and then I'm going to... Okay, and then I'm going to paste in... Oh, okay, that's okay. We got to redo it. That's all right. When we reduplicate this, I messed up because I overwrote what was on my clipboard. No big deal. Duplicate this. Now I can shrink this down. This means I have to rename them all. It's fine. Put this on the ground more or less where I want it. And then also think about making these quite a bit smaller. So that way visually they look like they've been hurt. I really want the player to be able to obviously tell. And I don't need the legs and the arms to necessarily retain their proportions. So we do have to make sure it's big enough that it will still reach the body. So maybe not that small, eh? How about like that? All right, okay. I kind of wanted to go a little tinier, but whatever. So obviously I'll have to move the head up. Looks like we'll have to move it back as well. So there'll be some adjustments to make here to make sure this tiny armature works. I'm worried that these arms aren't small enough, because what I really want is I want the player to be able to look at it and say, oh wow, my limbs are smaller than they were. And I'm concerned that these aren't small enough, but we can make adjustments as we need to. This is like those 5'11" versus 6 foot memes. That's funny. I should remember that. That's a good way to promote things for sure. Is to use memes to promote games. But then again, this is so game devy. I don't know. But then again, if we like had the injured alien versus the healthy alien, that could be still an in-game promo. Interesting. Noted. Maybe I should write that down. Is that weird of me? I don't have like a section for that. Folder, overview, gameplay, story levels, characters. I mean, honestly, art, business, maybe business, credits. Let's put it in business. I'm gonna call this marketing. You versus the guy she tells you not to worry about. And it's the second model you made versus the new one. Okay. Thanks, guys. Thanks, guys, for teaching me how to be funny on the internet. I really appreciate it. So we're gonna add memes. Memes. And this one is height difference. That's what I'm calling it. A very funny title. This is like the most like boring way to describe jokes I've ever seen. Okay, courtesy of Coda TXT. Idea courtesy of Coda.txt with some help from Dungeon Martian. You versus the guy she told you not to worry about. Okay. Wow, you guys said the same thing. That's amazing. Show the healthy limbed alien next to the short limbed alien. Got it. Same brain. We need to make Zoomer memes out of this. Trust me. Just kidding. Skibbity alien. Exactly. No, exactly. That's like kind of what this smacks of a little bit. Is like a bit of a fellow kids vibe. Like taking these notes down. It's not though. It's not because marketing is just like one of those things that I think a lot of us as like solo developers and super mega indies like we just like tend not to want to think about it, especially as solo devs particularly, and so it's something I'm just trying to practice being more aware of, like what I plan to do. And so even just taking a note down and making sure there's something, anything, anytime that I ever need to come back to get some inspiration is helpful. For the guy she tells you not to worry about, I did mean the old model, as in the one you ended up not using and reusing for the humans versus the new good model. Whoa. Oh. Yeah, well, so that to me works. That works better as like a game developer one. Okay. Alternatively, could show the old model V2 with human stuff. Hey, what's up, Zombie Bowtie? Could show the old model V2 with human stuff versus the new model V3. I like that. I like that. That's pretty cool because like the long arms versus like regular human stuff. I see how that's more effective. For sure. It's just, I guess what I'm also trying to think is how do I market to people who might want to play the game? Not just like game devs, you know? That's true. That's actually true. All right, good point, good point, good point. There is still a way to share that with gamers. Yeah, you're right. That's a good point. We'll have them both down. So this is Hack and Plan. It has a lot of great free features. They are recently deciding in a couple months to paywall some things that I like having as free, but it's still mostly incredibly usable as a free platform. Basically, it is kind of like Trello with some extra features that are relevant to game developers. It's called Hack and Plan. So yeah, I'll put a link in the chat for ya. And I use it. It's got like, it's got like the good old Kanban board type stuff for dragging what's in progress versus what's completed and what's planned and that kind of thing. Testing, different things like that. You can set up like work hours and kind of get like a sense of how much work you have left on the project. And it'll give you some nice like bars with percentages and things. Yeah, it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. I like it. And then it also helps me keep track of different ideas I have. So yeah, I definitely recommend it. I'm disappointed that they're paywalling some things that I liked having as free, but to be honest, if you never had them before, I kind of don't think you're gonna miss those features. If I'm being honest. They don't really make or break the tool set. They're just kind of nice to have. So, like the fact that I can rename this to folder, for example, that's going away. So I have to pay because by default they give you like system, I don't know, mechanic, chapter. What the heck is chapter? I don't know. And so you can create your own ones. Like I've made folder, I think I might have made mechanic, things like that. And I think I might have made system too. So it's really just like little nice stuff that would be nice to have for free, but not the end of the world if they don't. I know they're removing features, but I haven't even used any of the things they are removing. Nice, nice. And it'll still be way better than Trello. I appreciate that perspective, because from my perspective, I feel that they're taking away something I use, but at the same time, again, I can live without it. I can live without it. So to hear that perspective that like you weren't even using those things anyway, that's awesome. Good to know. Very good to know. The features they're paywalling are mostly just visual organizational stuff, but I wish they just kept them free. Yeah, me too. Me too. And made the paid stuff just better and added just extra features. Yes, yes. Yeah, I always feel like that's, yeah, folder customiz. Ooh, like colors and icons. Yeah, like, I feel like that's kind of like some advice that's often given is if you have a product or a YouTube channel or something, it's better to add new things to paywall than to remove what already exists and then paywall that. Because that's going to feel crappy to people who've been here. Oh, my internet is taking a surprising dive. Sometimes, so the stream is gonna look a little glitchy, guys. Apologies. That hasn't happened in a while. But it does happen once in a while. Yeah, no, it's not you. So, yeah, it's me. Well, it's the internet specifically. So the top left there, yeah, it just goes gray. In the top left there, I've got my kilobits per second. That should be around 9,000 plus or minus 1,000. And if for whatever reason the service gets wobbly, that number will drop and the stream will get weird. It seems to just have been a brief moment. I think we are safe now. Thank the goodness. But I'll leave that up there for a second just to keep an eye on it. The eye of scrutiny. It's not a deal breaker for me, the hack and plan changes. I'm just kind of opposed to it from a feels greedy standpoint. Yeah, same. Zombie says, this is a big jump for me. I usually just use PureRef to throw a bunch of ideas and concepts onto what looks like a conspiracy board. Yeah, I love PureRef. I use that too. Wow, I don't know that I'd use that for a project manager. Whew. That's a lot. That's woof. I don't know if I would enjoy using PureRef. So this is PureRef. It's kind of like this like potentially always on top little palette where you can drag and drop things. Camera locked. What do you want about then? Canvas locked? Okay. You can drag and drop things onto a canvas and resize them, so I just drag that image onto there. What's another one? Grab Coda's alien image, right? Bam. It's on there. They have gotten a little better. I think I haven't updated the recent version. I think it has a few more features to make good for that. But yeah, I tend to use PureF for like, what do I have? What do I have ready to go? Oh yeah, just like planning out. So I use it for I guess like dev docs, like messing around with some certain docs, which I then move these into elsewhere as well. Yeah, now you can draw. Yeah. That's kind of nifty. It's kind of nifty. I've just kind of used it to collect dev docs and be able to like move around and set them in a certain order and drop things. And I also have all of my like references for when I'm modeling stuff. Then I guess that's what I use it for the most, is when I'm doing like a modeling stuff. So I modeled a capsule recently, a space capsule, and so I just had like all of these. You liked those doodles? I had all of these ready, and I just like modeled against that. And I think that's like its sort of original purpose, is for having art and putting it on top so you can easily reference the things that you want to model. Yeah. So like I went a little overboard with this one. This one's got for when I make assets for the game. So like, you know, ranches and farm stuff, and then we've got neighborhood stuff and city stuff, military stuff. It's nice. I love the way like the detail stays really good, and you can like zoom way out and zoom back in. Super useful. No such thing as too many references. I even like screenshot like how quickly it took me to model something. It's fun. It's fun to use. Anyway, that's what PureRef is that Zombie Bowtie is referring to. Zombie says, my wife got mad at me for having a bunch of naked people pictures on one of my canvases, but I was catching up with my figure drawing technique, I swear. I'm sorry that was not acceptable. That's funny that like that can be taken the wrong way. Thank you for thinking that these were cute, by the way. This was like my initial stuff for planning this game. And I drew this on a phone. Actually, I did it, you know, like on phones, if you like some phones, if you screenshot something and then you can like annotate it. This is all with like, I just screenshotted a black screen and then drew all of these things on there as I was planning the game out. We even see how early the blood splatter was? The blood splatter has always been a plan. I know it's a bit, but figure drawing is unironically very enjoyable to me. I think they're honestly really impressive. You think they're impressive? Thank you. Use your notes app so much to draw. That's really nice of you to say. It's very nice of you to say. I had a lot of fun drawing them. It was like my fun iteration phase, or early planning phase. And then in here, we get, I mean, now this is objectively cute. That is objectively cute right there. You guys are very kind. Look how happy it is. Yay! Fun composition and colors. Let's go. Let's go. Yeah, it's sort of outlining the cutscenes. You should have comic cutscenes with these drawings. A lot of people have said that. I don't know. I don't really know how to use them. You know, my plan was to have the cutscenes actually... I really want the cutscenes to be immersed in the game world. But a lot of y'all do say I should do that. But I don't know. Something about that bothers me from a design perspective. I can't explain it. No. It's just a little guy. Yeah, it's just a little guy. It's just a little guy. That's all that is. The blood. That's something else to set up too, is make sure that the cows are replaced with humans. Because right now, you're devouring cows, but it's gonna be humans. That blood spray is gonna be humans. Deal with it. You know if the comics would fit into the game design-wise, but I think they'd be really cute as little comic strips just outside of the game. Fair. Fair point. Fair point. Alright, alright, alright. Anywho's it. Humans are way tastier. I've heard humans taste like pork. That's what I've heard. Do we have a marketing category? It's a little bit of a stretch, but we're going to go ahead and we're going to say marketing for Coda and Dungeon Martian. Hating violent authority image is so real. Yeah, that's for setting up like the karma system. Because the aliens are out here killing people, and the people are not happy, so they're protesting. But the aliens don't just get human limbs when they eat humans. I do want to kind of get that set up today, that we can earn the human limbs. They also get human empathy, which is the heart in the middle of their chest that shows up eventually. That. And so they feel guilty that the humans want you to stop eating them. And then in the middle of that protest, a militarized force of some such attacks the aliens using leaving the humans to just be collateral damage. So there's now a conflict between the alien and the humans with the military. And so they now have unity. Potentially. If you, the player, so choose to embrace that unity and avoid eating humans. And that'll be the karma system. Or avoid eating innocent humans. Poor things just obtain guilt from eating. Oh, they're just trying to eat. They're just trying to eat. I've actually never thought about what they truly eat. Really, they only eat for the sake of getting limbs. I guess that's why we all eat. To keep our body healthy. Interesting. Anyway. Rogi says, it would be funny if the cutscene is told by an alien in a newscaster suit. And an alien artist drew the comic strip for the segment? Whoa. I have so many problems with that. But like, that's adorable. That's adorable. I don't like it at all. Because to me, it implies that the aliens just have like an analogous civilization to humans. Like, oh yeah, they have news. No, they don't. No, they don't. They absolutely do not. Their civilization is not really a civilization. Alright, it looks like this. It looks like this. It looks like that. Photosynthesis, they eat for fun. Oh, true. Yeah, they are green after all. Wow, that's a compelling theory. That right there, that theory is going places. And then what they want, the reason why they're abducting the humans is so that way they can get limbs, and they're gonna farm the humans, right? They're gonna create little human farms where they're all oppressed and breeding with each other. And then they're gonna use that so that way they can grow limbs and build domiciles. So they're just not even at a point of having a newscaster station yet. It is, no, it's adorable, it's adorable. I'm just taking it literally. Like, literally, that doesn't work. Imagine just minding your business, eating a sandwich, and suddenly you just gain new emotions previously unknown. Yeah. Exactly. Also, how would they draw with no arms? There you go. It just doesn't make any sense. It's too silly for my tastes. After the first city level, they get a news channel. Because they'll have finally observed, and then they'll mimic the humans. I mean, you're not making it be able to make sense. So props for the effort there. Interesting. It would just have to go unexplained. Imagine they eat humans and just start having dreams and ambitions. Totally. I mean, it's fun to think about, right? DJ says, my animation player is just straight up ignoring me. Is there anywhere in the Discord I can get some help? Absolutely. There's a whole Godot forum. And there's some people, I've tagged 2 people so far as Godot helpers. One of them is a code helper and a Godot helper. And then there's a Godot helper, but there's a lot of other people who might help you as well. So here in the game engines category, there is a Godot forum. And in here, you can see people will be helping. You can create a new post, and then just make sure you tag it as question, and someone might be able to help you. I wonder why it's ignoring you. No, you're welcome. No apology needed. This is how I would do it now. 2 aliens get together to gossip, and the way they communicate is by slamming their What in the world? They slam their face into the ground. And drawings magically appear on the ground. I love, see now at least that is giving some kind of alien creativity. Like it's totally unlike the world that we know. Props. I like that. Eats a guy. Wait, guys, wait. I want to go learn to play the piano. Can we call a truce for a sec? Yeah, there's a lot of implications. It's fun. And that's the thing. Like, I want to create a world that there ever could be something built on, you know. And it's not just like, it can have some limitations, some guardrails that allow for that creativity to be specific, as opposed to like they're just like us. Boring. They're not like us. But maybe in some little ways, they could become like us, and they have to deal with suddenly becoming like us. Like, what? What was I doing? Oh yeah, we're making these arms smaller. Eats a guy with chronic depression, starts uncontrollably sobbing. Yeah. Okay, so these arms, I'm still worried they're not tiny enough, but we can adjust that later. I need to rename them all, so they're all actually the right they're able to be recognized by the code in the game. Is always something I prefer to happen, is that things will work. So we're gonna rename this to armature hurt. Let's drop that down. I'm gonna add in dash hurt. I'm just gonna copy and paste that, man. Put a Control C on that. In fact, let's even just grab all this. Get rid of that. Paste it. Get rid of that. Come in here, paste it. Paste. And paste. And delete. Okay, now they're named correctly. Some adjustments that I want to make. Obviously, we don't want the stage to import. Let's make sure that stage hurt. And we want to say that's not importing. Imagine being an alien creature with no concept of mental health, and suddenly you get blasted by the ADHD beam after eating a guy. It's unimaginable. It's actually unimaginable. Although, I guess some people are able to acquire like aging, right? Like as we get, if someone is neurotypical, if you get to a certain age, I feel like you start exhibiting ADHD symptoms. So for research, we could interview old people and ask them what it's like to be old. It'd be a game about aging. It could be really profound. All right, let me hide the original limbs. Roger is right here. Oh, an old person. Experiencing those symptoms? I mean, that's fair. That's so real. It's so real. Oh, not old. Okay. Oh, but you can also acquire ADHD symptoms from like brain damage, drugs, just a goblin. Oh, okay, I see. It's like competitive ADHD. Old people are the most ADHD. It is competitive, I guess. I'm more ADHD than you. That's actually, I've definitely heard people say things like that, actually. It's unfortunate. I guess there's some instances where it's important to recognize someone might have more privilege in that regard than others. Competitive ranked autism. I hate this. It's horrifying. I will say these do look proportionately smaller. Like I'm not feeling like, let me get rid of the old armature. It's making it hard to see. I'm not feeling like these look normal sized, which is good. And you know, I could push the arms out more. That's gonna be the thing. These are really not going to look like I want. It's okay. We'll deal with it, we'll deal with it. So I'm moving this out, let's say 0.07. And then this one, I want to also move out by negative 0.07. So that way that's the same. Those arms still look pretty long. Might want to squish them down a bit. And actually, they're longer. Oh, they're longer than the armature arms. That's a problem. I guess, you know what? We'll just have them sink in, and that's just gonna have to be okay. Because I do have to modify the armature as well a bit, unfortunately. This is very irrelevant, but I was right now years old. I was right now years old when I found out that Sega used Godot for a Sonic game. Yeah, they just used it to port it. Basically, they already had the game made. They just ported it using Godot. And a modified Godot 3.1 engine. But it's not like they made the game from scratch in Godot. Yeah. So I'm gonna need to adjust this armature a bit so it actually lines up with the new parts. You're gonna ask AI because you're embarrassed it'll be something super simple? Yeah, that's not a crime. That's what AI is good for that. AI is good for that. Yeah, it might be something super simple. That's a good thing. That means your problem will be resolved soon and easily. I hope this doesn't mess up too much. So get these arms so they're lined up correctly. I think we need to put the arms back a little bit more. Yeah, it does mess things up sometimes. But it sounds like DJ Alexander might be doing something that's easily looked up. Potentially, maybe. Yeah, it's AI is not the most useful often for coding, especially. It makes a lot of mistakes. A lot of mistakes. And, you know, you're just like going around in circles sometimes with it. Very irritating. Okay, I need to concentrate. This is not good. I need to do this differently. I need to do this very differently. Let's go back to before I moved a lot of this. Actually. Yeah, let's go all the way back to here. Hide the original armature. And then I'm gonna try to move all of these things together to line up. The less we have to change the armature, the better. You bounce formulas off of Copilot every once in a while, and if it comes up with some baloney, it gives you several references. Yeah, I like Copilot above most of them. The reference citing is super useful. Okay, so we're pushing the armature back a bit. Obviously, we usually look at it from here. Now I'm gonna come in here and move these limbs, these arms. Switch back. I feel like I should move these two. It's just a feeling. Okay, pull this up. All right. Now, let's see if the animations still work. It's gonna be weird. There's almost no doubt about it. It's gonna be weird. I have to make, oh, so armature hurt is chosen here. We have our list of animations. Uh-oh. Oh, how did we deal with this? I remember now. Right. Oh, because the armature height is different. So it's pulling the armature down. Wow. How did I deal with this last time? All right, hold on. Let me save this. I'm gonna open the other one. Like, did I change them? So here you can see both the tiny and the big. It's running very slowly because there's a lot of verts, yes. This is the old model that is being retired right now. But it's got the tiny leg, the tiny arm, big leg, and the big arm on the left, tiny on the right. Is the armature... Are the armature positions the same? How did we end up getting that to work? Oh, because it's not visible? I see. Okay. So sure, let's look at run. Select the armature. Go into pose mode. Oh. There we go. So I just want to see, are these keyframes... So this is the non-hurt one here. the armature height is this Z right here. Starts at 0, it goes up to 0.14 by frame 7. Starts at 0, goes up to 0.14 by frame 7. Okay, so on the Hurt armature, if I look at its run, I mean, it should be exactly the same. I think it is, because there's not even, yeah, it's exactly the same. Wow. How did I manage that? How did I do that? Maybe I need to, like, move? Oh, look. Wait. No, actually, I don't know. Never mind, don't look. How did I do that? I don't remember how I made that work. Because as far as I can tell, we're not changing the animations at all. So I would think the fact that I'm moving the armature, maybe, what if I, oh, okay. All right, I need to redo this. I wonder if I need to resize the armature. A couple different things. First of all, let's reset all of this. Why is it still down there, though? And we're selected on the armature? Confusing. Surprising. Alright, Dungeon. Thank you. Goodbye. I got some problems to solve. I got me some problems to solve today. All right, let's undo it. We got to go back. This is going to take some finagling for me to figure it out. Oh, dang it. I can't undo because I saved it and closed it. That's fine. Totally fine. We just got to redo it again. Yeah, guys, this is going to be my struggle for a little bit. This is my struggle for a bit. Crank up the tunes and dig in. So I should probably hold off on renaming any of these for now, because otherwise I'm just gonna have to keep renaming them. I got a little over-optimistic that things would just work out. Alright, let me try something else. Okay, so I'm gonna grab the armature, the head, the arms, and the legs. Duplicate it. I'm not gonna resize it here. Instead, I'm gonna come into edit mode and I'm gonna shrink it down this time. So that way, hopefully it'll retain the same position data. And before I shrink that down, let's do the limbs first, which I also, oh yeah, the way that I did it, I remember how I did this now. It's tough because it's a little bit of guesswork and just like experimentation. I am going to turn on snap. Let's get out of animation mode, please God. I'm gonna turn on snap. Maybe I could do volume or face. Let's try face. And I'm gonna move the 3D cursor to approximately the center of the arm there. And then what I'm gonna do in edit mode is I'm gonna shrink it. Let's hide the big arm. I'm gonna shrink it with its pivot point being the 3D cursor. That way it'll shrink into there. And I need to take note of how much I shrink it. Let's do 0.5. So I shrunk it by 0.5. It should stay in roughly the same spot. Now, I do the same thing in the other arm. Come in here, move the 3D cursor near the center of this. It's not going to be perfectly the same as the other side. I could always mirror it. That's entirely an option. Maybe I should just do that. Maybe I'll do that. That should be fine. Let's do that. So that means I have to add a mirror modifier in here. So it flips to the other side. We're gonna actually get rid of this. And then that mirror modifier, I'm gonna set to not merge. Apply. Edit it. Select the other arm. And separate it by selection. And I'm gonna rename that, even though we have to rename it all anyway. But we'll call it arm left for now. So now we got two arms on there, same size. Good, good, good. Hopefully, that didn't pivot point it on the... I think it's gonna, the mirror is gonna flip on the origin. I'm pretty darn sure. Okay. So there's that, and if we pull up the body, that's where they end up. I think that's fine. Good, good, good. Now on the legs, I gotta do kind of the same thing. So we're gonna select the leg, not the regular leg, mind us. Hide the regular one. We just want the tiny one. The soon-to-be tiny one. We can actually get rid of one of them, since we're gonna mirror it. One thing I don't like about Scratch is that it imports all new sprites at 36 by 28, not 0, or at... That does sound annoying. That does sound annoying. There's one thing I don't like about Scratch. Let's move the 3D cursor over here. Make sure this is set to pivot at the 3D cursor. And then shrink it down by 0.5 as well. Now I gotta make sure, yeah, so 0.5 is gonna be too much. Right, because now, well, I think what you can do, Lees, is just adjust how far down the alien goes. I think that makes more sense than trying to match it. I think that's a better idea. Okay, so we'll just keep it here. Basically, when I get into the game, I'm gonna have to adjust the height of the hurt alien. That's all. I think that's acceptable. Okay, so that'll be good. And then we're gonna hop out here. I am going to add a mirror to the leg. We want it to not merge. Apply. Come in and edit it. Select the linked ones. Separate it as a new limb. Hey, what's up, Wee New World? Welcome. And we're gonna rename. And after I shrink it down, we won't have to do as much. I don't have to like duplicate anything. So hide the old head, or the healthy head, and then we'll shrink this down. We'll do 0.5 as well. I guess that'll be good for proportions or whatever. Oh, but you know what? We want to make sure that it's shrinking it down at the center. So we're going to set 3D cursor to the pivot point, snap the 3D cursor somewhere in there at the neck. Looks good enough to me. And then shrink that down by 0.5. Okay. Good, good, good. Let's move the 3D cursor back for now. Set that back to bounding box. And then look at the body. Okay, so obviously the head has not shrunk down in quite the best spot. So let's make sure we're in edit mode and adjust that up a bit. Until it seems to fit well enough. Seems good enough to me. Alright, good, good, good. Now I need to shrink the armature. So, grab this, go into edit mode, and we'll shrink it by 0.5. Now, if I move this, it should more or less line up with everything. Now the legs are not quite in the same spots, unfortunately. That has certainly changed. The shoulders are weird. There's some oddities. Let's see if it animates and how it animates as such. Nice. It's a lot better. This is good. And then obviously the body isn't moving, so I have to mark that to move as well. Then they all move. Nice. Now you can see the arms are deforming in a pretty bad way. That is not how they're supposed to look. The legs are also a little messed up, but it's not as big of a deal. So I think I need to adjust the position of the arm bones a bit. Until it looks correcter. So let's do that. I'm not really sure how they want to be moved. Or why they are moving so strangely. I mean, it's almost like I don't know, I don't fully understand. Let's try moving these out a little bit. Okay, can you stop? Can you stop moving? Thank you so much. There's some oddities going on. Like when I'm trying to adjust the positions, it's very strange. I mean, to be fair, they do look smaller. That didn't make it worse. They certainly look smaller, and the deformation can be a little weird. I am okay with the deformation being a little strange. I kinda don't care. You know, it's supposed to look like you're hurt. You're not in your ideal body shape. If it's a little wacky, I don't really care. But there's some wackinesses that just don't make enough sense. Like the way that's bending right there. That's too much of a deviation from the original, I think, for it not to look like I, the developer, made a mistake. So I need to make some changes there. DJ figured out the animation player thing? Zombie bow tie! Nice! Thanks for helping DJ Alexander out. I love that. Let's go! I'm so glad to hear it. Hyper Game Devs! Unite! Love it. Thanks, Zombie. And thanks for letting us know, DJ, that you got some progress. And you know, if you feel like embarrassed, like, oh my gosh, it's such a simple thing, we all gotta start somewhere. I promise, if anyone's mean, this community will make sure that that meanness is met with proportionate shame. Re-referencing something old. Oh. I don't know what that means, but I love that you're able to describe the problem so simply. Hey, Ivory, welcome back. Hope you're doing well and stuff like that. I'm making a tiny armature within my existing armature. You know, it's got some quirks that I gotta adjust and work out, but we'll get there. So really what I want to see is that this is not like it is. Maybe if I make it line up better, that'll make a big difference. And let me also undo back to when I changed the... Yeah, let's not do that. Because, I mean, right off the bat... Oh, it's just so weird. It's just like skipping. It's not smoothly moving it, which is always scary. Okay, put that there. First of all, let's make sure those are like lined up correctly. See what that does. Whoops. So I mean, I guess the biggest problem now, that doesn't really actually, oh my gosh. Oh dear. I'm so surprised that the arms are like that. Let me look at the old one. That would probably help me a lot. Because obviously what's happening is so if we go into edit mode of the mesh, and we look at the different vertex group, it's deforming it in like the wrong spots, right? Could we get the pose, the armature to be normal? Let me get into the armature, into pose mode. It's a bit of a little task, but we'll get there. Put that back. You're still working on your Go Fish game from last week, but I doubt it helps much. That's cool. I mean, cards. Now I know why you said the word cards. A Go Fish game. I love that. Yes, keep it simple. Let's go. Don't be like me. Don't make one of your earliest game projects be this complicated. But, you know, I am glad that I get to experience what scope actually looks like. That is an important lesson. So I'd like... Ugh, dang it. I shouldn't have played the animation. Come to pose mode, reset the pose, come to object mode, edit this. And it'd be nice if I could see through it a little better, but whatever. I mean, yeah, so there's definitely some misalignment here. So then what I'm curious about is how does that align on the normal armature? Reset that. And let's make it be on the other arm, just so there's slightly less chaos going on here. Hide the tiny arm over here. And if we could hide the tiny armature, that would also help. Come into edit mode on this, and look at the upper arm right. I mean, look at how these line up. That lines up perfectly. This bone, I'd almost want to re-weight it. That's what I should do. I should do new automatic weights. It's risky, but I think that's probably the right way. It looks more polished. Thanks. Yeah, that was my hope and intention. So these are all my. This is the entire trajectory of these player character models. I am today trying to implement. I should put that in the title of the stream. I am today trying to implement my newest third iteration of the player character into the game. So this was the original, missing a leg. Okay. Okay. No, you're definitely missing a leg. How? Why? I don't know. I just know that you are. Let's give you that leg back. Maybe. There's the legs. What? Okay, no idea why that leg isn't visible. Couldn't tell you. Couldn't tell you where that leg went. Strange. What? Huh? Don't know. Can I undo it back into existence? It kind of doesn't matter. Anyway, that's the old one. This was the second one that I made, but it looked too human, especially from above where you normally play the game. That one on the left doesn't look so good. This was my unpolished one, and then this is the polished one in the front. So I've definitely made it an improvement, I think, by combining the best of this one and that one into one new one. And then I've implemented it into the game while I'm working on implementing it into the game. I've got it so we can start the game out as this alien and play as this alien, but the limb damage is not set up. That is to say, if I take damage, the limb doesn't shrink down. So I'm making the shrunk down limbs right now in Blender. It's a bit of effort, but we'll get there. What am I doing today? I am implementing my remade player character. Alright. But thanks. I'm delighted that it looks more polished. Thank you. If you like that alien and you're watching this live stream, hit that like button. Don't forget to hit the like button on the stream. Press that thumbs up if you're here watching and you haven't pressed it yet. Please do that because it means that more people will see this live stream now and after it ends. So by the way, just saying, I just remembered to ask for that because you're supposed to. So thank you for doing that if you're able to do it. Hit that thumbs up. Hyper, smash that thumbs up. Okay, I think I forgot to put your word polished up on the screen like 20 years ago. And so anyone who didn't see the chat but only saw what I put up there, they just thought you ended on more polished. Okay, so I need to get the weighting to be different. I could just keep moving this, moving that. You've been spamming. Yeah, I would skip it if I wanted to, or if I thought I needed to. Thanks for the offer. but I appreciate what you have to say. It's quiet enough that I can keep up. Sometimes it's less quiet, and then I skip things. I try not to, but sometimes it is what it is. All right, so I could try to keep adjusting each bone until it lines up just right, but that sounds horrifying. So instead, I'm gonna try re-weighting the arms. The legs seem good enough, so I'm kind of okay with maybe skipping that if possible. So here's how we're gonna do that. We're gonna get both of these arms on here. Let's hide this armature. You don't know anything about Godot, but it's fun to watch this in the background. I love that. Thank you for letting me know, Ivory. That's so cool. I mean, you know, there's also like co-working, right? Somebody working on something in the background while you work on something yourself. Like, I do that. It's nice. And I'm honored that you would choose Hyper Game Dev to have in the background. Thanks, I appreciate it. And you know, the thing is, you say you know nothing about Godot, but you know, there's always like secondhand picking up things. That's one way I was learning Godot. Like when I first started, I would just put videos on in live streams in the background and then do other things. And it just sort of like, you know, made things sink in a little bit, which can be nice. Even if you're not necessarily paying attention, you're just getting more familiar with the workflow. DJ finds Godot the most gamified engine, and it feels fun to both watch and mess around in, even if it's a game that's been done before. It's good practice. Totally. I really want to make a YouTube video about making a simple game. Like a full tutorial from start to finish how to make a simple game. I hope that will remain true for that. Before I saw you pronounce Godot out loud, I thought it was pronounced like Godot. Like the word go and then the word dot. How was I supposed to know it was different? Totally. The only reason I knew it was different is because I have a background in theater, and I have this play right here called Waiting for Godot. And it's an older-ish play, an absurdist play, and it's what the engine is named after. Yeah, it's those darn French. It's what this game engine was named after. And so I already knew that this was pronounced Godot because I have seen this play and I've read this play. And so I came into it already knowing that. But if you haven't heard it pronounced or know of what it's referencing, yeah, how could you know? It makes sense. I am glad I could teach you through experience the correct pronunciation. Although a lot of people like to have fun with it and pronounce it however they want, which is fair. All right, so I'm gonna reweight these so that way they line up with the actual bones. I hope this goes well. So basically what I gotta do is select the limbs and then select the armature. Oh, we're in edit mode, object mode, please. Select the limbs, then the armature, and then Control P. So we're parenting these meshes to the bones with automatic weights. A little scary that it moved them, but that looks better. It's still not great. I don't love that it moved them. I bet I know why it did, though. I bet I know why it did. I bet it did that because I need to reset the position. So if I click on that and do that, that puts it back where it's supposed to be. So let's make sure it's where it's supposed to be. Go to pose mode, reset that. Whoa. Okay. I don't know if that's why, but hopefully this will help. No, not pose mode. No. Let me just unset these animations for now. So that way they're not playing. Pose mode, reset. Go to object mode, reset the position. Play should do nothing. Okay, good. Now select each of these. Parent it with automatic weights. Nice. It didn't move. Good. Now let's run the animation. Better. Much better. Beautiful. Or at least better. Good. Now the legs. Oh, the legs. Oh yeah. Whoops. Yeah, we better do those legs too. From the back, they looked fine. But from other angles, it's pretty clear something ain't right. So we better fix that. Same method. Ivory says, it would be fun seeing you mess around with Bitsy. It's a very simple game engine. There are these things called Bitsy hacks that let you give it more options, but I don't know about those. I'm currently not in a phase of messing with engines. There is a chance that like someday I do that for content's sake, but like personally, now that I have Godot, I kind of don't want to use other engines. Like, I just want to use Godot. It's like all I want to do. And all I want to do is work on this game. Well, that's not true. I want to work on other games, but I know I shouldn't. Otherwise, I'm never going to finish this one. But, I agree that that would be fun to mess around with. I used to do different game engines on this channel, but that was kind of when I was looking for a game engine, and then I found one. I was like, I don't want to do anything else. I love Godot. It's great. I want to learn Godot. But if I'm ever like hungry for new content to make, then I would be willing to try a different engine. Or if an engine sponsored the channel, then I'd be willing to use the engine. So yeah, someday, it's possible. Bitsy. There's things called Bitsy hacks. Yeah, you know, maybe someday. Probably not, but maybe. Weenie World says, still one of my favorite tutorials for Godot, pronounced it differently every time. Oh yeah, I've seen people do that. Made it a lot more interesting to watch. Godot. Godot. Got it. Got it. Yeah, people have fun with that. Bitsy-like. Barely counts as an engine. The fun in it is trying to make something fun with its egregious limitations. That's fair. That's fair. That does sound fun. That does sound fun. Maybe someday. But not soon. I am curious to keep seeing what things you come up with in Bitsy. Definitely curious about that. Alright, so I need to weight these legs. Obviously the legs are like in the wrong position, the bones. I'm a little afraid to do it, but I think I should move them. So I'm gonna. But it scares me. Not supposed to use as your main engine, but you do because you like the games, they're charming. Makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah, it sounds super cool. You know, like Pico 8 or whatever. Different, but you know, limitations, but that's part of the charm. I might have just made a terrible mistake there. We'll see. Oh, I mean, that already looks a lot better. Wow. I almost don't even need to do the weight, if I'm being honest. It looks pretty good. Like, there's gonna be slight differences that if I re-weight it, it'll be easier. So I might as well, but I kinda don't need to. We're making a game called Lonely Jellyfish, explores places in Bitsy. You had already done some stuff with it, but the 1 hour jam reminded me how fun Bitsy is. That's awesome! Yeah, I really liked your jam game. And that's the thing, like there's, you know, indie game dev and there's hobby game dev. And often those two kind of get blurred between each other for some of us. Hopefully for a lot of us. So yeah, I'm glad that like you have like a fun outlet for game dev. And not just like serious work all the time. That's healthy. Okay, so I'm gonna set this to not be posed. Then I'm gonna make sure its position is reset. Then we grab each of these legs and the armature. Control P with automatic weights. Now we can try the animation again. You barely know anything about game development. Bitsy is the only thing that I sort of know how to make games with. Alright. That's cool. Games are games. Games are games. However you make them. It's still a game. You're still a game developer. Okay, play that walk. Legs look pretty good to me. Yeah, finding an engine you like is something. Totally. 100%. Let's see what it looks like with the body. I'm not sure how I feel about the position of those arms. We've basically lost the shoulders in a very significant way. In a way that's really bothering me. So I might want to pull those arms out a tiny bit. You know, I do like them close because they do look quite a bit more different and damaged, but they need to be higher. They just do. Couldn't translate your passion from Godot to Unity. So no point in forcing yourself into a professional engine. Godot is a professional engine. Godot is a professional engine. It is. Some people will tell you it's not because publishers aren't as familiar with it or something. Forget them. You don't need them. And even if you do, that's not true for all publishers. Anyway, Godot is getting more and more legitimacy, especially the more people use it professionally. You know, Slay the Spire 2 is being made in Godot. Something else I forgot already was announced being made in Godot. Big games are being made in Godot by big studios. So, you know, that reputation is definitely going to change. The Marvel Snap studio, they're making their next games in Godot. Only Jellyfish explores places is basically, you start in an area that's your home area, and every door you interact with takes you to a different room with a different theme. Sounds cool. Sounds adorable. It's randomized, so when you interact with the door out of a certain room, it will take you to a completely random room. It sounds disorienting. But in an exciting way. So yeah, so I need to move these arms, these small arms out. I mean, if I hide the body, it seems like the shoulders are like obliterated. I wonder if it's similar to like the legs. Like I need to actually adjust them to be in a different position. Yeah, because the shoulders don't even exist. It comes straight down instead of connecting. I think I see part of the problem here. Sometimes you can get different interactions with various characters. Like if you picked up a candy from a candy room, then you can give it to a guy in a different room. It's supposed to be a surreal experience. Fetch quests. That sounds really fun. You have great ideas. And you have a way to manifest them. That's game devy AF. All right, let me reset all this back. And then, yeah, I like the idea a lot. And then reset the bone positions. Yeah, I'd play it for real. Reset the armature position. Yeah, oh, it's so obvious now. Look. The arms aren't on the shoulders. They're too far. Oops. But I guess part of the thing there, I guess, well, oh, I need to move the bones. I need to move the bones. Oh, look, it's not even on there all the way. Oh dear. Oh dear, mistakes were made. Okay, let's fix them. Let us fix them then. I'm gonna scooch this in by 0.02. And let's do this one as well. Scooch it on the x-axis by -0.02. So that way they're actually on the body and stuff. Wow, I didn't realize... Did something move? Hold on a second. Wait a minute. This armature pose isn't reset. That's the problem. I'm like, wait a minute. That's a problem that is currently happening. Let's turn off the animation here. Reset that pose. And now, whoops. Go to object mode, reset that position. Now it's looking a little better. Now it's looking a little better. Okay. Hide that armature. Now the body is actually connected to the arms and stuff. And now I can come into the small armature. And all I should have to do, select all these. And move it so it actually contains the shoulder. Maybe something like that. I probably should make it similar to how it is over here. Oh, it's like halfway on there. So that's what we should do. We should make it halfway. So be it then. So maybe around there. Okay, now we reweight it. Control P. Oops, that didn't work. Click on these first, then click on this. Control P with automatic weights. Okay, we did that with the legs, right? I think we did. Now let's test the animation. See if those arms are looking a little better. Yes. Yes, they are. All right. Give us the body. Oh, we gotta put on the animation for that armature as well. You like bees. Bees are like little friends. As long as you're nice to them. I think that's true. Okay, so now the arms actually have some shoulders. Now you can see we are popping off of the body a bit, unfortunately. So I'm gonna have to fix that. What a shame. Hey, what's up, Future Games? I wonder if pushing the bones, because the shoulder still doesn't look quite the same as this one. You can see this shoulder sticks out a lot further, and this one is not so far out. No name, just the alien. It's a harvester alien, maybe, but mostly they're just alien. No name. It wouldn't really make sense for there to be a name anyway, because they all are different. Player character. It's the player character. Yeah. It's the thing you play as. I'd show you a demo of the game real quick, but I need to unbreak it. I think it's probably a little broken right now. Hey Abba, welcome. How you been? Good to see you. Yeah, those shoulders are just looking very short. Yeah, it's a bit of an annoying task. This one. Because I have to make sure I uncheck the animation so it isn't playing on both armatures. And then I have to go into each armature in pose mode, reset the position, come to object mode, reset its position. Click on this armature, reset the pose. Oh, wrong armature. Make sure I'm choosing the right armature. It's just a bit of a tedious task. Not the most fun one. Reset that. Sometimes it isn't fun to do. That just has to be okay. Alright, and again, just let me look at the main arm. So it's kind of like... You've got this little shoulder bone, and it comes down to this. Okay. And it's maybe even a little further than halfway. It's like this point goes beyond the shoulder curve. Like kind of where the taper ends. A little bit past where the taper ends is where the tip of that shoulder bone goes. See if I can get as close to that as possible. This isn't my favorite, but it must be done. Future Game says, I started learning Godot, but I don't have any ideas for games. I just went to make a remake of TMNT 2003. I don't have any other goal. Is it right to go this route, or is it a waste of time? To remake a game? I mean, it depends what your goals are. What are your goals? If your goal is to just have fun and make games, you're doing the right thing. If your goal is to make a game that you want to share freely without any threat of litigation, it might be a waste of time. But you'll learn stuff doing it. I think by not making something original, you're robbing yourself of some degree of agency of what you do with that. Yeah, well, something like Tetris and Solitaire and Poker, you know, they're not like as intellectual property as Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 2003, which is a highly specific modern game. So, like, yeah, that makes sense. And in that sense, you will learn a lot. Yeah, absolutely. I don't think it's a waste of time. But if your goal is to make something that you could maybe sell someday, even for a little bit, you might want to come up with something more original. You could always make a game that's exactly like TMNT 2003, but just like, instead of it being Ninja Turtles, make them, I don't know, karate possums. Bam. Now it's original. So, yeah, I don't think it's a waste of time. Fighting squids. There you go. Yeah. Just change the IP. I think that's the biggest warning sign that I would throw out, is just how closely tied that is to a modern intellectual property. But other than that, no, it sounds great. But simple. Honestly, the game that you're making sounds too complicated, if I'm being honest. If you're just now trying to learn and you're starting out, simpler things are going to be a lot more rewarding a lot sooner, and you're going to learn more than trying to make something that's too large. So, keep that in mind. That's just Splatoon, fighting squids, totally. Something that is super complicated, that's your only worry, because at least you learn something. Yeah, you'll still learn stuff. But, you know, again, it depends on your goals. Like, do you just want to be making something? You don't care if you never finish it? Do you not care if it's going to take you 2-3 years? Like, honestly, it sounds like that could take you years, by the way. What do you think about that? You might spend 3-4 years working on that if you actually want to get it done. Something smaller, you could actually finish in a shorter amount of time. So, number one, you have to figure out what your goals are. What do you want out of making a game? Then you can decide what size, what type of game is the best fit for you to make. And even then, you're still going to potentially make mistakes, but at least you know what your goal is, and you can adjust and say, okay, actually, this turned out to be a lot more work than I thought. I'm not looking to make a game that takes me this long. Let me try something simpler. But if you don't know what your goals are, you're just going to kind of be like unmotivated, and you might come to dislike making games even. Just depends. Everyone's different. Oh yeah, I can see this is definitely not in the same place. Okay. So let me select all of that. Oh wait, how is it centered on the other one? So that ball is in the center of the arm mesh on the big version. Not so here. Got it. It's very hard to move for some reason. But see, even if I put that in the center, so I kind of need to make a lot of adjustments here. Okay. Well, let's get that centered on the rest of the arm. And then move this in. Oh, geez. Really does not want to cooperate with me. There's other ways I could move it. Oh, I know why it's not cooperating, because I have snap on. I was like, why is it dancing all over the place? That's why it's been dancing all over. Do I prefer to work alone or with a team? I don't know. I don't know, if I'm being honest. I haven't done a lot of work with the team. I have. I like it. I like them both. I like both, honestly, for different reasons. Working alone, I like because I don't have to worry about if what someone else is doing is gonna work with the rest of the project. You know, and dealing with like power struggles and vision, making sure we all stay with the same vision. But then there's also different kind of teams too. There's teams where it's mostly a solo development project, but you're maybe working with someone to help you do the art, or working with someone to help you work on some music. In that case, you're kind of the leader, and what you say goes, or should go. You have to make sure that that happens. You could also be working more collaboratively, where you're not the sole developer. There's multiple developers, and the game could be shaped and pulled in different directions. And somehow those folks have to come together and agree on a vision. So there's like different teams. And I think, you know, the last time I worked on a team, I think it wasn't clear what kind of team it was sometimes, and that could cause problems. But, you know, it just depends. What's nice about working on teams is you can accomplish so much more, and more aspects can be impressive. But working by myself, I'm only good at some things. And so something is going to suffer. Other things are going to suffer. And it takes a lot more time because you can't achieve as much as quickly. So there's positive and negatives to both. I like either one, really. Right now, I'm focusing on this being solo. Sometimes people in chat offer some help, but for the most part, this is a whole 100% solo project. And I want that right now so I can learn the engine before I try to go and work collaboratively. I just want to have an understanding of all the different aspects in this engine and the workflow for making a game. And then I'll feel more comfortable working in a team, and I'd like to work on a team at some point. But I'll probably keep doing more solo games after this too, because I want to make a lot of small ones. This was supposed to be small. It did not turn out so small. That's okay. It could be bigger. Hey, Sable, welcome. Good to see you. How you been? I saw that you put up some of those 1-hour Game Jam streams. I love that you do those. Those are really cool, by the way. Thanks for joining in the jam and letting everyone see your process. It's super awesome. How you been? Hope you're doing good. Okay, so I need to get this. I mean, this is pretty good. I think these should be up a little higher. Maybe like there. I think the distance between these is a little messed up. Maybe. See how that's kind of closer to the right side of that orb. Actually, it's kind of okay on this. They have a bit more distance between them. Could pull this up a little. Maybe something like that. Alright, let's see if that's enough. I might need to do more. Probably will. But let's see if that's enough. So I'm gonna grab each of those meshes, click on this, Control P, automatic weights. Now we test it with the animation. That looks better. That looks better. Is it good enough for me? I don't know. We gonna have to find out. It's definitely better. Let's put the body in there. So I'm making like a little tiny armature within the main player character. Yeah, this is better. You know, it twists differently. There's some lack of volume being preserved there, which is a little annoying, but I don't think it's going to be that noticeable. And it is supposed to be a smaller limb anyway. I think this is workable. I think this is good. I'm going to settle on this right now. Okay, so we've got our second armature. Please, God, let me be done with this for now. So what I'm going to do is now I will finally, actually, rename all of these. So that way the code recognizes what I'm doing. This is armature hurt. Come in here. I'll put this on the clipboard so it's a little easier to rename each time. Rename that. Get rid of the little appendage. Rename it to hurt. The code is looking for these limbs to have a certain name. And I didn't want to rename it sooner because I kept like making changes and then I had to rename them all again. It's still possible that I have to do that, but hopefully this is enough. Okay. Save it. I probably could stand to test the other animations too, but oh well. Okay, let's see what we got. Let's see what mistakes I've made and things we need to adjust. Hopefully not many mistakes and not many adjustments. I'm still concerned that this old alien's leg is missing. I'm kind of not concerned, but I'm kind of concerned. We are moving away from the old player character. But it'd be nice to be able to switch back to it once in a while. Yeah, it looks fine. Okay, good. And the new one? Nice. And then you can see the second set of limbs on there. It looks a little bashful there. Okay, perfect. Nice. It looks pretty good. Beautiful. And you can see the textures are different, or the materials are different on the character. On the tiny armature. So let's get those caught up. Just search up alien skin. Do that for all of these. Oh, the head's gonna have a few more on it. That's the mouth. This one's the eyes. We don't set one for that right now. And then the teeth. And then the leg. Set that material. And the other leg as well. Okay, good. So I don't know how well this is gonna actually work yet. So we'll just have to see. On Alien 3, they're all visible. Oh, and then we have damage labels on the hurt ones as well. You don't say. Okay. That's more of a debug feature, but the code is going to expect them to be there. So let's make sure I add them on. I'm just going to copy them from the big armature and just paste them on. This is for debug. If I want to check to see how many hit points the game thinks it has. Sort of like a health bar without me having to make a health bar. Still not sure if I'm gonna bother with a health bar. Okay. Alright, let's see if it works. And if it doesn't, let's fix it. So what I've been doing today is replacing the replacement of the player character. I've got it so the game actually starts with the newest version of the player character. which is good. So there's going to be an animation here where we've got the new player character in. It's going to come down. That was a new addition where it descends with the new model. And then this is the new model with the new limbs. Now, the ones that we just did, I don't know if the damage is going to work. Oops, I forgot to get hurt. Oh yeah, there it is. There's the tiny one. Nice. Tiny limb success. Break off the other one. Now you can see we're floating a bit in the air here because this alien's legs ended up being a little shorter than the other ones. So let's make that height different. Where was that being set? I guess that's just the collisions. Oh, that's another thing I want to work on today. Oof, collisions. So I think really all I have to do... Oh, man. But also the height adjustment tweens are going to be different. I hate doing that. Oh, that's such a nightmare. Basically, when it heals... Oops. Well, you can actually kind of see there. That was not the right heal. But you can see how it went from being down and then gradually stood up higher. That is actually tweening from a lower position to a higher position. So that way it doesn't just pop up real quick when the taller collision appears. And so... Unfortunately, it's very imprecise to figure out exactly what to tween to. For me, I haven't been able to find a precise way to do that. And so it just takes a lot of annoying guessing of tiny numbers. So I'll have to deal with that. All right, let me get back into that hurt position so we can adjust things. So over here on the left, we have a bunch of different collisions. Some of them are for being hurt, and some of them are for not being hurt. I need to adjust the hurt ones to be a little shorter. Oops, broke off more limbs than I meant. Let's heal ourselves a bit. Try again. Okay, there we go. Okay, so I want to see those feet be on the ground, not floating up in the air. Can I do another zoom? Yeah. Okay. So let's get the legs, the hurt legs. We're gonna adjust their Y position until they look like they're standing on the ground. Well enough, anyway. It's good enough for me. Okay. Now that means that when we transition to healthy legs, the tween isn't gonna work quite right. You see how it popped up at the end there? How it went zhoop? That's because the numbers are all messed up. This part is painful. That is a painful thing to deal with. I'm sorry, but it is. Ugh. No, because there's like debug tools I need to set up. Okay. To make this go faster. But I think some of my debug tools don't quite work right now, unfortunately. Which would make this easier. Do I have the hurting working? Just so I don't have to like run into something every time I want to test it. I think it's... try to come over here. We have kill legs, but I don't want to kill the legs. Okay, I guess we just have to deal with it. Okay, fine. Fine. So there's a part in the script. I don't remember where it is. Is it in body parts? I think it's in body part script. We should just look for a tween. Yeah, right here. So this is for when we heal, our current health gets increased by 1 if the part I'm a little concerned that this is true for arms as well as legs. That seems like a mistake. Because what it's doing, what it would do then is it would tween the height of the player if the legs, okay, hold on, if the arms heal. Let me test that real quick. I feel like there needs to be a delineation between the arms and the legs. So if I break off just the arms, which will be a challenge unto itself, but I will try, because these collisions suck. Okay, so there's one hurt arm. Oh, I think because the LODs are not set up. It's, ugh, I don't like the way that arm looks. I will try to be okay with it, but I kind of don't like it. But also the LODs are doing a little too much. I need to turn up that bias. There we go. See how much better that looks? It looks like that. Basically what this LOD setting is doing is it is saying the further away from the camera the mesh is, lower its quality. But I don't actually want that to happen. This is the player character. It's not supposed to have a reduced visibility. So that makes it look a lot better. So turn that up. I need to make sure I do that with all of these little arms. You know, for other things, this makes sense. For this, I don't want that LOD bias to be so low at all. No bias. Show it as it is. Okay. And then I want to test if I heal. See? It played the tween animation, even though all we healed was the arms. Let me test that a little differently, by the way, because technically that debug key that I pressed there that heals everything, it doesn't really heal everything. It's kind of just putting them back. Let me do a true heal to make sure. I can't imagine why it wouldn't be a problem. It needs to only push up the character gradually if the legs are being healed, not if the arms are being healed. That just doesn't make any sense. I'm sorry. It doesn't make sense. Alright, so we're gonna bust an arm. There we go. Arm looks a lot better with that LOD bias up. Grab this, take a bite. Yeah, I saw it. It moved it a little. Okay, so that needs to be fixed. That's a bug. So we can keep all this the same, but we need an extra clarification in here. Just like we have an extra one for the head. Well, that's not an extra one. I see. Okay, so we're going to say in here if, because this body part script is on every body part. So it checks, am I the part that is relevant to this condition? And if so, run this code. So I want to say if it's the left leg or the right leg, please do this stuff. So only if it's legs should it do that tween that bumps the player up a little higher. So this is what I do when I do my cheat button. Is it's this, but that's not really what we want. So we have it set to the Y position -0.222. Okay. Actually need to restart it because I pressed my transform button again, which is a button I don't really want to use. I mean, I do want a cheat button, but I don't want it to be set up the way that it currently is set up. So let's change it. And then what it's going to come down to now, unfortunately, is guessing what that number needs to be. Which is just not that fun. So I'm going to damage the legs. One leg, two leg. Oop, too much damage. Let's heal a bit there. And then you'll see it. You're going to see it. Now watch it pop up. Alright, so it's going to like gradually get higher. Let's pause it so you can see. It's going to gradually get higher, and then it's going to just like snap up. And so what I'm about to be doing is guessing tiny little numbers to try to find what will minimize or eliminate that pop up at the end. Okay, so pay close attention. Here we go. See? See, it went zoop. We're trying to minimize that. And so, that's the task. Okay. So I just got to keep guessing things here. So right now it's at -0.222. Let's just do something ridiculous. Let's put it at -0.4. So I need to harm one leg there. And obviously any changes to the collision position, you know, I don't even know if I like where I've set this. I think I need to push it up a little higher, the collision, because the toes are kind of clipping into the ground when we walk. So actually, before I start messing with those numbers, although I already have, let me just push this up a little bit higher. Maybe like there. Okay, that's better. Okay, now we set it to -0.4. Make sure I save it. This is twice as much. It's gonna be too much. It's gonna be overkill, but it'll give me a sense of what the heck changing those values actually does. Oh, but I need to get something to heal with. Let's see if I can find me a cow. Okay, here we go. So, different. Definitely different. Too high, I would say. Let's try -0.25. It seems like higher maybe does something vaguely desirable. Oh, I need to hurt the legs first. Perfect. Let's see what that looks like. Hey, that was pretty good. I can live with that. Obviously, there was some clipping. I don't care. Let it be a little jank. A little jank is okay as a treat. Oh, I forgot to. I forgot to damage these. Hurt it. Hurt it. It's so cute with his little legs. Get us a cow. You know, it does a little pop, but it kind of doesn't bother me. It's smooth enough. Dude, I thought this was going to take a lot longer. Guess what? I'm happy with that. Looks good enough to me. Great. Good. Cool. And then let's make sure the arms don't change when we heal them. That should be fixed now. But it'd be nice to see. Oh, I hurt the leg instead of the arm. Let's stop Path of Exile for a while and get back to Godot. I've never played that game. Actually doing my baby steps in 3D here. Oh yeah? That's awesome. That's really cool. Nice. And baby steps. Yes. Yes, baby steps. As you should. Oh, I need to adjust these collisions. Voxels. Smart. Nice. Simple. Good job. Alright, we heal the arm. You know, I do feel like I noticed a little bump up. I wonder if it's still running on the leg. Anyway, I bet it is. So we need to actually say, see, it's still running even on the leg? Also, why didn't that... Okay, I got some questions here. I got some questions. Something still ain't right. Hurt the arm. Oh, that was the old model. So we're not any shorter. It's okay if that leg is a little hurt. Those shadows are weird. That's okay. Grab this. See, it makes us taller, but it doesn't need to be making us taller. Just hurt the arm. Grab this. It like sinks us down and pulls us up. So it's still running that. It's not supposed to be running that. So I think what we have to actually do is not check if it is a certain part. Well, it's weird because it's supposed to be if current health is less than max health. That's supposed to be a top level condition here. Do the damage labels work, by the way? The head still has 4 hit points? That's not true. That's a typo. Let's fix that typo. The head most certainly does not have 4 hit points anymore. Okay, so we can see those numbers. So that's that. So the max health is 2. The current health is 2. That should be the way they are set by default and right now and stuff. Max health 2, current health 2. And that number is directly reflected in that damage label right there. So if I hurt one of those legs, or not the legs, the arms. I'm just trying to find something that's easy to hurt the arms on. Some things are easier to hurt the arms on than others right now. Oh, well, we killed the arm. Completely killed it. The damage label is being weird. Oh, because the limb is so broken that the damage label disappears. And I've put the wrong labels on the wrong sides. Whoops. We got some mistakes. Love that you're baby stepping into 3D Sable. That's awesome. Left arm is there. Its label is on the right side. Whoopsie. Let's adjust that to be more correct. Have I done that same mistake on the hurt ones? Surely not. I have. Okay. Working on a Skyblock project, the mod from Minecraft. Okay. I don't play Minecraft, so I don't know at all what that means. That's cool. So are you saying, what does that mean? Does that mean you're doing Minecraft, or you're making like something that's similar to Minecraft, but you're making it in Godot? Okay, so now these should be on the right sides. I probably have to reload. If I'm changing the node order, I probably need to reload the runtime. I could be wrong. It may work in the runtime. Whatever. I don't feel like finding out. I played Minecraft years and years and years ago, but it didn't really do it for me. I liked survival, though. Survival is fun. I love survival games. Okay. So there's damage labels. Let's bust an arm. That 2 should go down to 1. That did nothing. Well, that's interesting. What's up with that? Because we're not first of all, we're not updating the hurt ones. There should be a different damage label for the hurt and the healthy limbs. There is no different one for the hurt ones. So that's a problem. So let's set it up. Skyblocks starting on a floating island, and you slowly build it and expand it. That sounds awesome. You start with a tree, which is your first infinite resource. Then you make factories to build more resources. I feel like I've seen streamers playing that, actually, now that you mention it. It sounds awesome. So you're making a mod for that, or you're just making something that's similar to it? Okay, so I need to go to where we set up that label, right here. Make a new one. Damage label hurt. All very similar, except we say armature hurt. And remember, we did alien-hurt for that. Then a standalone game based on that concept. Nice. Smart. That's a good idea. I like that game idea. We also want to update when we swap to the old model, if we ever want to go back to it. Make sure this changes here. Armature hurt. Guess I should test it on the old model as well. Let's copy that. You want to reuse the crafting system from Ryzen, not the one from Minecraft. Don't know what Ryzen is. Somebody does. Somebody knows what that is. And is like, oh, that sounds cool. That's a good idea. Yeah, Minecraft has a highly specific crafting system. You know, where you like... It's you know, it's like a recipe. Based on like that 3x3 grid. Or whatever. And you gotta craft the crafting table. Minecraft's crafting is pretty blah. It's not really the point of the game. But if you wanted that to be more like immersive or interesting, I can see that elevating it a bit. So now I also need it to update in the same places that the string gets updated elsewhere. Ryzen uses processing machines. You drop your resources in those, and they will slowly process based on what resource is in what machine. As for the craft per se, It's just a regular list. Oh, it sounds simpler. Smart. I like it. So this updates the damage label. If the current health is greater than 0 and you're damaged some amount higher than none, then it's going to update the damage label. So we want to make sure it updates damage label hurt here. Looks like we're over updating the damage label. Oh, I see. We have it in the, I see. This is when we take damage, and then in here is when we heal. We're separately telling it to update. So that's not over updating it. We need it to update in a different place. The Eye of Scrutiny has returned. How you doing, Dungeon? Welcome. Oh, and let's put this maybe on a different layer there. Okay. Let's see if that helps. I feel like we need to restart it because we on-readied that damage label. So I definitely have to restart the game to test this. So yeah, I'm just getting the tiny armature on the new player character set up proper. And I noticed there's some oddities happening with healing and when it decides to make the character stand up taller. It tries to stand up the character even if the legs aren't damaged, which is wrong. So I need to fix that. And my damage labels weren't behaving correctly, so I'm trying to fix those. I mixed up the left and right ones. Okay, well, at least it's counting down. That's a great success. Let's not have mixed up left and right. It's tough because the names don't indicate whether they're on the left side or the right side. And that's by design, so that way the code is always looking for the same name damage label. But it also means it can be hard to notice that they're in the wrong places. So I need to take the damage label that's on the left leg. Let's just drag it out. Put the one on the right leg in there. Put the left leg where it belongs on the right leg. Then do the same one for the hurt. Drag this out somewhere. It won't get renamed. Pop that in there. And pop that in there. Save that. You can see things got a little weird in here. Didn't quite turn out where I want them to be. So let's restart it. At least the numbers are counting down now, so that's good. DJ will fix a small math bug and look back, and you have a whole UI now. I know most of it's debugging, but still. I have a whole UI now? Oh yeah, well this is something that I've made before. The damage labels. And I hadn't really used the damage labels in a long time. So it's just debug. It's not for the player to see. But I haven't actually used it for debugging limb damage in a while. And so I didn't realize it was actually broken. So it just lets me see those as I need to. So I'm fixing that. Okay, now the right leg is counting down. Now if I break off both of those and I feed it, you can see that number goes up and the alien gets higher to stand up. What doesn't make sense is if I damage just an arm. Well, the arm is now at 0, so the number disappears. So let's damage the other arm. Well, I'll try. Really want to fix the collisions today. Oh, we damaged a leg. Oh, and that's the other thing, actually. We wouldn't want this to pop the player up either, because you're not actually shorter. There's a lot to think about here. Anyway, we have 1 damage on the arm. Clearly we can see that the legs are both healthy. Just dev UI, gotcha. Caught me off guard. Yeah. As in the squash. That wasn't a typo. Gourd. Understood. Understood. I love gourds. Literally. They're so delicious. So, what I'm trying to set up is if the body part, so this body part script is on every body part, every arm, every leg. If it knows that it is an arm or a leg, whether it's on the right side or the left side, then it is going to update the damage label, update the mesh visibility, update the collision, and then if it is also either the leg or one leg or the other leg, so this should, in theory, be filtering out the arms. In theory, it should be filtering out the arms. Oh, I just found out. Oh, I just saw what the problem is. Oh, that's why it's good to just talk out your code. Okay. So there's two different match statements here. There's if, so what it does is it sees if the current health is less than the max health. If so, when we run this function, it is going to add 1 to the health. Then it's going to check to see, at that moment, was the current health 1 or was the current health 2? And if it was 1, then it runs this code. So right now, it is 1, and it would be going up to 2. I don't know if I really do understand what the problem is. So let's see. Actually, I'm still not sure. So, damage label gets updated, mesh visibility gets updated, collision gets updated. Finally, only in theory, if it's the left leg or the right leg, it should then run this tween. What this tween does is it takes the player from a lower position to a higher position. So that way when the collision comes back, the player doesn't just pop right up, but they gradually stand up. They float up a bit. That's what this code is supposed to do right here. And it's, in theory, as I understand this code to work, it's only supposed to happen if we're going from, if the current health was 1. Now the current health does become 2. It really does. And if it is 2, then it's going to tween it regardless of whether it's an arm or a leg, which still doesn't really make any sense. And we should make sure we say, I think this is what I noticed reading it out loud, is that there is this other condition here. So I think what this is saying is, what did we heal into? That's what this is saying. Not what are we healing from. I should add a note. Checks the HP it's healing into, not from. We'll see if that helps me ever someday. So that means the reason why that's not working is because I need to also add the same caveat here to make sure it's the legs. And then make sure only that tween is playing there, I think. Okay, so let's save that and try it. Got a problem? Explain the problem to that imaginary child. Get in that oh moment. Problem fixed. Totally. And, you know, someone once on chat showed me that that's called something. Rubber ducky coding. It's rubber duck debugging. That's what it is. It's like kind of an old principle as far as coding goes. In software engineering, Rubber duck debugging, or rubber ducking, is a method of debugging code by articulating a problem in spoken or written natural language. The name is a reference to a story in the book The Pragmatic Programmer, in which a programmer would carry around a rubber duck and debug their code by forcing themselves to explain it, line by line, to the duck. Many other terms exist for this technique, often involving different, usually inanimate, not in Sable's case, or pets, such as a dog or a cat. Teddy bears are also widely used. When humans are involved, it is known as confessional programming. That sounds so intense. Confessional. Confess your code sins. That's super funny. So yeah, it's a very like old concept. 1999. Okay, not that old. That is kind of old though. That is kind of old. There's an aspect of old. All right. Some concepts were named or popularized in the book, such as dry. Don't repeat yourself. A principle of software development aimed at reducing repetition of information, which is likely to change, replacing it with abstractions that are less likely to change, or using data normalization, which avoids redundancy in the first place. That's a good idea. I want to read this book. Do I? Do I want to read this book? Anyway. All right, let's see if that fixed it. Bless me, Father, for I have coded. That was your first sin, my son. Do not try to control God's creation. Okay, I don't like where this is going. All right, so I don't know if that's going to be updated, but it should be. Let's see if we get no more attempt to stand up when we eat this. Oh, I did attempt to stand up. See how it like sunk down and popped back up? Let me try reloading it and see if that helps. I hope it does. Because what I was trying to show, like with the damage labels, is that it's definitely not important, or is definitely not supposed to be happening, that move up. Because that's only supposed to happen if the legs have taken a bit of damage. So the leg... But it honestly shouldn't even happen if we take 1 damage. So that's the other thing. That's another aspect I need to deal with. Because right now, we're not any shorter. So it doesn't make any sense to try to lift us up. Right? We didn't lose any height. So that's an error. You know, if I eat it right now... Whoa! That was cool. It said +0. I didn't know it would do that. Whoa! We can take things out? That's wild. If I dunk something and then hover over the head, it removes it. Good. As it should. Wow. That's awesome. That is an emergent feature. That was not intended to be a feature. But it is an appropriate feature. Because it means you can change your mind. If you dunk something and you actually meant to eat it, if you hold down the click button, you can still drag your cursor over the head and change your mind and eat it. And it won't glitch out and think that you dunked something and ate something. That's awesome. Huh. Love to see it. I use this method in reverse to teach. Whenever someone says, I don't understand math, the answer is, sure, but what do you do not understand? You explain. Yeah, that's a good idea. Nice. Well done. Yeah, just the act of saying something out loud can be so helpful. I don't like where this is going. Was probably 10 times funnier than wherever you were going. What? The rubber ducky thing? Which on the end led them to go fetch in the book exactly what they need. Nice, because they knew the entire time what was wrong. They just were lazy. Yeah, I mean, I think it's hard sometimes to be able... it's not like... It's almost like a skill to learn to explain something that's confusing. Like, you can look at a math problem and be like, I don't know how to solve that. But then if you try to say, I don't know how to solve that because I don't know what that symbol means. Oh, what does that symbol mean? Right? So like that can be very valuable. I had a friend I had to teach in 8th grade, and we went down a similar rabbit hole. It ended up being really helpful for him, but I was grasping at straws trying to help. That's cool that you were able to teach anyway. Hold on a second. Dungeon Martian says, I think in that case, it's more that you streamline their thought process, which is sometimes all you need when learning something. Totally, totally. Streamlining a thought process. That's a great, like, way to describe it. So now what if I hurt just the arms? Is that still being a problem? Oh. Gosh, I really want to fix the collisions today. I really hope I get time to do that. That would be nice. Okay, the arm is bruck all the way off. So I'm gonna drag this over here. Still tries to stand up. And you can see it did the aggressive stand up, which is what it does if the health is 1. If the health becomes 2, it does a smaller stand up, but it doesn't need to stand up. I don't understand why there's 2 different levels of standing. That doesn't make any sense to me. So I need to think about this. The only condition under which the player needs to try to stand up is if 2 legs have 1 HP. Oh, there are 2 different stages. There's the... Right. Oh, because there's the 0 height and there's the 1 height. Right, so there are 2 different heights. So if I break off 1... So they each, if each leg has 1 hit point, we're at this height. If each leg has 0 hit points, we're at that height. Right there. Looking a little floaty in the air. So then from here, if we heal it, we go up that much. And then from here, if we heal it, we go up that much. So those are the 2 different stages of height. So the only time it needs to run those tweens is if both legs... Well, it's a little more complicated than that, just a little bit, because one leg could be broken completely, or one could be gone and one could be damaged, right? So in this case, if either legs are 2, there's gotta be some simple way to describe this that I just need to like realize. Would it be difficult to add a debug of keys for breaking limbs? It seems pretty focal to your game and a thing you would want to test often. Yeah, I actually have had that button, and then it just ends up like changing. It's more complicated than I wanted to have it be to set it up, because it has to like know what. It's a little bit more. It's not impossible to set up, but at this juncture, it's easier for me to just harm them than to spend time setting up. I've set up the button before, and then I changed the way things got damaged, so that button didn't work. And then to remake the button, it became a little bit more complicated. I'd have to set up kind of a separate, because what it's looking for is a collision. So I have to somehow fake that collision, or set up like an entire thing that makes it not need a collision, which becomes like a whole new mechanic, which I don't feel like dealing with right now. It's just something I don't want to do, and I will have to deal with it when we start doing like, you know, bullets and stuff. I don't know, we'll see. I don't want to deal with it. I have done it before, but this is much easier than trying to deal with that right now. I think we talked about that a lot of times. Yeah, it's been added, and then like it like became defunct, and it didn't work anymore, and it's just got messy. It has been there. It has been there, and then a healing one as well. But the healing system changed, so then the healing ones don't work anymore, and I have to find a different way to do that. So yeah, we're just doing it normal now. At least since this stuff works in the game pretty easily, it makes it not too hard to test. You also aren't breaking the corn now. I don't know if that's intended. It wasn't? What? Wait, maybe it is intended. Yeah. I actually do remember wanting that to be intentional. So it's like, if you're shorter, you're like not as like strong. So like those hay bales, you should also be able to break through. And then if you're taller, you're actually stronger, and that's why you can break things, I guess was the idea. So let's see if that works. If we heal, can we do it again? No! Oh, nope. Nope, it ain't that. I don't know why the corns aren't breaking. That's a mysterious situation. Good catch. I totally missed that. Huh. I wonder if they're looking for you to have 4 hit points or something. I don't know. Wow, good catch. Wow, I gotta give you something. Eagle Eyes credit for that? That's something. I totally missed that. Huh, I wonder why. Where's that Eagle Eyes credit? Eagle Eyes. Not to be confused with the Eye of Scrutiny, but similar. Wow. If any leg is 2, then we are okay. No need to stand up. Oh, if any is 2, if any is 1. Oh. Wow, Rorik. Thank you. Thank you for explaining that so succinctly. I think that deserves a credit. Kind of new to this channel, so shot in the dark. Figured you'd thought of it at least. No, I appreciate. That's okay. I appreciate it. Of course. I mean, even if people aren't new to this channel, you know, people come, people go, people are here for like an hour, then they're not. You know, so like nobody catches everything. There's over a month worth of hours that exist of me streaming this game. So like nobody besides me has seen all of it probably. So, you know, it's understandable. Yeah, look, none of them are breaking. What if I switch to the old character? Do they start breaking? They don't. It would seem I have fundamentally changed how that detection works. I wonder when that broke. That must have broken a while ago. Wow. Huh. Also, that arm looks ridiculous. No idea why, but it's probably related to switching between characters, would be my guess. There's a lot of oddities. Yeah, swapping between them is a bit of a messy affair right now. So the thing that, okay, a couple things. We got a lot of things going on here at once. First of all, let's deal with the Rollrick problem, and then I'll remember, or not the Rollrick problem, but let's deal with Rollrick's help to my problem. First of all, let's re-say this as clarifying height change conditions, and then fixing corn breakage is what we'll call that. That way I maybe remember to deal with all of that stuff. Okay. So as for the height change conditions, not only if the part is leg left or is leg right, it's kind of tricky, because we have to say if any, only do it, so it has to be able to check the other ones. That's going to be a little tricky. I'm not sure how to do that. I mean, we could iterate. We could do a for loop through all the other limbs. Because they have local because this is one script that's on each body part. And then that script is local to each one, and it's going to have variables that are local to each limb. But there's not really a unified place for each limb's. I guess what we could do is we could say if body part is parts leg left dot current health. Wow. Yeah, we're gonna have to do something like that. Aye. Alright, understood. Kai Guy, let's sing a member song. Let's sing a member song to Kai Guy. Thank you for supporting Hyper Game Dev. I appreciate it. I don't know if I want to sing to this song. I don't know. Just isn't. Alright, let's try this one. Oh, Kai Guy. Kai Guy is a guy. I say hi to Kai Guy. Hi to you, Kai Guy. Where are you coming from? Where have you been? I don't know. I just know that I say hi to you. You say hi to me. 'Cause you're Kai Guy, and that's the way it be. Kai Guy, I say hi to you. Kai Guy, I say hi to you. Welcome to the stream. There you go, Kai Guy. This is your member song. Oh no! Welcome. Hi, Kai. Yeah. Hi, Kai. It rhymes. There's your member song. Real sorry about that. But also, you're welcome. Thank you for supporting the stream. Okay, so I need to check to see if any of them are at. It's a little. We kind of want to say if. This is still really confusing, though. Because there's the current health and the old health. Because what this is saying is what is the health now? Now that we've healed, what has the health become? So if you eat something and the current health is 2, that doesn't mean it's become 2. It could already be at 2, and it's just overhealing. So that's not, so I guess I'd need to put a check. Well, here we say if, well, that's not true, because here it should say if current health is less than max health, then add 1. Oh, okay, so actually we should be okay there. I see. Okay. Got it. Understood. So then if, let's say you have 1 hit point on left leg, 2 hit points on right leg, and you heal, nothing should happen because any of them are on 2 already. So I kind of need to check that sooner, you know? Like, if current health is less than max health, but even if it's not, so I might want to say if... Okay, this is a little tricky. If... I'm not exactly sure how I want to do this. I kind of need to on-ready the legs. I think that's going to make the most sense. That's what we should do. Okay, I know what we should do. I know what we should do. Do we do any area stuff here? We don't. Okay, so here's what I'm going to say. We're going to say at on-ready variable. That's okay. The problem is, okay, sure. I think I've solved it, but I'll tell you so that way we're all here on the same page. The problem is that, well, the goal is that when the player is shortened, when their height is lower, and they heal their legs such that their height needs to be higher, they need to be lifted up to the higher height. But if they are already at the higher height, they should not be lifted to be higher. Right now, it's lifting it even if it isn't shorter. It's still trying to lift it because there's not a specific enough condition that says only lift it if indeed the legs are damaged, and if the right legs are damaged enough. The correct, it's kind of confusing. But what you kind of helped me at least synthesize is the simplest way to think about it. And so then, oops, I didn't mean to do that. That was a mistake. That's okay. What I need to do is I need to keep track of the health of the legs, basically. And then make sure there's an extra condition that says, depending on the leg's health, do this or not. So like right now, I'm gonna pull up this debug that shows you how many hit points they all have, right? And so they're all at 2, which is the max health. All the limbs are at 2. So if I heal, we don't lift up in the air because there's no reason to lift up. This is correct. This is good. Now, if I damage an arm, so now an arm has taken 1 damage, and the rest are at 2. And if I heal, watch, it's gonna move. See how it went down and then up? That's the like tween that plays when it's standing up. It doesn't need to actually play now. So that's a mistake that needs to be dealt with. Again, I think I have an idea for this, guys, but I just am explaining, just so you're all on the same page, the problem. But I think I have a solution. So here, we're not actually shorter. Leg on the left is damaged, but we don't need to get any taller. But since it doesn't know when to do it or not, if I do this, it still goes to stand up as if it needed to stand up higher. Just explaining the problem right now. I actually think I know what to do. So there it got shorter. It wasn't supposed to get shorter. I've bugged it a little with some of my debug tools, so we just have to ignore that. Okay. So there we are at a lower height. Now when I eat this, it goes up a little taller there, which is when it's supposed to do it. So anyway, the point is, I think I know what we need to do. On a short break, looks like it's coming together nicely. It is, except for the corn popping. Yeah, I gotta deal with the corn popping. I don't know what happened with that. One leg should be aware of the other. Yeah, exactly. A character control with both legs reference would be better, I guess. Yeah, we're doing something like that, exactly. Did you not put in something recently to take out collisions so you could go on breaks and have him keep running? I did, yeah, I did add that. Yes, absolutely, 100%. I did add that. Yes, I did. We're destroying blocks here. You are? Oh, in your game? Nice. Good progress. Well done. Whatever the growing behavior script may have the right. Yes, exactly. Yep. That's what I'm planning. So what I'll do is over here, on ready, variable, we're gonna say, let's just say leg left. This is gonna be an area 3D. And we could even just leave it, well, I don't think I can do an on ready and an export. So, I mean, I'm not gonna bother with that. So what I'll do is we'll just set it. That's totally fine. I'm fine with that. So we're gonna get the left leg area here. Oh, that's in the, wait. Oh, that's in the main scene. Right here. Okay. Good. There's gonna be some... Man, when I start doing collision changes, things are gonna get weird. Okay, it'll be fine. It'll actually probably be okay. Alright, put this in there. That's the reference. It's ugly, but it is what it is. And on ready, variable leg right. Also an area 3D. And we'll set that to the right leg here. Oh, if those were the corn not getting hit. Oh, I see, Kai Guy. Oh, maybe. I don't know. Interesting. It shouldn't be. But that's an interesting lead. I was messing around with that. Good call. Okay, so now we've got to reference the left leg and the right leg. So now down here, what I need to do is also keep track of if leg left current health is set to or leg right current health. Wait. Is set to 0. This is a little tricky. We have to do them both. Set to 0 or leg right current health is set to 0. Then we want to create a variable that says this is kind of hard to stand up low is true. I mean, we're creating it and we're updating it to true. I mean, that's fine. Yeah, that's... Well, I think you should know because you need to create it sooner. You got to create it up here. Variable stand up low is false. Variable stand up high is false. And then we update it here to be true. Here, let's organize this slightly better. Just ever so slightly. And we could even do it like that. Hey Joe, welcome. How you been? Good to see you. Why not, if leg right is set to 2 or leg right is set to 2, then don't stand up? Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I mean, no, Joe, that's literally what I'm doing. Sometimes it's tough because I want to give credits, but it's like, wait, we both had the same idea at the same time. Joe, that is exactly what I want to do. That's my entire plan. I am affirmed that you and Rolrick are having the same thoughts. Like, thank you. Thank you for affirming that this is the path forward. I guess I'll do it like this. So if it's set to 1 or the other one is set to 1. Oh, I see, but you're also saying you're saying something a little different, actually. I see. You're saying set it if it's at 2, then don't stand up at all. The only caveat to that is there's 2 different stand-ups. There's the stand-up from the lowest to the middle, and then there's the stand-up from the middle to the highest. So that would lose the nuance of whether we are going from the lowest to the middle or the middle to the highest. So then I'm saying that we're coming from the lowest. I guess technically this would be stand up mid or something. Maybe that would just make a little more sense. It's kind of confusing though. Yeah. Great minds think alike. So stand up to the middle, not true at first. If it's set to 0, if any of them are set to 0 at the moment of, well, I actually wouldn't want it to be up here, would I? Let me pull this down a little bit. It's not exactly where I actually want this. We want to say if when we have fed the player is basically where this comes. When the player is fed. Oh no, we do want it before, because whether or not the current health is less than, we actually, no, this is correct. No, this is correct. This is where we want it. Okay. Got it. No, we're good. We're in good shape. Yes, this is the right place. If the left leg or the right leg are at 0, so this is before it even checks and adds a hit point. Before that hit point adding even happens, it's taking stock of what health point that it has and whether or not standing to the middle needs to be done. So if either of them are at 0, this becomes true. If either of them are at 1, this becomes true. So 1 actually would override 0, because if one of them is at 0 and the other one is at 1, then the only stand up we need is stand up high. If both of them are at 1, then we need stand up high. If neither of them are at 0 or 1, oh yeah. I would say this is deep logic gatery. This is classic logic gatery. Absolutely. Yeah, and I feel like I'm missing something here. Maybe. I mean, I can do it with the booleans, right? We can set up the logic gates using these booleans. Right? Because this isn't really telling us if both of them are. It's just if one or the other is. But if one is at 0 and one is at 2, wait a minute. It makes me feel like I should draw out like a ULM or whatever, UML. a little flow chart. I think I'm gonna draw a flow chart. It's hurting my head to do it in my head. It's not fun. It's just gonna be so much easier if I just draw it. You know what I'm saying? Just gonna be easier. Right? So we've got oh, you can make that bigger. Come on now. These are our little cards that we're working with here. And then the things that we want to happen are stand mid, stand high, and no stand. Okay. So if we have 1 and 1, just like this, if both of them are at 1 and we heal, then we need to stand up to high. Let's do it like this. That's what leads to that condition. Just like that. Hey, Gab Games, welcome. Alright, now, if they're both 0, then I would like it to stand to middle. And this is only if they're both true. So let's suppose they're false. Yeah, we're being a little weird with it. I'm gonna make it X's. If neither are true, then it does not stand. Now these are the easy ones. What if we complicate that a little, which is a possibility? So let's say 1 and 0. In this instance, I would want it to, so if one leg is broken and one is 1, we only want it to stand to high in this case. And this could be interchanged as well. It could be 0 and 1, it doesn't matter. They can be swapped around. No difference. Now, what if it's 1 and false? So that is to say, neither is 1 nor 0, but 1 is 1. So that is to say, we have 1 hit point on the other, and this would be 2, basically, is what this means, is it's 2. Both, or, wait, that's a little confusing. You know, that isn't confusing. Wait, but which is false? No, this is not correct. I'm doing this wrong. This would be if they're both false. So I would need to add an extra layer here. So we're gonna use colors. I apologize for folks who might be experiencing color blindness. This is not gonna be easy for you to see. We had a few more things here to think about. If neither of them are 1, so this is it 1? That's false. Is it 0? Well, that's the thing. Wait. It would need to be more, right? Oh God. Because we're checking to see if it's either any of these. So these actually aren't a full representation. This is all wrong. This is all wrong. My poor little brain. Forgot one. So if just one of these is true, and one of these is true, in this case, we would want to stand mid. Or no, high. We'd want to stand high. It's confusing. Group it. That would be our stand high. Let me make these a little larger. My little brain just needs a little help, that's all. Okay. And I like, by the way, I like this process of doing this, you know, it's just a reflection of my brain capacity and what I'm able to think of, and I like being able to demonstrate, like, a way that I figure this out, you know? So don't stress about needing to help me or anything. If both legs are not equal to 2. Yeah, something like that. You might be correct. Let me see if I can figure that out. Make that make sense. If both legs are not equal to 2, up. You're probably right. Okay, so we want to stand mid if it returns like this. If both legs are at 0, then we stand up to the middle. That's the only situation. Only situation. Yeah. We would stand high if... And the thing is both of these, so we have this as an OR statement. So it's going to do either of them. And it's just pretty much gonna be the same. So it's a little redundant to do this in here, but it just helps me like visualize it a little better. So I'm doing it. I'm taking it out again though, just to prove that point. Okay, so it could be any of these that are these combinations of blue. If one of each, so I guess it would also be if because it has to be one or the other. This is so confusing. I mean, okay, I could also say this, you know, this is the same thing. This also would be stand high. I guess I am gonna put every possibility on here. Sorry. I didn't think I would, but here I am, doing it. It's obnoxious. But it's not. Because it's helping me understand, right? This would be stand high. All of these, same thing. In any of these cases. Doing it one more time. One more time. If this one is blue, this is red. This is also stand high, so I could consolidate this a little bit. if we take all of these, I could just like shrink them down. Maybe set them up like this. If any of those are true, then stand high. It's a little wacky with the arrows. That's okay. Okay. In this case, it'll stand to the middle. This is the only case where it stands to the middle. That's the only situation where it goes from the bottom to the middle. Is this. If both legs are broken, that's it. Only situation. Now the situation where we don't stand would be if all of these are false. I think that's it. I think that's the whole, this is it. I think that's the whole thing. I think I've done it. Looking pretty cool. Thanks, Edward. It does look cool. Edward has decided to take on a challenge, making a scratch game in 100 blocks or less. Good luck. It sounds like a good challenge. Learn how to be efficient, adding constraints to breed creativity. I think this is it. So, okay. So this means that if one is true and one is false, stand high. If both are true. If both are true, that's what it is. I see. Both true. This is the consolidation I was looking for. Both true. Because this wouldn't even be if the ones are there. So actually, I'm even missing one, truth be told. I'm missing one. This one. This also would lead us to stand high. Actually. So if any of these, what this means, well, it's not if both are true then. So that's actually not the consolidation. Both are true, or one is false, or zero is false. Both true or zero is false. Those are the conditions. Then stand high. If both of the booleans I'm going to set up are true, or a certain one is false, then stand high. Stand mid if one is true, and that's it. Yeah, two ifs. Either set to 2, stand up, then either set to 1, mid stand up, else low stand up. I don't understand that. My brain does not work the way yours does, but I like that yours does. To me, this is what I need. These two things. One condition that checks to see if both of my booleans are true, or if a specific one is false. And if either of those are the case, then stand high. If one of those booleans is true, but the other one is false. Oh, 0 is true. Sorry, 0 is true. Whoops. 0 is true, 1 is false. That would be the other one. Which is true, and 1 is false. These are my 2 conditions. That may be like what you said, but I don't know. I think it's just a different way to do the same thing. Probably, maybe. I don't want to hurt my little head if I don't have to. If both are true or 0 is false, if 0 is true and 1 is false. So what do I mean by 0 and 1? So in this case, I have stand up mid and stand up high. I don't think this is a good way to word it right now. I think this is more confusing than it should be. So instead, we should say variable legs broken a leg is broken. A leg is gone. A leg is dead. A leg is hurt. But this doesn't consider that. So I think I need to, we need to adjust this a little bit here. Actually, we can make this stand up. I just need to change, I see. Okay, we actually can make this stand up mid and stand up high. The difference is we have to change these conditions in here. If leg left, so this is the 1s and 0s. Stand up, let's do stand up high first since we have that here. Both true or 0 is false. And in this case, when we say 0 is false, we really only need to check. This is so confusing. I know. It's hard for my little brain. It's possible that we just come to what Rulrick said, but I need to get there myself. And I'll be excited to see if it matches what Rulrick said. Is this for should I rise lower or lower the model? Kinda. It's should I rise it a little or rise it a lot? Or should I rise it to the middle or rise it up to the top? Okay. Both true or 0 is false. Both meaning, when we say both, we're saying both are at 1. So I need to check to see if leg left is at 1. And if it is, this is wild. Variable leg left HP. Set it to 0. This is an integer. This is a Boolean. Variable leg right H. Is there probably a simpler way to do it? Yes, but this is the way I'm gonna do it. If leg left current health is set to 1, but if you wanted to make this a true and false, that's not going to be a true and false. This is wild. I know. I'm actually going to keep this as a Boolean. I know, guys. All right? This is the way it's going to be. They're all going to be false by default. I know, okay? I know. I'm sorry. I'm sorry if this bothers you. I'm just kidding. I'm not. And then variable leg right HP 1. I know. This is the Godot I know and love. Let's go. If I can think of a way to simplify it, I will. Right now, this is what it's gonna be. If leg left current health is set to 1, leg left HP 1 is true. If any is 2, then if any is 1. Okay, Rorik, thanks for, I appreciate your help, I do. I'm sorry that it doesn't sink in enough, and I want to make sure I get there myself. This is a typo. This must be typoed. Surely. If any is 2, then if any is 1? I don't know what that means. I mean, Rorik, it sounds like you're very confident that what you're saying makes sense. If either is set to 2, stand up. But that's not true. It doesn't need to stand up if either are set to 2. It needs to stand up. It needs to do nothing if either are set. It's already standing up if both are set to 2. It just doesn't make sense. I feel like there must be some aspect of it that you're misunderstanding, which is okay. I still appreciate your help. Then if either is set to 1, mid stand up, else low stand up. Are you talking about before or after the heal? Yeah, I probably should do some more passing. Leg right. I gotta do the best I can. That's it. I think if both are less than or equal to 1, little stand up. If both are 0, big stand up. I don't think so. I don't think that's true. Because you can have one have 1 HP and 1 have 0 HP. I think you guys are misunderstanding. I do. It's confusing. Because it's not about you, right? I mean, it's a little tricky because right now I actually should be thinking ahead here. Right now, you can only heal by 1 hit point. So you can't go from 0 to 2. You can only go, right now, from 0 to 1, or from 1 to 2. And the legs could be different, but even if they're different, it's always standing at the height of the healthiest leg. So it can't always be both or neither. It sometimes has to be one or the other. So like that condition is important. And I guess that's what I'm trying to account for. But now if we were to have like a power-up, which I have thought of, maybe we need, that lets you heal more than 1 hit point, that would be a new condition, actually, that hasn't been taken into consideration. Where if you go, you could, there's a possibility that you could go from 0 to 2. But in that case, it would just play stand up high. But this is actually only assuming that it's 1. And then, if I were to add, oh man. Yeah, I mean, I guess that's a bridge I cross when we get there. That's what I'm saying on that one. Because I think I would, instead of having it actually adding 2 instead of 1, I would just say it just sets it to the max health. So it's not actually doing any math there. And if, for whatever reason, it sets it to the max health, then just always do stand up high, unless one leg was already healthy. Oh god, it does get confusing, doesn't it? All right, let me just do this. This is gonna help me so much. Not that you're not letting me. I'm saying that to myself. Let me do this. Let myself do this. You guys are being awesome. If leg right, current health is... Oh, that's the right one. Dear God. Hey, Stoner Jesus. Okay, let's sing you a member song real quick. I don't know if I can sing to this one. I guess I can try. Oh, the legend of Stoner Jesus, rising up from the ocean, peeking through the clouds. He's got something to share, a little happy thing that you can puff on. Stoner Jesus is here for you. Welcome, Stoner Jesus. There's your little member song. Hope you're doing good. Thanks for stopping in. Rorik says, sorry for the confusion. I'll try harder. If left leg is not 2, or right leg is not 2, stand up. What? But there's no just stand up. Please take care of yourself if you have to go. And don't try too hard. There's not just one type of stand up though. There's the mid and the high. I really want to impress on you that I don't think there's a way that you're gonna explain it to me that's gonna make sense. I have to do this. I have to do this. Oh, won't you make multiple lines? Oh, I see. You were trying to press enter. I see. There's also the live text in the Discord. I don't know if you're on the Discord. It's okay if you're not. But if you are, and it's okay if you're not, there's the live text channel on Discord, which lets you do the multiple lines, and then I can go look at it there. It's all good. It's no reason to apologize. It's okay. That's all right. I like that you're trying. But I just don't want to disappoint you. I don't want to disappoint you because I'm not gonna understand. You know? Sometimes you just gotta let someone figure it out if you want them to ever figure it out. But your help is appreciated. It is. You have a good one too. And then you can always try the Discord if you want to do that more. Yeah, I'm glad you're doing all right. Let's go. Yeah, I'm doing pretty good. Thanks. Got nice people trying to help me, even though I'm quite sure that nothing is going to help me except for just doing it this way. I don't even know how to... I can't even begin to explain. I just gotta do it. All right, so here we go. If leg left current health is set to 1, leg left HP 1 is true. If leg left current health is set to 0, I know there's an easier way. If I do it this way, it might help me see it. That's the whole point. If leg left current health is set to 0, none of all this. Get all this out of here. If leg left current health is set to 0, leg left HP 0 equals true. And then, yeah, we could say else it's false, but it doesn't, it's already false by default, so I feel like that's not really needed. And this is gonna create it over and over again each time, so it doesn't have to go. You've been here the past 2 hours. Okay, understood. That's funny. Honestly relatable. Okay. Just change all these to right. Thanks for hanging out with us, Stoner. Leg left HP 1 true, leg left HP 0 true. Okay, great. Those are set up. now for checking these and setting stand up high or stand up low to be true or false. Now is the time for that. So what are the conditions for that? If, now before we said, I had sketched out if both are true or 0 is false. So either leg being 0. Here's the 0 ones. Oh dear God. If leg right HP 1 and leg left HP 1 are true. That's okay. Me too. Me too. Oh, if both of these are set to true, well, really, we don't even have to do that. We can just say this. If both of them are true, then we stand up to high. The other condition for standing up to high, variable stand up high, Boolean false. The other condition for standing up high being true is if one of the ones is true and one of the zeros is true. I don't know how I'm gonna type that one. That one I don't know how I'm gonna type. If leg right HP 1 So when I said both true, that was back when I was joining them as one. So this is a little different now. Because this is actually wrong, by the way. This is actually wrong. Wait, I guess it isn't wrong. Okay. I see how I can simplify this. I see how I can simplify this. And I'm gonna do it right now. I'm commenting this all out. Gotta bear with me. We need to try something different here. Oh, my poor brain. Variable legs HP 0 legs either 0 Boolean false. Variable legs either 1 Boolean false. Okay. Then if, and we need to make sure those are set. If leg left current health is set to 0, or leg right current health is set to 0. Circling back. Legs either 0 becomes true. Oh, I got lost. Oh, what? it was like not letting go when I let go. Whoa. Don't do that. If leg left current health is set to 0 or leg right current health is set to 0, legs either 0 equals true. If leg left... Oh my god, sometimes that autocomplete really gets in my way. It makes me so mad. If leg left current health is set to 1 or leg right current health is set to 1, legs either 1 becomes true. Okay. So if I were to use that paradigm, then we could say this both are true or 0 is false. Kinda. Sorta. Not really, but kind of. If legs either 0 and legs either 1, then stand up mid is true. Is that correct? Stand up high is true. That makes sense. Okay. Okay, good, good, good. Good. Also, if legs either 0 is false, that's it. That's all. Well, no, it's not. If legs either 0 is false and legs either 1 is true, which we don't even have to say that. We could just say and legs either 1. And we don't even have to do that. We can do this exclamation point. If legs are not 0, if neither leg is 0, and if either leg is 1, then stand up high is also true. Else pass. Else pass. Okay. Now, that should handle standing high. So if we want to stand mid, we only have to say that 0 is true and 1 is false. That's it. If legs either 0 but not legs either 1. Oh, that's kind of the opposite of this. Whoa. So I guess we could actually say else, right? We could say else stand up mid equals true. Right? I think that makes sense. And then in this case, there's no standing, but it just shouldn't meet that condition, so it shouldn't matter. Okay, let me see about that. Let's comment all this mess out for now. Now I need to make this stuff actually do something, right? Assuming I've got that correct. So we have, first we're checking to make sure that legs are even involved in the healing process to begin with. If they are, and also stand up, and this is if we have reached 1 HP. So we've gotten to 1 hit point. If we've gotten to 1 hit point, and The only possibility would be that we would be going to low. So if stand up mid, or be going to mid. If stand up mid, then do this. Otherwise, it just won't do it. If we're at 2 HP, I don't know, I'm starting to get a little confused again, so I think what I'm just gonna do is we're just gonna say if stand up high. And let me just test it. Let me just see where we're at. Where in the world am I? Where in Logic Gatory have I been? Am I okay? Perfect programming challenge for someone good at Boolean algebra and truth tables. Whoa! That's cool. Interesting. I'm actually very affirmed by that. Like, yeah, if you're not good at that, it's harder. Which I'm not. Okay, so first we gotta take some damage. Okay, so now in this case, it might not work right away. That's true. That's possible. But technically, in this case, what should happen is nothing. It should not attempt to stand up at all. So it should just stay flat when I heal this leg. Nope. It did not stay flat. Alright, so that condition doesn't work. Great, let's try another one. Wait, what if we, what if we do an arm? Oh, there we go. Just an arm. Hey, it didn't do it! Okay, so that's good. At the very least, it is noticing that both legs are healthy, and therefore no stand-up is necessary. That is progress. That is progress. Okay. I'm also noticing that it's actually putting us down lower when we break off one leg. That's actually a bug. I need to fix that. Okay, so what if we break off both of these legs? I know why that bug happens, I think, maybe. I think it's because I had asymmetrical legs before, and I haven't updated those collisions or something. Okay, so. Now this should probably be fine. I don't know. This is gonna be bringing us from mid to high, in theory. That looks fine, honestly not surprising. Let's just make sure that the legs coming back after being completely broken works as it should. Really, it's the combinations of different leg lengths that I'm really trying to sort out the complexity of. Okay, so here, that put us a little too high, I think. It's kind of hard to tell. Now, I just might not have set that up correctly. That might actually be okay. I actually find that a little hard to tell. We might need to get some visualization on what the outputs are. I think that's going to be a good idea. Yeah. Do that. So we're going to say print stood mid to high. And then in this case, print stood low to mid. Because it's just a little hard to tell because I still haven't optimized sort of the tweens yet. So let's do this again. And then I'm going to keep an eye right down here in the output to see like what it says. Still need to hurt a little bit more. I need to hurt more. Okay, come over here. Pause it. Break this up. Here we go. Oh, so it stood low to mid. That's correct. but it also stood mid to high. That's incorrect. So there's some mistakes here. I think I know what the mistake might be. So now if we heal again, it only did mid to high, which is correct. I think, yeah, good. So that works. I think I know what the problem might be. I think it's this else statement. I don't think this else statement is correct. I could be wrong. I'm just guessing. If legs either 0 is true, and legs either... Yeah, I see why that doesn't make sense now. And legs either 1 is not true, then stand up mid is true? Wait, no. Yes? Yes. But the problem was it was doing high when it's not supposed to. We went from 0 to 1. It did a high. If either leg is at 0 and either leg is at 1, so both have to be true, assuming Godot is reading this as I want it to, then that means we need to go to the high stand-up. If neither leg is at 0, but either leg is at 1, then stand up to high from mid. So it might be somewhere in here something is getting messed up. If leg left current health is 1, or leg left current health, or leg right current health is 1, set it to true. If either is 0, set 0 to true. And then every time that function runs, these variables are being recreated. So that all should change and not stay the same. Because this function runs every time we eat something new. If either leg is 0, I feel like the AND might not be functioning like I think it should. I almost feel like I should do it like this. I don't know why. I just have a feeling that Godot reads this differently than I read it. And maybe it doesn't. I don't know. I don't know. And I guess we need an else there too, in theory. This hard. It hurt my little brain. That's okay. I like makey brain hurt. I don't know. I mean, people often tell me I should do like a wild card with match statements. So I'm like, maybe I should be doing more else's for some reason. I don't know. Can I just ignore them? I'm happy to. Alright, we actually need to test the low one first. So let's break off that leg and this leg. Okay. Now, checking the output down there. Seeing what it says. Oh, first I gotta get a cow. There we go. Nice! It only did mid. It didn't do high. Excellent. So from here, eat it. It only does high. Excellent. Very, very good. Now let's mix and match them. So we're gonna hurt one leg. Eat it. Mid to high, exactly. Wait. Incorrect. Incorrect. Because one leg is healthy all the way, so it shouldn't be adjusting the height at all. So not correct. In theory, on this one, they should all be false. Not true. So that's a mistake. So we gotta account for that. If you don't have code to run in a case of an else, you don't need to type the else. Okay. Alright. Okay. Great. Then I won't. I appreciate your Godot consultantry. It has been acknowledged. Almost. Consultantry acknowledged. Thank you. Okay, so the condition right now is that either leg 0 is false. Either leg 1 is true. Oh. We need one more condition. Oh. Because we have to say if one is healthy, if one is at 2, don't do anything. We need kind of like an unless. That's what's missing, I think. I'm also not sure I need to nest it this way. I'm gonna test not nesting it this way. Real quick. And we'll get rid of the pass. We'll get rid of the else. I will do this. And real quick, let me just test. Oh, that looks broken. Let me just test this. I might need to restart it. Oh yeah, it's being weird. So I need something that makes them. We should say, okay, I think I know what to do. I think what we'll do is we'll set one that if any of them was 2 to begin with, then ignore the stand-up at all. Basically. Okay. So first of all, let me just see if this works correctly. Oh, wow, it doesn't. So it's doing high when it's only supposed to do mid. So yeah, there's something, I feel like there's something about Godot that doesn't see ands in the way that it makes sense to me logically. But if I set it up like this, it will. I have noticed that before. Let me just try to do some more too. Nesting the condition is functionally equivalent. I know, in my opinion as well, but I don't think it is functionally equivalent. So the only change I made was I used the nesting instead of the and. That's the only change I made here. I might need to restart the runtime, but I hope I don't. Okay, looks like we're good. Look, now it doesn't say hi. It's different. They're not the same. They're functionally different. Do I understand why they're functionally different? No. Do I think they should be functionally different? No. But they are. They are. This isn't the first time I've observed this either. So I'm gonna nest this as well before I go make some other extra change. I don't think it's different for double ampersand. But if this, whatever those are called, tubes, which I think you're saying or, with parentheses, if this pipe, it's called a pipe. If this pipe this is different from if this pipe if this. You don't use pipe, just and, but yeah. I try to parenthetical every and group because it throws me and it's just to be certain. I don't know if it changed the thing. So wait, so are you guys saying like, I don't even understand what all you're suggesting. Huh? Like that? It's okay. This is what dungeon meant, is just putting a parenthesis there. Put the whole if. The whole if, even back here? Well, that just doesn't work. Okay. And you're saying that's gonna be different? Oh. Oh, this actually makes kind of some sense, because it's like this is one condition as opposed to, which is weird, because then is it like almost reading it like an or, like if this and this, like it's saying if legs either 0. I don't even know. I don't even understand. But I mean, it might be correct for achieving what I'm trying to achieve here. All right, let's see. Let's see if that makes a difference. So what I'd be looking for is it doesn't say stood low to high at all when I feed it something. So that's down here in the output. It shouldn't say anything about stood low to high. It worked! Okay. Okay. Alright, that is a bit mind-blowing there. Okay, so I definitely need to throw some credits y'all's way here. Rolric was so kind to probably say a lot of correct things earlier. So obviously, we gotta give a credit there. Dungeon Martian, thank you. Definitely giving a credit there. And DJ Alexander, you've been here helping. Joe Schmo, all of y'all have been helping. So I appreciate it. Wow. Everyone gets a credit. Because Joe at least was like helping me like, you know, parse it out and try this or try that. Like, I agree. Like, I thought what you said was true. In theory, I think what you're saying is true. And then it isn't, and it's like, why? Okay. Credits all around. These credits entitle you to no compensation. However, they do entitle you to a credit in the game. And so much appreciation from me, like, thank you. Thank you so much. Alright, and then they're sorted there. Okay. So I certainly would want to do that for these as well. Just do some parenthesis. It matters. It's different. Can I explain why it's different? No. But I guess it like kind of makes sense. Nah, not everybody. I forgot what I said. I just say things. I just talk. Okay. So let's just make sure everything still kind of works. So here it should say stood low to mid. Stood low to mid. Excellent. Good. From here it should say stood mid to high. It does. Excellent. Right now it should do nothing. It did nothing. Good. Godot version 4.3. Let's break one single leg or harm a leg one time. So it should not report anything. Right now, let's pull this in. It's got 31 messages. This should absolutely not go up. This should be 31, not 32 or more. Put that in here. Oh, it did it. It went up. So so I think I still need a condition for a healthy leg, unfortunately. Because it still doesn't know not to do it if a leg is healthy. So we gotta deal with that. But let's try some others. It's okay, Dragon. I know what you meant. Oh, tiny head. I mean, on some level, I kind of get it. I can see why it would, I'm saying make sure that you take these into consideration together as opposed to separately. I don't know what that separately, means, but apparently it does mean something. The proof is in the pudding. Okay, so here it should go from mid to high. Is what this should go to. We're at 35 messages. Pop it in, mid to high, perfect. Now here it shouldn't do anything, but it is gonna do something. Why is the head texture all green? I mean, I do know why the head texture is all green. I know why that is. Ugh. It's a thing. It's a whole other thing. I don't want to deal with it right now. Okay, so that does something it should. So I need to add one more condition in here. What's up, Great Levine? Welcome. Thanks for stopping in and saying hello. Great Levine says, the reason why it works to my knowledge, and I have strictly C++ background, is the fact that brackets implicitly put it as a single condition. 1 and 1 needs to be 1 in total. Wow. I mean, yes, that makes sense to me, right? It's saying take these together, not separately. You just tested it in 4.3, it makes no difference, and it doesn't make sense that it would make any. I mean, what do you want me to do? What do you want me to do? Like I'm just reporting what's happening. All right, I'm reporting. I could set up a simple test, but that sounds boring. So I'm on 4.3 stable. Boop 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 boop. Right here. Zoop zoop. Yeah, like in mathematics, it sets priority and should be recorded as one number. Yeah, exactly. Okay, 4.3. 4.3. Something changes. If your if statement is in parentheses, you can break up each condition to each line to be easier to read. Well, yeah, I mean, and that's kind of what I did to make it work. I like the parentheses. All right, so I'll see. I mean, I can try to prove it again. You can always rewind. If X and Y or W and V. Okay. Your suggestion is more in the case of that. But I hear you, Dragon Blade. But here's the thing. There's different situations. It depends on how you're reading it. Sometimes it doesn't make a difference. But I think it depends on a certain, and I don't know how to describe it. It's okay. There's a certain way to be using it to make that be relevant. And this is that situation. So right now, I have parentheses, okay? Right now I have the parentheses, and this one is for going to from low to high, or low to mid. So I'm gonna break off all the limbs. Okay, so right now we look at the output. This is with parentheses on. Yes, parentheses. Parentheses exist. Now, down here, it's gonna say stood from low to mid, like 3 or 4 times. Drag this in here. Stood low to mid 3 times. Okay. So now I'm gonna set up the same conditions, except I'm gonna get rid of the parentheses. Save it. Pull this up. Break both the legs off. Watch it doesn't happen. Okay. Break off this leg. Break off that leg. Okay. Same conditions. Get us a cow. And keep an eye on the output. The only difference is no parentheses. Come up here. Okay, it actually did do the same thing that time. I knew it. Let me restart it. I knew it. Maybe it's just because I didn't restart it. And maybe it's because, let me do the other ones as well. Hold on. I knew it wasn't gonna happen for the demonstration's sake. It always goes like that. Every time. You okay, Godot? It seems to be caught between a save and a stop. Godot! Okay, thank you. Let me take off all the parentheses, because it could be that these other ones are now working. So no parentheses at all. All parentheses have been removed. And I've reloaded the runtime, just to be sure. Set up the same conditions, break both legs, see if it's different. Yeah, I don't know why it would be the same, because I didn't change anything. I don't remember changing anything. Okay. Break off the legs completely. And I'm pretty sure I'm testing the correct thing also. Okay, break this up into pieces. Drop this on. Low to mid. Okay, I gotta say, the parentheses are doing nothing. So what fixed it? Wait, at what point did it get fixed? Now I'm really confused. Wait, don't wait, but wait. Maybe that wasn't the thing. Parentheses are optional in GDScript. I mean, that makes sense to me, but no, something wasn't. Yeah, it was the nested thing. Dude, I'm so confused now. Something was not right, and it got worked good. Okay, this is something. I know. So here we're getting high and mid, which is incorrect. So like that's a problem right there. So maybe I'm doing the test wrong. I might be doing the wrong test. So right there, it was only supposed to go from mid to high. And here it went from mid to high and from low to mid, which is incorrect. So let's just repeat it for the sake of consistency. This is with no parentheses. Okay, drag this over here, feed it in. Once again, it repeats 2 highs and 1 mid. which is incorrect. Now, I'm gonna add parentheses and save it. Let's see if this makes a difference. If it's correct, it will say mid to high, but not low to mid. So we should get 3 mid to highs. Break off that leg, break off this leg, get us a cow. Okay, here we go. Oh, it did the same thing. Parentheses didn't make a difference. Okay, so then let's try nesting it and see if that makes a difference. If legs either 0, I mean, this might have just been broken anyway. Dear God. So now it's nested. Let's do them all nested. So it checks that one first, and then it checks this one. So this is, I mean, it's a bit different because this one has to be true first, right? And then it checks to see about this one, which would eliminate the other way around. Which could be a problem. It's all very confusing. Okay. I don't even know if logically this makes sense anymore. If either of them are 0, then check to see if either of them are 1. So it's okay if either is 0. Be high if either of them are 0, and then also if either of them are 1. So it's looking for 1, 0, 0, 1, either of those. Then it will stand up high, from mid to high. If neither is 0, then it's going to say is either 1, and if so, then it should stand up from mid to high. That makes sense. If either is 0, that is to say, if either of them are broken, and if this seems like a mistake. If then one of them is 1, this is the exact same statement as this, and it's conflicting. This is literally a mistake. This doesn't make any sense. If either one of this has to be something else. What did I say? If 1 is false and 0 is true, so we would want to do it like this. Oh God, so we're not doing an even test anymore. Dear God. If either of them are 0, but none of them are 1, then do the middle. So this is barely the right test anymore. Yeah, so I don't even know how to test this right. Sorry, guys. Sorry for sending you on the exciting journey of do parentheses matter. I gotta be honest, I don't care. I don't care if parentheses matter. I just want to make my game work. Like, you guys should run tests and find out and report back like Dragon Blade did. But genuinely, I don't care. I just want to make it work. I'm learning agnostic. Okay. All right. So here we have the same condition. 1 leg is broken, 1 leg is 1. Now I've adjusted the conditions a bit, so it should say stood mid to high and never say stood low to mid. Let's see if that's true. What? That is not true. This is chaos. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. The chaos of this all is not something I enjoy. It can't always be fun. Okay. We're gonna restart the runtime. We're gonna try it again. The exciting journey of do parenthesis matter. Where the AND condition, if the first Boolean isn't true, the program won't bother to evaluate the second Boolean. That's how it works in most programming languages. Right, right. It's a real good quote. Just honestly, I truly don't care. All right, let's start from the basics. Let's break off both legs completely. Both legs broken. Grab a cow. So what it should say down here is it should say stood low to mid. That's what we should see here. Only stood low to mid outputs. Okay, always see your stood low to mid outputs. If I feed it again, we should only see stood mid to high outputs. Indeed, we see only stood mid to high outputs. Very good. All right, now let's challenge it a little bit. Let's break off a leg completely and damage one. Did not expect this to be so complicated, but I'm glad. I'm glad. What a learning experience. Okay, break this apart. So what it should say in the output is stood mid to high. That's all it should say if it's correct. So as you can see, it is not correct. It said stood mid to high a bunch of times, and then it said stood low to mid. This is not correct. So that's a mistake. Here, it should say nothing. So we're at 24. If I feed this, that should stay at 24. But as you can see, that went up. That's incorrect. So we have mistakes here. We have mistakes. You lost your gift membership and YouTube gave you a strange message in chat? What did it say? Sable says, parentheses do matter, but they are sharing the spotlight with calculation order. So if you handle one, you don't need to take care of the other. That makes sense. It was like, don't forget, you're still a moderator. What? With a whole bunch of stuff under, but I clicked away. Dude, oh, I wish you had screenshotted it. Don't forget you're still a moderator? I thought I accidentally banned someone. That's so weird. I'm impressed YouTube has that condition. All right, so I don't know. This obviously doesn't help you understand if parentheses matter. Okay, guys, it just doesn't. It simply doesn't. But I need to at least get it working on a base level before I can start messing around with things. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna break off this leg. I wish this stream was let's make fun discoveries about what works in Godot and what doesn't. But it's not. It's let me get my game working. So this is my priority besides let's run a little test about parentheses. Although that does sound kind of fun. I'm honestly resisting the temptation. For a second, I didn't want to do it, but now I'm curious, but I don't care. I'm letting it go. I have to. I must. Okay. So, this is where we have a problem. Right? Right now, the only thing it should say is stood mid to high. Instead, it says stood low to mid. So something is wrong. In that case, we had a 0 and a 1. That means that in here, either leg 0 was true, and either leg 1 was true. Therefore, stand up high is true, and that's correct. The only way mid is true is if either leg is 0 and neither leg is 1. But one of the legs was 1. So how did stand-up mid become true? I don't understand how that became true. That's very confusing to me. Unless it's checking it again. This function must be running again. That has to be what's happening, right? I mean, first of all, why is it running 3 times? There's only 2 legs. It shouldn't be running 3 times. So that 3rd time, I don't even know, why is it running a 3rd time? There must be another limb that's also checking. I mean, technically I'm saying if is part leg left or leg right. And only in that case. So if it isn't leg left or leg right, it shouldn't bother checking. Same thing here. Only if it's leg left or leg right. I wonder if it's checking it again because then this becomes true. Oh dear God. Now we just have a straight up coding organization problem. I feel like the timing must be happening again. So I guess I'd want to know which leg. So let's say this. Stood mid to high. And then I wanted to also print via. What a mess. What an unexpected mess. I want this to tell me which part it is. So that's either going to be 0, I think it's going to be the number, 0, 1, 2, 3, or 4. So it'll be 0, 1, or 2. If it's 1, it's the right leg. If it's 2, it's the left leg. I think. Or it might, hopefully, ideally it would print out the enum. I know there's a way to make it print the enum, but I don't know how. I feel like one of y'all told me one time how to do that, but I forgot how. So we're not gonna do it. But I'd be curious to know what leg is reporting that. I think that would add some clarity as to what's happening here. Okay, perfect, perfect. Take no more damage. Heal up. One leg is reporting twice. And it's the same. And then the other leg. So the right leg says, I'm going from mid to high. In this case, the right leg had 1 hit point, and then it healed up to 2. And the left leg was at 0, and it healed up to 1. Huh? Why is it checking one leg twice? Okay, so what if I switch them? Glitched? Yes, maybe. I don't know. I have no idea. Perhaps. I wouldn't even know. What I was going to try next is what if it's the opposite? If the right leg is the one that's at 0, and the left leg is the one that's at 1, do those flip? I'm just a little surprised that it even knows the difference between the legs. Because the whole point of these booleans, oops, no, it's okay, was to eradicate whether it's the left or the right leg. Okay, so this should give us the same result. Drag this on here. The right leg is reporting I went from mid to high, which is true. And the left leg is saying I went from low to mid, which should not be the case. But it is true that it went from 0 to the middle length. So now what I'm going to do, okay, is what I'm going to try to do, but unfortunately it forces me to play the game in a bizarre way. Break it off like this, and then heal it. I'm confused. I need to clear it. I don't understand what just happened. Surely what I think happened didn't just happen. Okay. Right leg is at 0. Left leg is at 1. Do that. Wow! Only the left leg reported anything. The right leg didn't even have anything to say. The right leg was silent. Wiggle arm wiggle. Why did the right leg say nothing? Do I have a typo somewhere? That's very confusing. To be fair, this could be a whole thing. You know what this could also be? Instead of all this mess, we could just say if it's not the head. The only ones that there are head and legs and arms. Were there 2 print mid to high? No. There's only these 2. I mean, the code almost looks identical. These are 2 entire different parts of the code, but everything looks almost exactly the same. I almost wonder if it's not this monster of an OR statement that's actually causing some confusion. Because what it could also say is if it's not the head, this would literally be saying the same thing. Which is kind of funny because down here we have an if it's the head, so I could literally set up an else statement just to clean this up a bit. I don't know if that's actually gonna solve this problem, but it could clean up this code a lot. So if it's the head, do this. If the part is not the head, do all this. And then specifically, if it's the leg left or the right leg, I don't know, do I need some parentheses? Probably not. Let's do that here as well, just to reduce chaos. Maybe it works better. Up to here, cut that out, delete, delete, else, all of that. Okay, so in theory, this should be the same. Let's heal all the way up. It incorrectly thought I need to go mid to high, but that might be related to me needing to set up the condition that if one is totally healthy. Let's get rid of this. Line 336, yeah. Hopefully line 336 hasn't changed too much now that I've made some changes. Okay, I'm dragging this in. Okay, so there it did mid to high via leg 2, but it didn't see leg 1. That's so weird. So this made no difference. Everything is functionally exactly the same. Which makes sense, but at least the code is a bit cleaner. Yeah, I'll do that real quick. I'm just going to make sure I test this again. So this is going to print 3 for some reason instead of 2. It still does 3. But this time they're all mid to high. So this time it's at least doing it correctly, and it's not doing any low to mid. So it's working, but this time the left leg, or this time the right leg is reporting. So the right leg didn't report at all the first time. This time the right leg did report twice. Oh, it's so confusing. All right, line 336, yeah. This one? It might have changed since I did some things. You might be wanting to see a different line now. So, but wait, but it's technically working now? Well, I mean, some things aren't gonna work, but let's see, from here it should, I think these, we know these work. Mid to high. It's being reported twice by the right leg and once by the left leg. Don't know why. Let's break all the legs. Oh, it moved. It was an OR condition. Oh, oops, I gotta restart it. It probably moved up. Yeah, sorry, I kind of changed everything. I just made a few changes. Basically, I am just now saying, and I could put it back and see what the old 336 was, if that helps you. Maybe this is the one you were looking at here. You can pause it or screenshot it. I'm putting it back. Before I forget to put it back. But basically, yeah. Basically what I did, so this is that same one then, pretty much. Right here. If it's the left leg or the right leg, then check to see if, I guess, I mean, I'm not checking stand up mid or anything. You need set to twice there, I believe. Oh, you're right. Oops. Oh, that's a good check. Oh, nice catch. That's what I meant, not check. Nice catch. You're right. Oh, dang. Whoopsie. You're so correct, I think. Probably. All right, let's see. Let's see if that makes some difference in things. Oh, ho, ho, ho. Eagle eyes for real. Reading that code, catching something. I don't even care if it doesn't make a difference. I'm impressed you even noticed that. Eagle eyes. Okay. Yeah, let's see if that changes how it prints. Hopefully it prints in a way that makes, like, more sense. Sense is good. I like sense. Thank you. It's the least I can do. Oh yeah, we gotta take some damage. Doesn't really matter what damage. But I guess we can do one of the tests we've been doing anyway. Alright, let's see what it says. Oh. Wait, now it's weird again. The right leg is reporting twice. And the left leg is reporting once. And it's now conflicted again. How did that happen? What if we feed it again just as it is? I'm just gonna reset it. So like that, it knew mid to high, and then the only one that's reporting is the left leg. How strange. I thought that what you suggested might make a difference, but it's possible that either one yields the same result. I would say perhaps that's likely. Again, only one of the legs is reporting. And this time it said from low to mid, which is just wrong. So the other here's the other condition I need to set up, by the way. Possibly. If leg left current health is set to 2, or leg right current health is set to 2. Legs either 2 is true. Variable legs either 2 false. And then we say if stand up mid but not legs either 2, because if either of them are 2, it shouldn't bother adjusting the height at all. Standing is pretty mid, that's why we all sit in. Standing is pretty mid. Come on. Someone's like, I'm standing. If you're watching the stream while standing, you don't belong here. No, I'm just kidding. I'd actually find that really interesting. I guess if you're one of those standing desk people. But even then, you're standing watching things. I could see like maybe working out or something, or like on a little stair stepper. That could make sense. Alright, great. Let's test this one. So that one did the right thing, mid to high. The right leg reported twice. The left leg reported once. Don't ask me why. Let's keep one leg at 2 so we can test that it honestly should do nothing. Nothing should be printing. I'm gonna clear this when I heal here, because it should be that if any of them are at 2. Nice. This is good. Hey, it's nice to see something I expect happening. Always love that. See, no adjustment in height, as there shouldn't be. Thank goodness something is doing something that I might expect it to do. Let's try with the other side just to be sure. Again, if any of them are full health, it shouldn't push us up. Now, in that case, it did. That's just due to the collisions. That's not the stand-up tween that I'm trying to block. That's something else that I need to fix. Totally different from what we're dealing with right now, by the way. Okay, I'm gonna break off this right leg all the way and make sure it does nothing. There, it did nothing to the height, as it shouldn't. Excellent. And that didn't do anything. I know it looked like it did, but it didn't. Okay, cool. Excellent. At least that works. I mean, technically, I think everything might work. Maybe not. Let's see. So, do I understand why it is reporting those in the way it does? No. 2 more errors. It was 97 last I saw down there. Oh, it's probably a collision error, because I need to fix collision stuff. Oh, I pressed swap. I pressed the swap key on accident. Oh, there's no damage label on the hurt head of the old one. So there isn't. Well, I might as well fix that. Not an error I particularly need to worry about, other than it's an error, but now it's fixed. That error will not happen again. Nice catch. Nice catch. I guess that's an eagle eye. What is eagle eye? I don't know, whatever all that is. Paying attention to the little things going on and what I'm doing. Alright, there we go. In the code and the engine and that kind of stuff. Catching things. Catching little things. Okay, so from here, let me just clear this out. From here, I mean, it does mid to high. That's all that matters. I think so. That's what I'm just going to keep testing here. I think so. Like, do I understand why it's reporting everything? No. But, oops. I'm double checking. So, I just tested it with the left leg gone and the right leg there at 1. Whoops. And now I'm testing it with the left leg at 1 and the right leg gone. That's correct. That is correct. That's also correct. Okay. So now we're gonna try it just to make sure. Break all of these off all the way. Make sure that one works. Haven't tested that in a hot second. That pulls us up low to mid, which is correct. Yeah. I think it's all working. Yeah, we added cuisine. Exactly. Welcome, Camlin. We owe you a song. Thank you for supporting Hyper Game Dev. Or getting gifted, whatever it was. Unfortunately, YouTube doesn't tell me which it is. Yeah, I think it's all working as expected. Do I fully understand why the messages are printing the way they are? No. But it kind of doesn't seem to matter. I think we're okay. I'm just gonna keep doing different combos here. Yeah, it looks good. Sign up for the ride. Thank you, Camwin. Thank you for letting me know. I really wish YouTube would tell me. Thank you for doing that. Thank you for supporting Hyper Game Dev, even more so. Support Indie Dev, let's go! All right, we definitely gotta get you a song now. We definitely gotta get you a song now. All right, let's heal this alien up. Let that alien jam to my mid beats. My mid singing. This song's about to end. What was the last one? Was it singable? Nope. What about the next one? You know what? I'll take the last one. This is a weird one. Camwin is here. Camwin is in for the ride. Camwin ain't losing because Camwin is in for the ride. Oh, Camwin, you're in for the ride. Camwin ain't losing. Camwin is in for the ride. Oh yeah, for indie game dev. Camwin game dev. Camwin is in for the ride. Camwin is in for the ride. Camwin can't lose now. Camwin is in for the ride. Thank you for supporting indie game dev. Camwin, who's in? Camwin. There we go. I did the best I could. You're welcome, and I'm also sorry. Glitch says, do I understand? It was a hard song to do music to, but I kind of liked it. There's something about it that worked. Do I understand how loading my old game on a different thread made my UI magically work? No, but it worked, and that's what's important. Yeah, exactly, that's what's important. Added cuisine. Cowzine! We added cowzine! Yes, although the cows will be getting removed one of these days, I assure you. One day. Alright, so I'm gonna mark this as done. A lot of this is a bit confusing, and I know we never settled the parentheses debate. I just don't care. I just don't care that we didn't settle it, because I want to just keep moving, you know? Things are working better than ever. Now, something to adjust. There is that problem with the collisions. I'm gonna work on that later, so let's mark this task as done. And let's see if we can fix the corn breakage. And then, you added threads and things magically fix instead of breaking. Yeah, right? You would think that could make things more complicated. Not that I know much about threads, but let's also tag onto here collision limb collision solutions. This is the whole entire mess. And basically that involves figuring out how am I going to make the limbs, the collision, move with the limbs, but not be in the same instance. We can figure it out, but that's the thing. May you show me something now? I don't know. What is it? What is it? I mean, if it's something that belongs in the community creation stream, then maybe there. Just a tip that might come in handy in the future, Control-Shift-E can evaluate variables/expressions in the editor to see their truth value? What? What? Wait. What? Control-Shift-E can evaluate variables/expressions. Control-Shift-E. I'm pressing it. I'm pressing it with all my little heart. If you highlight an expression or variable, where? I'm very intrigued, but I'm also very confused. Control-Shift-E. Do I have to like select the whole thing? Control-Shift-E. I don't know, in the case of that particular bug, it probably wouldn't have done much. Oh, look, this one worked. So I selected the entire match condition. Error F 33221 expected : or when after match patterns. Well, you're the one who removed it. I just did Control-Shift-E and it removes it. No, that didn't work. It just... all that Control-Shift-E did is remove the colon, which is very specific. What? Are we quite sure I'm doing this correctly? GD script evaluate variables shortcut. I bet it can solve problems like 1 + 1 if you highlighted it, but some things that depends on the game running. Yeah, right. It may fail if the game isn't running. Whoa, this person's got a little video. That's nice. Interesting. What? Okay, I'll wait to do the thing you were talking about. Maybe it's using the expression class? Why is this so confusing? It seems like there's a very specific situation that this makes the most sense to do. And I don't know how many of those situations I have. You know? Like a lot of these, there's nothing to solve for. Like, do I even have code like this? Like, I don't even, like, what even darken, rotate? I mean, I guess we could do this. I could do that. Variable random equals rand float. And then if we do it here, Control-Shift-E. I didn't do it! I'm confused. Maybe really useful if you were concatenating a string. You can see what it evaluates without printing it or debugging. I'm real confused. I mean, according to someone, this ever was true a year ago, 2 years ago. I can't get it to do anything. I was like ready to learn, but I don't know. Well, consider that noted. All right, when glitch code, let me know when you're back, and then we can try your thing, I guess, maybe. Con plus cat plus innating. Okay. 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 All right. That could mean things. I bet that that's a word that has like specific meaning with link things together in a chain or a series. In formal language theory and computer programming, string concatenation is the operation of joining character strings end to end. For example, the concatenation of snow and ball is snowball. In certain formalizations of concatenation theory, also called string theory, string concatenation is a primitive notion. All right. Yeah, okay. But I mean, still, it's. I mean, thank you for teaching me that. I still don't see how this works. The expression thing. I would love for it to work. It's kind of interesting. I thought it showed what the truth value was. Like, for example, in some programming languages, I think every number besides 0 evaluates to true of an if condition, which can cause bugs if you're not careful. I mean, there must be some truth to what you're saying, because I found this Reddit post, which I'll link in the chat. It's 2 years old, but here they're saying if you press Control-Shift-E, and they're demonstrating that it changes these variables, at least in the ready function. Maybe it's because I'm not doing it in the ready function. Maybe I gotta go into the ready function and try it. Variable random float equals rand float. Click on this, Control-Shift-E. I don't know, I feel like I'm doing exactly what everyone's telling me, but I don't see it doing anything. So, I don't know. Cast it to bool and Control-Shift-E to find that out? Is Control-Shift-E real? Are we sure this is real? Maybe it got changed at some point to something else. And it used to be Control-Shift-E, but now it's different. Right click. Oh, look, it says it. Let me get this out of here. It says evaluate selection, Control-Shift-E. Nothing. Nothing. Womp. But this seems to be an ideal scenario according to this example. Literally, I'm doing the exact example that this is giving me. But it's nothing. Oh, but look, it's only suggesting the rand, it's only highlighting the rand F. Oh, okay, hold on. Get this, Control-Shift-E, hey! So we don't want to select the entire line, just the result thing, or the assignment. Wow, okay, now we're cooking. Now we're doing stuff. I was doing it wrong. Cool. Alright, so knowing that, let's see if I can do any of these other ones. I mean, I don't know what difference this would make. None. This one, nothing. So some of these don't make the same kind of sense. And that's just true. So it's still very much like dependent on certain use cases. But I see how it's true sometimes. Interesting. Anyway, wow, what a distraction. I need more tea. Let's figure out why this corn isn't breaking. So what's supposed to happen when we run through the cornfields, or we run into hay bales or fences, is that they break apart. They don't do any damage to the player. But the player, in theory, can do damage to them. So we can also run into things that... So here's the thing. Things like fences, corn stalks, and hay bales, they don't have... I don't understand why that loaded in so brokenly. Okay, you made it back. They have... Oh, thanks, Camwin. Yeah, it should have been working a little better even than it did. They have zero... They don't have any hit point. They have 1 hit point, basically. As soon as the player runs into it, it takes their 1 hit point away. Some things have more hit points, and they take more damage. So I'm curious if those still take damage from the player hurting them. But yeah, so that's supposed to be like a cutscene. And then it leads into why the aliens are invading Earth, and this is them going to invade Earth. And then you, the player, choose which alien you want. They're all the same. But whichever one you click on, so I'm going to click on that one. An orb comes down, grabs it, lifts it up into the sky, and then it should teleport down, just like that, onto Earth, the player. Oh, right, and then, so actually before limb collision solutions, I wanted to set up a way for us to earn our limbs, because right now I gotta use a code to just, boop, cheat my limbs on there. Unlockable skins, some of them have little outfits. That's stretch goal stuff. That is a stretch goal. We'll see. In general, that feels like it'll add a lot of complexity. The best I can do is colors. Maybe you can unlock like different colored ones. Outfits seems like that's gonna add a ton of extra development time. But a flames decal, yes, that would actually be pretty doable. Yeah, something like that. Something like that. Something like that. All right, just give me a second, glitch code. All right. So if I run into a solar panel, oh, the solar panel is supposed to get destroyed, but it's not getting destroyed. So something is fundamentally broken with detecting if the player has run into stuff. One thing I want to test, I will check it out. I will glitched, but let me just follow his thought through. Let me try making sure it's swapped to the other player at the beginning. I wonder why. That's gonna take a little investigating. I'm sure we can get there, but it will take some investigating. I'm gonna try loading up the other player character here, the original one. It looks a little chaotic. Does this have collision stuff? It doesn't. Wow. Okay, interesting. All right, so you want me to go... So what is it? What is the thing? 2D. You want me to create a 2D thing? Okay, I have created a 2D thing. Microtransaction, NFT, AI, and blockchain integration. Cram every buzzword in and get rich. Yeah, that's how I'm gonna get rich. I mean, most of that stuff is literally scamming. If somebody's getting rich off of that for like integration into a game, it's because they're frigging scamming people. Fight me. No, please don't fight me. I'm not that educated. But I'm pretty sure that's true. Don't get mad at me if I'm wrong. See the ruler at the top on the left? Stick your mouse there. Oh yeah, I knew that. Yeah, like a guide. Nice. I don't use it. I knew that. Wait, okay. Sure, I knew that. But I've never used it. This is one of those instances. Do you guys ever have this happen? Where like you know something exists, but you never use it because you just like forget that it exists when you need to remember that it exists? Yeah, that's awesome. Thank you. Thank you for reminding me that that's real. You've used them once. No, this is a neat trick. And so then in theory, right, we can like snap things to it. Well, or at least... Yeah, oh, look at that snapping. Yeah, it's nice. That's a nice, boop, boop. It's snapping. You have to trust me that it's snapping. I do not know. I have no idea how to move them after I place. Whoa! I have not a clue how to do that. All I knew is that you can make them exist. Grab them inside of their... Oh, nice. So if I click on them up here, they do that. This is a neat trick. This is a nice trick. I mean, this is a short right here. Like, this could easily be a YouTube short. Is just this trick. It's one of those things that like one time I accidentally found it and I was like, oh, that seems cool. Not right now though, go away. And then I just never went back to it. But now that you've mentioned it, I should do this. Look at that snappy dappy. Thanks for keeping it in my brain, glitched code. Another one of those things I never see anyone use. Yeah, but that's what makes great little shorts. Is like little nifty things that are like maybe useful. Neato. Dude, I'll totally make a short about that. And I will, and I don't know if you know, but I turned off the music and I said certain things for the purpose of coming back and making sure I pull that clip out and reference it so that way you get some credit for helping me there. I'm not trying to steal your ideas and make $2 off of it, as the shorts will make. Hooray, I'm a banana! You're a banana. I always thought a non-scam use of NFTs would be to trade items between compatible games. You mean like charging people to be able to trade items between compatible games instead of just giving to them for free? I guess that isn't a scam. At that point, I don't even know. I mean, I think at some point I don't understand NFTs enough to appreciate how that is actually a really clever idea. I bet it is. I bet that's a clever idea. Let me add to my shorts list here of things. I actually just made this one on Monday. I haven't edited yet, but technically this one has been done. I guess it would be nicer if I made it a checkbox instead of, don't do this one. Checkbox. That is a short list. It is. It is. Project position / unproject. Oh yeah, project. Ugh, so boring. But like, actually, that would be pretty useful. Static typing. Obviously, we did do this one. Although I need to do another one. Whoa. Oh no! Keep it a page. Keep it a page. Sorry, you misunderstand me. Oh, we can't put a page. Okay, whatever. And then a new one will say, what was it? Ruler guides. And then this was September, discovered, learned in September 4th, 2024 stream. How far in? About 6 hours, 15 to 20 minutes in. All right, there we go. Note tooken. Then you can do another one when type dictionaries come out. Oh, yeah, maybe. Oh, the static typing. True. Yeah. Hey, what's up, Juanina? Did I pronounce that well enough? Juanina? Good to see you. Thanks for saying hi. Ubisoft mentioned that ability, but seeing as how NFTs died, I don't think that's going to happen. Oh, yeah, Camwin's idea. I've been working with the Windows API lately. It's a bear. Whoa. That's cool. That's nifty. Windows API. I mean, isn't that like something that's been... Windows is old. Windows is old, man. You made a button? What does it do? Where do you press it? Buying an object and being able to use it in multiple games or transfer it between games or whatever. Yeah, okay. Alright. I could see that being cool. Change the text of a button. Where's the button? Like, I mean, like if I open up my start menu, that's a button. But it's not the start menu button. Icons are kind of buttons. It sounds cool. Okay, so we are done with this 2D thing. Let's go back to figuring out why the corns don't break. Why are things not breaking? Things are supposed to break apart. At some point, it got messed up. I have been switching out the player character models and stuff, maybe messing around with collisions, messing around with health. Honestly, health can have a lot to do with it because, I don't know. Like body parts, basically. The body parts themselves are what is being detected. So what I need to do is I need to go into anything, really, any obstacle, the obstacle script. Because the corn stalks, the fences, the buildings, everything that can hurt the player or be hurt by the player that is not an enemy is an obstacle. So this tree right here, you can see I can run into it and the leg gets smaller. But you know what's supposed to also happen is that tree breaks. So if I attack the tree, if I click on it, the tree breaks. That's good. But it should also break if I run into it because it has its own set of hit points. So for some reason, that's not getting detected as it should when we run into it. So like these corn stalks, they should be getting destroyed when I walk into them, just like when I click on it and they get destroyed. That should be happening. So let's find out why it's not happening. So I'm going to open up the obstacle script. Obstacle script. Somewhere in here, area entered, on area entered. And then it's going to check to see which body part collided with it. It doesn't, oh, it does need that. So area damaged, emit collided body part. All right, that sounds pretty useful. Let's make sure that collision is working. Print obstacle collided with collided body part. Can this solve stuff? Now I'm going to be trying that evaluating thing all the time. No, but it's kind of cool to click on. All right, play it. Let's see if we get some kind of feedback. If even this is running. I believe this should be running. I have a feeling it's on the next stage when it emits area damaged, which is on the body part script. I have a feeling that's where we're gonna find the hiccup. But let's be certain. Don't even really need to go full size here. So as soon as I run into something, it should report. It does. All right. So indeed, let's pause for a second. Area feed, area head. Yep, so it sees stuff. So that collision is working. If I give myself some limbs here. Oops. And we get moving. We bust into that. You can see it saw leg left. So that part of it is working. So let's go into where area damaged is connected. I'm going to look up area damaged connect. That is connected on body part, health bar. We don't use the health bar anymore. So body part. On area damaged. Check what limb I am. Yes. If the collided body part is itself... So it comes with some information. So it's calling... I mean, at what point... Now, wait a minute. Let me come back to the obstacle. Amount damaged. Emit damage amount. So this is how much it would damage the player. Did I check the right thing? On the body part? On area damaged. So what does amount damage do again? Remind me. Damage amount. So it's gonna keep track of how much damage that it's supposed to take. So what this is every obstacle. So let's pull up an obstacle. I'm gonna go to a barn, as I often do. And if I click on the obstacle script, we have a bunch of export variables here. And one of those export variables is damage amount. And it's either going to be lowest, full, or none. Lowest does 1 damage. Full, in theory, would completely destroy the limb. So the limb would be completely eradicated if it were to bump into it. None means that it doesn't hurt you at all. So like the corn stalks are set to none. Most everything else is set to lowest. And so here in this enum list here, I've got lowest, full, and none. So the barn, for example, is set to lowest. So when the collision occurs, on area entered, it checks the collided body part. It emits the amount damaged, which then back on the body part script, it's going to run this function. It's going to set amount to damage to the damage amount, which is going to be if amount to damage is set to obstacle damage amount full, it does 100. If it's set to lowest, it's 1. So they're either going to be 1 or 0, pretty much. So limb damage amount, we already know this works because the limbs do get hurt or not. So this is working just fine. No problem here. All good. It's something on the obstacles end, which I'm surprised I'm not seeing something happen. I mean, really, there should be something here that subtracts a hit point. Why is a hit point not even being applied here? That's kind of strange, right? What's going on with that? It then damages the body part. We already know that works. Amount slowed. That's, again, just kind of like damage amount, except it's how... Should the player stop completely when they run into it, or should they barrel right through it? So the corn stalks, they barrel right through. A building, they stop when they run into it. That's all that does. So this is... None of this is having any problem. Let me do another search here for... I mean, it's not that helpful. But what I'm curious about, so we know the on area entered is on the obstacle. That's surprising. So, how do we normally... How does it... When we attack it, how does it lose hit points, by the way? Mouse entered, mouse exited, update hit points, yes. On update hit points, if health current is less than or equal to 0, so that's just if it's dead, it goes away. I'm a little confused. Let me look at the hit point script. That's the next relevant thing. So the hit points is being monitored by the obstacle. And so the obstacle is checking... Whenever we update the hit points, it's going to check to see, is it dead? But it also, on the hit point script, is going to update an animation that will have it be destroyed at different times. So this barn, for example, when we attack it... So I think it's the hit point script, not the obstacle script I need to be looking at. The obstacle script only seems to handle hurting the player, not for if it's hurt, per se. So here you can see there are these different stages on this animation player that break it down. When we run into it, it should break down by one stage. This building, for example. And that's all handled on the hit point script. So I think I need to be looking here. Yes. Attack target, something hit. What got hit is delayed. Oh, so this is when we attack it. So when I click on something and the arm goes zoop, that delay is a true-false statement. And it's delayed if we're clicking and attacking it, because I don't want to click on it and then it explodes. It needs to wait for the arm to actually reach it. And then when it reaches it, then it plays the explosion. So that is being run here. So that it must be that what got hit and is delayed being false is when we run into stuff, would be my guess. Because that's when we don't need a delay, is if something runs into it, right? So if I click on this, it doesn't get destroyed right away. It waits. That's the delay, is that waiting period before it actually gets busted, is waiting for that connection between the arm and the object to happen, in theory. Okay. So then I think what I need to do is I need to look for what emits something hit. So let's look for something hit emit. Player and body part. On area. Oh, okay. We're getting somewhere here. So is delayed is false. This is if a body part runs into an obstacle. I know what this is. I know what it is. I remember what I did. Wow. I even, in a GitHub commit, I typed this out as, I noticed something was marked and I don't know why, so I unmarked it. Nothing seems to be broken. I know exactly what this is. I did this on Monday. Earlier, Kai Guy had theorized, like, maybe it has something to do with this debug thing I set up, and indeed it did. So, on Monday, let's see if I can find the note that I took for this. Here. So there was a mask. Mask 3 was set to true in the inspector as an obstacle. But this seems unnecessary, so I made it false via code. Doesn't seem to be breaking anything. That's what it was breaking. That's exactly what it was breaking. Okay. You just tuned in to listen. Yeah. So, like, it wasn't exactly related to me setting up that debug tool, but while I was setting up that debug tool, I just, like, noticed that a mask was set to true, and I was like, why? It doesn't need to be set to true. Yes, it did. Yes, it did. Okay. So I actually came in here in code and set it to false, which is a much better way to handle this anyway, so I'm glad that that's the case. Tangentially related. Yeah. Very much so. So for example, if I were to go back to that cow barn, and we were to go down an obstacle, basically, the mask here, if I hover over the masks, hopefully you can see that. Mask 3 is obstacle. So these don't matter, by the way. These inspector settings do not matter, because I like to set all of my collisions in code. So in the collision, or in the obstacle script rather, well, it's not even the obstacle, actually. Sorry, not the obstacle. The body parts. That's where it was. The body parts. My mistake. Here. Body part. So now we're on the left arm, just one of the arms. The arm, its layer is set to 16, which makes sense. You can see I've labeled that as player. But the mask was set to 3, which is obstacle. I'm like, why would it need to be set to obstacle? So layers are what it is. Mask is what it's looking for. The body part is looking for obstacles. So we do want that to be set to true. So, but even though I've set it in the inspector, because I changed it in code, the code is overwriting what is true in the inspector. And I prefer that overriding. But literally, we change this to true, problem is solved. We're good here. That's it. Great. And I haven't even tested it. I know that's gonna work. Task off. Now, I do not want to do limb collision solutions yet, because there's something more important. I need to set up earning limbs at start. So right now, you have to put in like a cheat code in order to get your limbs at the beginning of the game. I would like you to actually be able to earn them. And how do you earn them? You earn them by eating stuff. Now, honestly, maybe this works. I actually haven't tested this since I added the new character in. I wonder if this actually just works. So let's see. All right, but also let's see the corn stalks now. Bam. Destruction. We're good. No problem. They get destroyed when I run into them. Excellent. Okay, so if I drag this onto here, yeah, see? It doesn't grow its limbs. The limbs don't actually heal. I need to figure out why. So I actually have to press this like cheat code key on my keyboard, which now gives me the limbs, and now we have limbs with hit points. I need to make that so that's not necessary. You know, now the limbs work and they break off and we can heal them with no problem. I need to figure out why the game is forcing it to not have those. Wacky layers makes inspector code. Wacky layers repeat. Masks go to the top right. Inspector goes down to the bottom. Code is surprised. Oh my. Yes. Yes, I agree with your emoji language. So in order to earn the limbs at the start, that is to say, you actually have to eat something to grow the limbs. Now, obviously, right now it's cows, but it will be humans. We're just gonna let that little problem go. Hopefully soon I can actually work on getting the humans implemented. So that gets set up on the body part script, which I think we're already on. Let's look at the transform. So this is my cheat code right here. This is the cheat code that I press to make the limbs appear. So it shows all the meshes. It makes the player stand up. And it undisables the collisions. That's all that it does. That's interesting. So we just need to... Well, wait. Okay, so then when the game starts, on game pre-begin, it turns off the collision for the legs. It turns off the collision. It turns off the visibility of the arms. Just my way of showing gotta watch overriding and what does what where. Wacky layers override masks. Wacky layers. Yeah, I like it. I'm very creative. Hurt brain is hurt brain. Cam says you should make a short of when you said layer is where it is, mask is what it's looking for. Oh, you know, I have seen, and that's fine. There's nothing wrong with making things other people have done. But it's been a while since I saw someone else approach that. And I feel like even like the way other people explain it still doesn't click with me. Yeah, you're right. I should. You're right. I should. Okay, I will. Let me... You should make a short of when you said layer is where it is and mask is what it's looking for. You're right. That took me so long to figure out. Okay, I will do this. It's not easy to remember. All right, note taken. All right, that was me recording a bit to be able to come back and reference you for suggesting that. Okay. Layers versus masks. Suggested clip. Get clip of it being suggested from Sept 4th, 2024. Stream about 6 hours, 40 minutes in. 42 minutes in, something like that. Note taken. Thanks, Cam. Because I like including you guys in the shorts if I can in some way of some sort. Okay. So I think the meshes just aren't visible. But why doesn't healing work? Why can't we heal into it? That's what I don't understand. Is why does the way that it's set up override the limbs being able to become visible? That confuses me the most. So something about healing must be missing. I mean, really, it's just mesh show. That's the only thing that's here. Yeah, there's standing up. Oh, and there's collision being allowed. That's the other thing. But I don't think that should matter. So let's see what's going on in the healing section. So when we heal, if it's not, so, well, it checks to see if current health, oh, that's why. That's why. Because current health isn't less than max health. So healing doesn't work on it because healing is only allowed to work if current health is less than max health. So I need to make sure that we're not healthy and the limbs are just invisible. Instead, we need to actually be unhealthy. And do you know why I have it set up that way? I have it set up that way because I've designed the main menu to be at the height of the legs being healthy. So I think what I need to do is I need to hurt the legs and the arms here. I could even do that instead of all of this. Okay. Let's just do this. Let's say if it is legs, then we want current health to be equivalent to 0. If it is arms, current health equivalent to 0. So there's some redundant things happening here, but I kind of don't care. Whatever, let it be redundant. That might be enough to make us be able to earn limbs at the start. So that means you don't get to your biggest size right away. Which is, yeah, I actually had never even considered that. That you start out with the smallest limbs first. Huh. I don't know, it just never really occurred to me to do that. But, I mean, functionally, that is how it's going to be. Assuming I've done this correctly. So let's find out. Grab it. Nice! Oh! It starts as a little baby! Oh, that's so cute! Hello, little baby! I had never actually, since I set it up today, I haven't actually seen it as the little baby. But you know what else? Its head is fully healed. So it's got like a fully healthy head. Fully healthy head. But it's got like damaged limbs. And it just looks so cute. Like, what is this big world? Wow. I mean, in a way, the player might not even realize that they can become bigger. You know? Like, I almost need to figure out how to teach the player that they can become larger. Oh, look, some of the collisions still aren't working. If I run into the hay bales, by the way, they don't break. And the fences don't break either. Interesting that these work. Funko alien? What does that mean? Oh, that's maybe something I should look up. All right, let's eat. Look at it sing, I'm hungry. Whoa, now it's full power. Dude, awesome. I like it. I like it. I mean, the player is gonna have to somehow discover that they can become full size. Oh, those little figurines. Oh, it is. It is those little figurines. Nice. Oh, look, it's not even, uh-oh. I somehow broke us colliding with, okay. There is something very strange going on here. Now it's not colliding with anything anymore. What? Huh? Okay. The head collides, but nothing else? Oh god, the head turns really weird when it's tiny. Okay, hold on. There's some things to test and fix here. Here's some things to fix here. Huh. Now, what I'm not sure of is if this has anything to do with any change that I just made. We're not done yet. Oh, I thought that was like easy peasy. I have some questions. So if I still use my little cheat code button, well, the cheat code button isn't going to heal the limbs. It's your favorite variation, only the tiny head? That's silly. I actually need to optimize that tiny head. So the fences aren't breaking. The corn stalks are? That broke. That tree broke. Curious. This is strange. Hey, Jaya. Yeah. Yeah, you got a baby alien. I actually really love it. I gotta think though, like that the player kind of deserves to somehow get some kind of clue that they could become even bigger. So I might want to start thinking about where they could figure that out. Other than experimenting. Only one tiny arm equals Deadpool baby arm scene. I definitely have to take your word for it on that one. For sure. Oh, that hay bale. Oh, the hay bales. Oh, good. So the hay bales are getting destroyed. That's good. Good. And then I was able to run into the solar panels, and those got destroyed. It's just the fences. Oh, maybe we don't have the fences get destroyed. Maybe that's something that I got rid of for some reason, because it was hard to do. Okay, hold on. Let's try using my... I mean, it's not going to work, because... the limbs are still going to be 0. So don't do that. Don't do that. Hold on. Forget that. For now, let's just feed a cow and grow our limbs. Collision still works. Hay bales. I wonder if it's not detecting the legs. That has to be what it is. We would be overscoping and... I would be wasting time on something that is awesome, but unnecessary, but awesome. That would be so funny. You know what else I was going to do was I was going to have you be able to be tripping over things, but I think I've realized that is an overscope, even though that would be nice and it would be cool. I mean, it's fun to think about. But it's important for me to know when to draw the line, so thank you for giving me the opportunity to practice drawing a line. I actually appreciate it. I think what I'm seeing happening is the body, because see how with the hay bales, the body is just above the hay bale. And so I think what's happening is the legs collision is not set up correctly. Somehow. Funny platformer moves, but only when you're tiny. Yeah, right. Like, oh, that'd be so cool. Like, interact with the world differently if you're tiny. Oh, I'd love that. Hypergame Dev has maintained the same energy for 7 hours. I admire your endurance. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, it's very important to me to show up here and commit myself to doing this work. Thanks. Yeah, it means a lot. I do. I stay here for 8 to 10 hours. Ideally closer to the 8 side. But I try to keep bringing it. Try to keep it being brung. Try to make the collision mesh bigger. Yeah, I don't think that's the right solution because it shouldn't have to be bigger. First of all, I do want to adjust the limb collisions, but this was working. So something broke that should be working. So I need to do something else other than that. What I need to do is I need to figure out why the legs aren't being detected and to what extent they aren't being detected. Whoops, that was an accident. Didn't mean to press that key there. Because I think... Oh. Actually, I'm not sure. I thought I might have had the thought, but I actually don't know. Reminding everyone why they should leave a like. Oh yeah, leaving a thumbs up is important. If you're watching this stream and you haven't pressed the thumbs up button yet, I hope you'll consider doing it. More people will see this live stream now and possibly after it ends. If you guys hyper smash that thumbs up button. Thank you, DJ Alexander, for making sure we remember. Well done. Good job. But yeah, so the legs themselves need to be colliding with the hay bale, not the body. But now if I bump my... Oh, look! It doesn't even see... Okay, so that's pretty much all I need to know. Basically, baby legs are immortal right now, is what's happening. Get out of my face, Dark Rosen. Welcome. I ain't gonna remake it again. Yay! Yes, it's easy to forget. It's easy to forget. A baby god. A baby god. Yeah, not supposed to be a baby god. So we need to make it not be immortal as a baby. Because then there's... So curious, if I get full legs, I think they're also going to be immortal, though. If what I think is true. Yep. So then the legs, and then the arms as well, or just the legs? Yep, the arms are immortal, too. Okay, so we're still setting up earning limbs at the start, because they're too immortal. So I think it's probably this right here. Here we're saying, do not have collision. Turn off the collision. I think we need to... Wait, yeah, because we're saying disabled is true. But when we heal... Yeah, I guess... I'm a little concerned about that. But then the arms as well? Is the body and legs the same mesh? No. They are not. They are different! That's how we have the legs come apart and stuff. Yeah, there's a lot of specifics about this project that you kind of need to know, unfortunately. There's a lot going on. But yeah, they're separate from the body. As are, oh god, as are the collisions and stuff. Redo the player. Yep, sounds like more content. Gotta do it. Man, I am so not interested in making content as much as I am interested in making a game. I'll tell you right now. The content just happens to come because I'm making the game, not the other way around. But I know you're joking. Okay, so I'm a little confused what's happening here. And I need to figure it out. So when we set the current health to 0, oh, but you know what? We're not actually subtract, but it's also the arms. The game isn't making you. What? Whoa. What? That's a freaking trip. I was the one being developed all along. A game dev. A game that's a dev. Developing the developer. It's like a weird sci-fi horror story. I kind of like it. Okay, but why would this do that? A game jam theme? Game makes you? You were the player character all along. Gotcha. Got me. Got myself. How scary. How unsettling. Oh gosh, my YouTube music has been weird lately. And so I've reached the end of the songs that it knows to find, which is irritating because I've saved like 300 songs, but is only finding a small number of them most of the time, which means I have to loop them again if I want to keep playing music, which is irritating because we already heard all those. But whatever, I guess that's better than nothing. Oh, you know what? I bet if I change the sorting. Anyway, I'm just talking to myself. Oh, that didn't fix it. YouTube creator music is bugged. It's buggy. You just gotta trust me on that one. I'm a fan of low-tier dad puns. I call it son humor. Oh, wow. Sun humor. Oh, wow. You guys are creative. Sun jokes. Oh my god. Okay. So wait, why would this even be having that effect? Collision set to disabled. So the collision is being turned off. So the collision doesn't work. But why doesn't that... you know what? It must have not been the arms. We're just going to say I didn't bump into the arms. Let me try just cutting this out and see if that's enough. I have some concerns about this. Collision. Oh, but there's also collision area. Oh. So collision is the physics collision. And this was... And the area, what's not being seen is the area. And here we're turning off, oh. So I think we actually need this. But shouldn't that already be when we heal? I don't know. I'm confused now. When we heal... Oh... We only do the hurt collision. Right? Oh, then we do it here for fully... Right. Collision hurt. But that's not the area. Do we have a collision hurt area? No, because it's the same thing. Wow. Do we, if the current health is less than the max health, that's for healing, but what about for damage? If current health is greater than 0, oh, okay. Okay, so then this is what I propose I do. I'm gonna come down to the pre-begin, and we should be able to just say right here, that, yeah, disabled false instead of true. And we just do that for both of these. I think that should work. Is that coding? Did I code it? I don't note it. I haven't noted that I code it. But we're gonna find out something soon. Probably. Okay. Take your time, Godot. I got time. No, I got a bit of time. Alright, click on the alien. Alien gets abducted. Brings it back down. Make sure nothing weird is happening. Oh, that's what I was afraid of. So here we're standing up. We don't want that. So I need to put this back in here. Collision. We do want to turn off the collision of the legs physically, because otherwise we're standing up at the beginning, which is not correct. So we do have to do that. Confused with the naming convention, but whose code makes sense? So the collision, think of it as the character body collision. The collision area is what is detecting obstacles and stuff. So one is literally the character standing on the ground, that's collision, and then the area is those same general vicinities, but if they're colliding with stuff. So one is colliding with the ground, the other, the area, is colliding with things. And they don't actually bump, well, they kind of do, but it's just not physics. One is physics-based, one is, like, theoretical. It makes sense to me. Usually. Well, actually, it didn't at first. You're monitoring versus monitorable area, kinda? Kinda. Yeah, a little bit, sometimes. I do mess with that too. But sort of, but they're actually two separate collisions. So here, let me show you real quick. So each body part has, each body part has an area 3D. So there's the leg left area 3D, the arm right area 3D, arm left, leg right, all that stuff. And within there is a collision that pertains to that area. So it's not a physics collision, it's being monitored. This is what's monitored / monitorable, is this stuff right here. So if it bumps into an obstacle or an obstacle bumps into it or whatever. And then further down, now this is all contained within a character body right here, which is physics based. So those are the detection areas or collision area. And then if I collapse all of these, you'll see there's a bunch of other collisions in here. So there's the player character body, and there's the collisions. These are the physical collisions. So this is naming convened as just collision instead of collision area. It might benefit me to say collision underscore body if I were gonna name convention it a little more clearly, and then collision area. That would probably be the clearest way to do it. But these are the collision bodies here that actually determine whether or not it's standing on the ground, basically. Keep reading, they're rendered separate. It makes things complicated. I know, it does. All right. So let's see if this has been fixed. We need to heal our little limbs. Literally, our little baby limbs. Can we break them? We can. Nice. And we can run into things. And let's make sure that hay bale breaks. We run into it. I don't know why the frames are dropping. I have something. Oh, probably because I'm hovering all these or something. All right, fixed. We can finally start out as the baby or as the limblessness and grow up our limbs. I'm pretty sure that that works. There was one thing that I caught while we were doing that, which is that the broken head is very badly placed. Yeah, we did it! So I kind of want to make that adjustment here. I'm not worried about that frame rate drop. I feel like that's my computer, not the game. It could be the game. It's actually possible. So we'll see. I might have to look into it. Let me hurt the head. Kind of just gonna wait to see if that's more of a pattern. And this is where the second one, Limb Collision Solutions, comes in, and it's something I've been wanting to work on for a long time, is figuring out how to make sure the collisions are more accurate. It's very hard to get the head to get hit. It shouldn't be that hard. Oh goodness. I wonder if the head collision is not being set up. Oh, there we go. Great, we hit it. Awesome. So here's the problem. When I rotate the head, it's not rotating around the center. Which maybe is fine. Oh, I accidentally healed it. But it's not really supposed to be like that. I would guess that's something to do with where I've positioned it here. I did shrink it not very centeredly when I did earlier. But the bone is still in the center. So I'm not fully sure why. Let me see if I can tell here. If I grab the armature and we go to pose mode and we start rotating it, do we see that same thing? No. Oh, wait. Let me look at it from behind. Rotate. Oh, wow. So it's actually, it would seem, something in Godot, because we are using code to rotate the head in Godot. I don't think that looks weird, does it? I think that looks quite a bit different. than the way it looks in Godot. I'm not exactly sure. And then hurting the head is hard. I'm going to say this is not something to think about right now, because this is going to be a lot easier to like test if I come up with some limb collision solutions. So I think perhaps I will focus on limb collision stuff, and then when the time comes, I can worry more about how that head looks, because it's just a little hard to test right now. But yeah, it's not, we're not actually rotating it the same way that I'm doing it in Blender there, so it could just be behaving differently because of that. Let me see if I can hurt this head again. There we go, tiny head. I think, you know what I think part of it is the head also is kind of leaning back a bit. It's like doing this. It's not just doing that. It's like doing this. And so that's making it move a little extra. I don't know why it does that. There's also a little material bug. That's a whole, I didn't mean to do that. That's a whole other thing. You'll notice that the mouth is now colored green. There's a tiny head in there. Oh God. Don't worry about that. I need to get rid of that debug key immediately, because I don't need it. Do you want it to damage the limb that touches or something, like certain objects damage certain body parts? Yes, exactly. Yes. And that is how it works. But yeah, that's the game. Let me real quick get rid of this debug thing before I forget, because it's just not helping. This is nothing now. And then back on the body part, on transform, it's just gone. No more transform. Transform is not a thing anymore. We're gonna come to the messenger. Actually, let's just look everywhere. Transform signal exists. I mean, obviously transform is in a lot of places, but this is all different. Oh, here on the debug menu? Oh yeah, nope, get rid of it. Don't want it there no more. No more transform. That was a button that we made. Let me get rid of that button. I'm just trying to clean up a little here. There's the transform button. Delete it. Okay. Do not want to accidentally do this ever. And then finally, the messenger script. Get rid of that. Okay. So yes, so that is the idea of the game, is that you're going to damage different limbs, and that will impair you in different ways. The solar panels have a damage class specific to legs, or if by some miracle you landed on your head, you'd lose it. Exactly, the second one. Yeah. So that's the way it's supposed to be. It's not like, yeah. It's literally calculating which body part hit what. So the idea is, and wow, I can't cheat my way into having all the limbs. That's wild. Okay, let's get us some limbs. Okay, this is enough, I guess. So if my left leg hits it, you see, only the left leg breaks off, right? If my right leg hits it, only my right leg breaks off. So that's using collisions, and it's detecting which collision happened with it. So with the solar panel, if I just make sure only my arm hits it, you see, only my arm got broken off. The head is a tough one, though. The head is a tough one. What the head... So there's a couple things with the head. Namely, enemies. enemies are going to target your head. And so that's where so like bullets and stuff. If you're counting buds, I'd recommend classes, but it's a bit of work if it's not necessary. Yeah, I'm not sure what you mean, but I think that's not what I want to do. Because it sounds like you're saying certain obstacles could always only hurt certain limbs, and I would like it to be a little bit more like emergent than that, or like more like, I hear what you're saying, like by some miracle, but it's not too much a miracle, really. You give random chances, but yeah, it would be directed. So we'll see. Thanks, Gav Games. It is. No, I like that you mentioned it though, DJ, because it's definitely something I never would have considered. So it's interesting to hear a different approach, for sure. But in theory, that should damage the head. That right there. So see how the character's leaning forward, right? Just like that. The head is in front, and that should run into it. There's a reason why it's not. So this is, when I say limb collision solutions, I might need to be more specific so you know what I'm saying. What I want is limb collisions move with body parts. Okay, that's what I want. So right now, let's put in, this is gonna be a lot. Let's make visible collision shapes. Right now, the head collision shape does not follow the position of the actual head. The arm collision shape does not follow the actual position of the arm, which means it's always fixed. So, if the character leans forward, the head collision is still back here. So it doesn't have to be a miracle that it lands on there. It can actually be pretty expected. Even right there, you see we just landed into the collision shapes. So there's a big head and there's a little head. The big head is for, the big head collision is for detecting things that you're eating. But you can see like the arms. Well, let me try. It's kind of hard to see. I was hoping this was more instructive, but it's kind of hard to see. But you can kind of see a little bit. Here, let's feed it a bit. So look at that. The arm collisions aren't moving with the arms, right? They're just staying put. The legs aren't moving with the legs. Now, when I set this up as a task, I'm not asking how to do this, but, I might need to figure it out. And so we'll see how that goes. But, yeah. I have some ideas, some things to try. The other thing to consider is that these collisions are not in the same scene as the meshes. They are, but they aren't. So I might need to come up with some remote stuff to figure out how to get them to be in those same positions. And of course, you can see that the shape of the collision barely matches the shape of the arm itself. So this is just something I've been waiting to do until I had the final player character model in there. So that way I knew what it was actually going to look like. And well, now we have that in. So it is time to try to explore setting up those collisions. This has been a long time coming. Nigh is the time. So I am going to set the camera display to overdraw just because it makes it easier to see. If I don't do that, the outline of the collision shapes just disappears into the background. So I'm going to set it to overdraw so I can see him a little more clearly. It's still pretty hard to see, but that makes it a little better, which is nice. And then we gotta puzzle some things out here. Oh god, it's so hard to see anything. I'm going to hide the physics collisions. Poof into the void with the collisions. As one does. I'm gonna hide all of the character body collisions for now. Just to lessen the mess. And I'm also going to hide the head feeding collision, which is this big circle up here. You know, I even kind of want to hide the meshes. But not necessarily. So right now, there's the arms. The arm collision. Right here. The area that's detected. So there's a couple different collisions, right? There's the physics collision, and there's the area collision. I'm interested in the area collision for right now. So if we look at, oh, I got lost. If we look at the right arm, that's what this is, I think, right? Maybe? Where is it? Oh, it's over here. I was looking at the wrong one. So there it is. That's all it is. It needs to be moving with that mesh. Now, I'm also gonna need it to be a different size when we're hurt. That's a whole other thing. So this is gonna be a multiple day thing, I think. I'm definitely not gonna get this all done tonight. But I just wanna explore the different ways of getting it to move along with it. Property keys for animation players. Yes. Yes. So here's the thing. The way that this is animated is it's animated in Blender. And so the animation player is actually inherited from Blender, right? So this animation player you can see is yellow. This is not quite the right one here. This one is inherited from Blender. So I set up the animations in Blender, and then I bring it into Godot, which means I can't modify this if I want that connection to be between Blender and Godot, which I do. So if I were to, I would somehow need to match the animations from the inherited player with the collisions, which are in a different scene. You see what I'm saying? So I can't just add it in there. And what if I change? And so really, if I want to change the walk cycle, I would want the collision shape positions to follow the new arm position. So I want it to all be adaptable. I want it to be modular. I want it to be responsive to other things. That's just what I want. That's how I want to do it. So just animating it isn't gonna work because I need that collision to be connected to what is inherited from Blender. So that's not what I want to do. So what I want to do, again, well, anyway, so let's look for remote stuff. I was gonna say, not necessarily looking for solutions just yet. I just want to explore stuff. But I appreciate that you're throwing out ideas. I do. So there is this thing called remote transform that I've been meaning to look into. I think Psychonic Joe from eons ago suggested this. Remote transform 3D. Yeah. Right, and that would also take a lot of time, right? Because I'd have to reanimate it. It's just it's highly impractical, and I don't want that. I want something responsive. Not that that technically wouldn't work. It just would be very tedious and not able to adapt to any changes. So what this does is it's supposed to push its own transform 3D onto another node 3D. Derived node in the scene. Oh. So I guess I wouldn't want to put this... Oh, okay. So I'd actually want this to go on the mesh. I don't know how that's gonna work. Because this Alien version 3, the mesh, I can do editable children. Maybe that's what I have to do. I gotta do editable children. And then let's say we come to the right arm, right click, add a node, remote transform in here, which means I can't ever make this uneditable or else everything's gonna break. The remote path property must point to a valid node 3D or node 3D derived node to work. Okay, remote path. I've never used this node, but I'm curious. Okay, we're putting this to the arm right mesh. Oh, look, it is bouncing up and down. Nice. So wait, can I put this wherever I want? Whoa. Wait, so if I were to... Interesting. If I were to come to the area, the detection area, it's still not quite moving like I would want it to, but this is interesting. If I were to come to the area arm right, drop this in here, can it still find it? Maybe. We'll see. There's still some things to test here. I'm not sold on this yet. But there's potential. There's potential. So, interestingly, it seems to have become fixed now. And it is no longer updating anymore. I'm not sure why. When I moved it into the area. Out of curiosity, what if I put it over here? Well, I just reset it. So I reset this path, and then I grab that because it's going to update wherever I move it because we're assigning it. So it's not that. So arm right, it's still the same thing. If I drag this, what if I drag it into the instance? Doesn't see it. What if I make it a child? There, it works. So it seems like it has to be... Interestingly, I can... Wait a minute. Wait. I'm confused. Wait. I think I'm using this wrong. I think the remote path is what we are connecting it to. So if I put this as a child of this, arm right, it's moving based on being a child of the thing that's moving. That's why it's moving. And I think this is going to be a problem, by the way. But for now, it's interesting to learn. So you can see it's moving up and down. Look at the remote transform. The remote path, I think what I want this to be is the target. So what I want to move up and down is the area arm right, or the collision more specifically. There it goes. Now it's moving up and down. Nice. This is great and all. But will this be able to move, let's say if, you know, the bone stretches? I mean, that's kind of a whole thing. I mean, I think we'd let the stretching go. I don't know. I'm still a little unsure about this, but this has potential. This has some potential. It does. But I'm still a bit concerned. Why does it have an error that I can't click on? It's a nothing error? The remote path property must point to a valid... It does. But it does. Okay, I don't know why this is giving me an error. I'm going to go ahead and say this error is an error. Not sure I understand why that's there. Because, I mean, I can't even click on it. Very strange. So we're just going to ignore that right now. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to adjust the shape of this. Now, this isn't as reactive as I'd like it to be, but it is pretty reactive. Please stop moving, dear God. This is impossible. Let me set this to not be moving. I don't know how I just did that, but it is stopped, which is good for now. I'm a little concerned. God, I hate using this overdraw mode right now. It is definitely not ideal. So I'm gonna need to kind of fit it onto the arm somehow. Or get it close enough anyway. It's a bit large, so we need to bring that radius way down. Oh, no, 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 no. Do not do this. Please do not do this. Oh my goodness. Yeah, this is gonna be interesting. What even just happened? Because that didn't move with it. Well, Lise, I think you actually want to point it to the collision, not the area. Or you move the area and not the collision. Oh. Bummer. Okay, let me do some undoing here, actually. I need to put it back. I think I want the collision transform position to be at 0, 0, 0. Heck, I think I even want its rotation to be at 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. Why is its scale so tiny? What in the world? Dear God. I want the collision to be reset to normal. And what I want to move is this. So now that's going to move with that. Okay. And then the area is when I want to transform its position and stuff with. But I still need to get that collision to obviously be a lot smaller. It's just going to be a little complicated. And then obviously the arm has multiple like bones, right? So I'm going to need, it's got, you know, the forearm and the shoulder. And so if I want to set up collisions for all of those, right? It's a pretty complicated task, which doesn't delight me. But I think the reason why it's important is because it's a fundamental mechanic in the game. Not the collision. Don't move the collision. It's a fundamental mechanic that you can be damaged by things you bump into. So I need to make sure that it's accurate. So the player doesn't feel like cheated or confused about how to avoid things. Because that's the main thing, is you need to figure out how to move around without bumping into stuff. And if how you bump into stuff doesn't make sense visually to the player, I think that's just going to be a bad time. Yeah, we're in X-ray vision. Get that grid out of my face. It's driving me nuts. Yeah, it's really the only way, because if I go to normal, these collision lines are basically invisible. So I gotta come here to see them. But you can see the gizmo disappears. So like the rotation gizmo is gone, which is super annoying. Unshaded it could work too. This is actually somewhat workable, and at least I get to keep the gizmo. I always get frustrated trying to work in 3D. This makes it seem somewhat more manageable. Nice. I love working in 3D myself. I prefer it. It has its challenges, but I like those challenges. Have you heard, welcome Entropy, that one about the pirate that walked into the bar with the steering wheel hanging between his legs? I don't think I want to hear that, Entropy. Do you want to get moderated? Because jokes like this are how you get moderated. Okay, let's rotate this. Shrink it down. Come on, bruh. Why? Entropy, you are one of the oldest attendees to my streams. Have you learned nothing? Oh my goodness. Welcome, though. Welcome. Not oldest as in your literal age. But I feel like you were here when I first started streaming like 2.5, 3 years ago. Incorrigible. I think that's a word we could apply. I don't know about that. I don't think so. I don't think you are. He read the name, can't blame him. Oh yeah, it's just, well, look, it's entropy tamed. Like, naturally, it's unpredictable. Old enough to know better, young enough not to care. All right, man. Okay, so where was I? Why is it reset in its position? Why would you do that? Why would the position be somewhere else? You were sleeping through that age? I'm confused. I'm very confused. Why did all of those positions? Oh, because we're not moving the collision. Leave the collision alone. It's the area we want to change. Wait, it got reset. Dang, what? What even just happened? Man, I don't enjoy this. I don't enjoy this. Not really animating. So what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to get the limb collisions to move with the body parts. And instead of animating them, what I'm doing is I'm trying to get them set into like a default position that matches with the arm position. And then I'm using a remote transform node to get it to move along with the way that the mesh moves. That may not work for many reasons the way that I want it to, but it's what I'm experimenting with. And we'll see how it goes. This is gonna be a lot of experimenting, this particular challenge, but I'm up for it. We'll see how it turns out. So yeah, so I'm just lining this up. More or less. Or I'm attempting to line it up. Using meshes? I don't understand. Yes, meshes are very important for 3D things to exist. What else would I be using? Okay. All right, that seems like that fits in there nicely. So now if we do a walking animation, in theory, that thing should move with it. You thought it was spatials? Meshes have a collision to mesh thingy. Yeah. Right, that's true, but that's gonna lead to a very complex mesh, and that's gonna have like performance issues. So I'm using a very simple collision shape because it will just be more performant is the purpose of using this. All right, Cab Games. So yeah, making a collision shape that matches the mesh exactly, I want to avoid that as much as possible and just use very simple shapes. Oh, wait, it keeps resetting it. It keeps moving the area back down. It's overwriting it. That must be what the node does. Oh, dear. So oh, interesting. Okay. So that's why we would want to make sure we change the position of the collision shape, not the area. You're hot with all the unwanted and unhelpfuls today? You'll go back to working on the fishies? Yeah, whatever. I mean, look. Whatever you want, you know? Whatever you want. It's all good. I'm here. I'm here doing my thing. You know, it's like, you know, it's hard to know what's helpful or not, right? It's not something that I can like instruct people on how to be more helpful or not. It's just everybody's gonna be different. And it just is what it is. And so sometimes you just gotta be told that won't help. Or that it's not what is desired. But you saying it is still helpful to somebody potentially. Someone might be like, oh wow, that thing that somebody said, that's actually exactly what I need. So there's still value in saying it. But personally, I don't usually... You're learning... You sacrifice RAM a lot. Yeah, you know, just we do things differently. You know, if you want to do that, that's okay. So, this is a problem. I see a lot of problems here. I mean, first of all, the rotation doesn't change, right? I mean, let me get this in position. But basically, it's moving the area. I need to move the collision so that way it doesn't get repeatedly reset on me. Strangely enough, it's actually possibly easier to do it while it's moving, which is very strange. But you can kind of clearly see it's not actually moving with the arm, is it? It's moving with the armature. That's what's moving. So notice the armature moves up and down. But the arm is doing this. That's not what this collision is doing. The collision is not doing that. It's just doing this, which is not enough. So what I would need, I think why this isn't going to work is because I would need it to be following the bone position. But I don't think the remote transform, if it can, I don't know how to do that. Fetch the bone position, which would mean I would somehow need to use code to fetch the bone position and make it go in there. The collision matches the limps exactly for this. You don't think you could get away with a pill shape or something? I don't understand what you're talking about. So this is a pill shape, by the way. It's just a very long pill. But this game is like very explicitly about avoiding obstacles and not bumping into them with these limbs. And if the player can't figure out how to avoid obstacles because the collision shape doesn't match the movement of the arm, that's going to feel crappy. That's going to feel so unfair and nonsensical, and it's going to be frustrating in a way that is not, in my opinion, good. Wireframe is collision, the shaded area is mesh. Yes, right. Yes, so this thing right here is, that's right. This is the collision shape right here. It's kind of hard to see, but that's what it is. So it is a pill shape, and that is what I'm going for. But I do need it to move with the arm and not with the body, which is what it's moving with right now. So see, this is the collision right here. But it's not moving with the arm bone, unfortunately, which makes sense. I don't know that there is any way to make it move with the arm bone. Do the arms stretch way out? I forget. I was thinking it would be pretty set width on screen. I don't understand. What are you talking about? I don't understand what you're saying. What are these words? What are these words that you're saying? The arm is this long. This is 3D. Do you know 3D? This is 3D. I'm not sure how familiar you are with 3 dimensions. I think you are. I'm saying this because I know you are. Yeah, well, the grabbing, we're not going to worry about the collision while it's grabbing, I've decided. So you see how this is the same length as that forearm? Is this really, I mean, if this is really hard for you guys to see, I don't know what to say. I'm just working with it the best I can. That extra dimension sounds exotic. Yeah. It is. But hopefully you can at least see how this is the length of the forearm right here. This thing. That's the arm. But it doesn't matter because this isn't going to work as I've set it up. I need to come up with a very different way of doing this. Very different. I don't know what that's going to be, but it ain't this. So it's the most concerning thing is having to change the way the project is organized. What I'm thinking, and I'm just thinking, maybe in Blender, I could set up the collisions and have them animate with the bones. And then somehow assign a collision in Godot to an area 3D and then read that. It's gonna be hard, but it might be possible. I just meant it's more or less the space that the character takes up from left to right as you look at it that matters, right? What? How wide it is, what determines if it hits something? No? What are you on about? I don't know what that means, Entropy. Okay. What? The look, all right? I don't know how else to say it. The arms need to collide with things. So let's say, I do kind of understand what, so maybe what you're saying. All right, maybe what you're saying. I'm only being cheeky with you because you were cheeky with me. Everybody else, don't be afraid. I've known Entropy for a bit. So, here's the thing. It's possible. We are moving a lot, right? There's going to be, feeding animation. For example, here's a really good example. All right, let me pull this up. First of all, I have no idea what this collision is going to be like, but often the arm is like this, right? When you eat something, the arm is like this. It's now in front. So if there's a collision that's just sitting out here and it doesn't move up here, the player is going to run into something even though their arm isn't there. Which, if I were a player, I'd be like, that's bullcrap. You know? And I don't want to play that game where the collision doesn't move when the arm moves. So, to me, it's important that it does move. So I'll show you an example of what I mean. So if I get my limbs all growed up here. So you see that? Oh, the arm is in the wrong place. Some things have been broken. I'm not surprised. But as you see, the arm is right here. So if I were to put a fixed collision shape right there, when I grab this and it eats it, you can see the arm moves to like a very different spot, right? And the thing is, you can keep moving while that happens. This is just one example. This is just one example. You can keep moving while this is happening. I would want that collision to move with it. The arm also, when we run, is sticking out a lot further. Hey, what's up, I? Yeah, so that's kind of my idea, but it's going to be hard. I'm not actually sure that that's going... I actually... So, maybe. The only way that I can really think of doing that would be if I fetch the rotation transform data of the bone and then apply that to a collision shape, which is kind of like some heady math stuff I don't know if I can do, but that might be what I have to do, but I'm a little afraid of it. I can't do it very easily, because in Godot, the bones are like separate over here. There's no way to attach nodes to the bones. They're separate. They're not nodes in the node tree. So that's kind of the problem with that. So which again means I need to encode. Oh yeah! I forgot about the bone attachment node. That's it. That's what we're gonna do. With the suggestion I needed to hear. That's it. That's what we do. Well done. Well done. Okay. I forgot about that node. Oh, frick yeah. Okay, first of all, I need to fix this arm because somewhere along the line, I moved the position of the arm, and that's terrible. You can kind of see it is moved. So, let's fix that. Let's just undo literally everything. Literally 100% of all of this. Drip, 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 drip. Oh, right there. You see, I moved it right there. Please don't. Wow. How strange. Just undo 100% of all of that. Let me make sure the arm is fixed. Oh, I don't know if I'm saying your name right, but that is perfect. How often do I commit changes? Pretty often. I usually do it when I feel I've hit a point where I've done a lot. So I haven't actually done a single commit today. On Monday, I did 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 commits. So some days I do more than others. Today I haven't done any yet. I probably should. So I do it as often as I remember and feel like is a good point, which changes based on my mood. If I were really high quality developer, I would do it every time I work on and change a specific thing. Okay, the arm looks fixed now. Good. Bone attachment. Alright, let me give you a credit for reminding me about that. Holy freaking crap. You're an overcommitter? Good. This is a good thing. What do we do with this credit? I guess this isn't something I've really... This is like kind of a new thing. So we're gonna do... Do we have just like limb stuff in general? Limb damage, limb healing, limb shrinkage, limb penalties. Let's add a new column here. Oh, man. That is hard to scroll around in. I am lost in this document right now. Oh, dear God. Okay, there we go. Player limb collisions. Actually, I need to give a very late credit to Psychonic Joe for originally suggesting the remote transform 3D, which was interesting to try. Definitely want to give some props to Entropy and DJ for trying, even though it wasn't very helpful. To me, it might help someone else or whatever. I appreciate the thoughts that you guys gave. But really, we gotta give AI a credit here. These credits, by the way, entitle you to no compensation. However, they do entitle you to a credit in the game and a lot of appreciation from me. No props. Is there a shame list? Add me there. I should. But we're trying to be fair here. And this is what I do. This is what I do. I love me a participation trophy. Yeah, it's a participation trophy. And then, you know what? Just so it's a little more special for AI, let's add an extra Godot consultant in there too. So it's not just one. It's not just one. All right. Is the bone attachment node from a recent Godot update? I remember using it. I've actually used it before, back in, I think 4.1. So maybe it's a Godot 4 thing. I think I still even have one. Yeah, I have. I've used one before, but I completely forgot about it. Right here. Look at that. It's literally doing it. You can see it in the scene right there. And yet I still forgot about it. I was about to do some math, not knowing what I was doing. So you can see right here how that's literally following that like shape right there is following right with the arm. Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, this has been there for a little bit. I like to pronounce it like the Fonz A. Yeah, it does kind of look like that. A. Maybe we'll say A. I don't know. It depends what A wants to be called. But if they don't clarify, yeah, maybe A is better. A. It's kind of fun to say. I like that. I like having fun. All right, so if I want to deal with this, I'm going to want to come to the editable children here. Now, this is still a bit of a challenge. There's still some challenges here. Because I still need it to somehow be connected to this area. Which, while is currently in the main scene, however I want to say it, very good. I guess I don't need these areas in the main scene. There's just a lot that expects them to be in the main scene. So I'm a little afraid to move them out of the main scene. For example, there's all, and this is why they say not to base things on names, right? Like right here, we're saying get node, and it's checking it based on it being in the main scene. I could go through and update all of that. I can do that if I have to, but I'd really rather not. So I guess to me, the easiest, the quickest path to me seems like I would make the alien instance editable children, and then I would try to add a bone attachment in there. Not that I remember how a bone attachment works. Add bone attachment 3D in here. It's not bound to any bones, select a bone. So bone name, we're doing arm right. So let's try the forearm right first. Oh, look at that. Look at it go! Yes. So can I put this anywhere I want? Can I put this outside of the instance? No, boo. Yeah, so it can't find it if I take it out of... Use external skeleton? What does that mean? Oh! Oh! Let's go! Yes! Nice! Oh, frick yeah, dude. So, okay, good. This is fine. So I still am gonna have to update paths. But this time, what I do is I'd come like up here, and I would take the area, the arm area, and I would drop it inside of the bone attachment. That's what I thought when it said external skeleton. I was just thinking of that. Like, what you mean? Like, you mean like an exoskeleton? I don't. What is? Bam. Oh yes. So now this does mean I have to change it. So we're gonna say this is arm right. I mean, I could just call this arm right. Let's just call that arm right. So that means I need to update a lot of paths. This is gonna be a mess. This is a refactor, straight up. So I gotta look for everywhere we've referenced this. So let me search. This is gonna be tough. Alien/armature. Like really anywhere this has happened. Body part. This, we're not using this, but the game might get angry because these scripts still exist. So I might have to adjust it here as well. Oh no, they're commented out. Okay, so that might be okay. On the player, we're referencing the skeleton. The skeleton will be the same, so this is actually fine. So it's not really skeleton, it's beyond the skeleton. It's gonna be, well, really it's detection areas. That's what I need to, so let me get that. Okay. Detection areas, leg left. Actually, this might be okay. Oh, but wait. Because this is looking for, oh, this is gonna be a refactor, that's for sure. Because it's looking for alien dash or alien underscore. Oh, but no, that's on the, no, that's on the mesh. This is just the mesh. This we don't have to refactor. The only thing I have to refactor are where we've referenced the areas. Oh, this might not be that bad. Detection areas. Just look for anywhere detection areas is. On the helicopters? Oh, so it is. But this doesn't matter. That one isn't important. Okay, there's actually not that many places where we've referenced this. Here we have on the debug menu, but I don't know if we're even using this anymore in a debug. For breaking the legs. Yeah, but this doesn't really work that well anyway. But we could update it. So then what this would become is leg right / this. This would become leg left / that once I make all these bone attachments. But here's the thing. It's not going to be that simple, is it? It's not. Because it's not just the area I need to move. It could be a little off, and that be okay. But no, because if we're bending it... Ooh, this actually is a little trickier than I think. Because I need the upper arm bone, the forearm. I need both of those. Maybe even the hand. Maybe. That may be overkill. I think we can probably just get away with just the forearm and the upper arm. And the legs, that has the upper leg and the lower leg, plus the foot. But the foot might be overkill. So we could just do like the upper leg and the lower leg. But that's 2. And I need 2 things to be moving separately. And that has to be moving the collision. Okay, hear me out. We'll use a remote transform and a bone attachment. Okay, hold on. Hold on. Just gotta try stuff here. Gotta try stuff here. And obviously, mostly I'll work on this tomorrow, but we can definitely get started here. Big thanks to A for the help here. My gosh. Sometimes you just need someone to say the right thing. And that's why I'm glad DJ and Entropy suggested what they suggested. You know? Because you just, even though it may not be it, it may be it. Okay, so don't do this. Keep this out here. And as for the bone attachment, what if we put this in here? This is bone arm right. Because here's the problem. I can't just drag the collision in here, because then we're going to get an error. Because the collision needs to be a direct child of the area 3D. So that's why I can't have the collision being moved by the bone attachment, unfortunately. Because the collision has to stay a child of the area. Let's make sure this is still... There we go. But if I... If I add a remote transform 3D to the bone attachment and assign that to the collision, now the collision moves. Let's go. We're chaining nodes. I don't care. It's so big. It just like reset its entire transform. Now this does mean I'm going to need to add a new collision for the upper arm, upper leg, etc. But this is a really good start. So it obviously is overriding the transform stuff, which is for the best. We should erase all that anyway. So then all we gotta do is get the radius down. Oh, look at it move perfectly. Get the height down. Oh my god. It's perfect. Okay. Now I will say, its position is a little messed up, right? It's not exactly where I'd want it to be. I have to think there's some way we can offset it using the remote transform. The remote transform has a transform? Oh, yeah, we can. Beautiful. Offset. Nice, dude. Let's go. Perfect, almost. Wow. Very, very nice. Alright, let's get this animation to chill for a second. I mean, it's just like really hard to do this while it's freaking animating. So like, could you just chill? Could you just stop for a second for me? I'd really appreciate it if you just stop doing that. Thank you. It's really hard to see, but it is... Let me hide all the other collisions, so I'm not getting too confused by stuff. So I'm gonna hide all of these, so they're out of my way, out of my face. Not a problem anymore. It's marginally better. Still pretty hard to see. Let's hide the little armature just to get a few more space, visual space things. So there you can see this is a little too high. So I'm gonna pull that down. Come back to the remote transform. And adjust that until it is more or less in the right spot. Oh, it's so hard to see. That's pretty darn close to me. The rotation is a little off. Dude, you can rotate it. It's got offset. It's awesome. Wow. Adjust it a little more. Rotate it a little more. I might as well make it closer to perfect. It's not that much effort. I can live with myself doing it that way. Alright, let's play the animation, make sure it's following it correctly, and then we just gotta do this for the rest of the limbs. And then I have to update, I do have to update a few paths. And I'll obviously still have to do the top of the arm. But, this is the way. This is the path forward, y'all. Animation player, animation tree. Make sure it gets activated. Oh, I hate when it's like this. There we go. All right. Yep. Looks like it's moving right with it. It's in there. Yes. Yes. And so even if we switch to like the feeding animation, which I can't really do here, but in theory, it'll move right along with it. Now, again, I've made some changes to the paths. Well, actually, I haven't yet. Actually, I have not made some changes to the paths. What will change, no changes yet. What will change, because the collision is in the same place. It's this remote transform. Here's the way it works. We have a bone attachment 3D node that is reading the external skeleton that is the instance animation animated character from Blender in a different scene. It's looking for that skeleton, and it's looking for, in this case, the forearm. And it's taking that transform data, and it's applying it to this node. I then use a remote transform 3D node to transmit the position of that bone rotation that we're fetching. It transmits it to this collision shape, which is already the collision shape that we've been using, which is awesome. No paths need to be updated. There's also a bit of an offset on there, so it sits right inside of the mesh. So whatever animation changes happen to the mesh, it's going to apply to that forearm. Now there's some imperfections there, but it's pretty solid. You told me about bone transform attachment, and I told you about remote transform. We teaching each other. It's a beautiful thing. I love it. You're welcome. Thank you. I'm glad I could give back. Amazing. Yeah, the remote transform thing was something somebody suggested like months and months and months ago when I first was like, oh, I'm going to have to figure out how to get these collisions to move with the limbs. And they said, maybe something with remote transform 3D. And I was like, that's a good idea. Noted. And so finally I came back to use it, but it was like, what do I use it with? A came along and put that piece of the puzzle in there. So that's the beauty sometimes of live stream and game dev, is different people don't even realize they've collaborated together to help something come together. And then giving back, I just love it. I mean, you're living up to your name. Potato cannons, defending crops. I feel like you just like woke up and had an idea. Guys, wait. This is only applying to the forearm. I need it to also apply to the upper arm, which means everywhere that I have referenced this collision, which is somewhere, specifically in the area body part script, you can see there's an export variable, and we say that the collision area is set to this. I now need to make a second one for the upper arm. And the same thing with the legs. I need one for the upper leg and the lower leg. So I'm going to need to add another variable in here, or make it iterate through both of them or something like that. So that way, both collisions are changed when you take damage. Pretty much that's when they would change, is like when you take damage or you heal. So we need to update that at some point tomorrow. I'm doing that tomorrow because I feel like this is all I could have hoped for today, and even a little more. Roger says, I froze at guys wait, so I guess my internet identifies as one of the guys. No, Roger, I was just joking that you came in and you were like, guys, wait, hear me out. Potato cannons defending the crops. Which I think is hilarious. Thanks, IE. I come here every Wednesday and Thursday. I take every fourth week off. This is the first week. I take every fourth week off so I don't get burned out working on this game. But every Wednesday and Friday, other than that, I come here and I spend 8 to 10 hours working on this game. And it became a much bigger project than I had in mind, but that's okay. It's still within some reasonable scope. I accomplished things that I wanted to accomplish today, and even a little more that I didn't think we'd get to go to. Yeah, I'm so glad you were here, DJ. I really appreciate you. It's been a pleasure. And so let me just go over what we did. I work on this game on Mondays as well. but that's for members only. You can use the join button on the video page or the channel page if you're interested in seeing about those streams. I also work on the game for 8 to 10 hours, but I focus on making game assets in Blender specifically. So that's what those streams are about. But if you haven't pressed the thumbs up button, consider hitting that thumbs up button. There's also that. There's the join button, there's the thumbs up button. They're all very pressable. Think about it. I'd appreciate it. Unless you already pressed the thumbs button, then don't touch it. Okay. So here's what we achieved today. When we choose our character, the new updated player character is the one that descends from the heavens to come down and raid Earth. And it's nice, it's new, it's fancy, it looks around, it moves around. We now can heal into our limbs. Bam! Whoa, wait, they're invisible! Okay, hold on. I forgot to make them visible. I don't know if you remember, but I hid them a second ago because they were in my way. I need to bring them back. Okay, rewind. Those limbs become visible. Before, I had to use a cheat code to make the alien get big and strong. But now, we actually have to earn growing our limbs, which is awesome. It's something I've been meaning to do for a long time. So again, it brings down the latest player character, not the old crappy one, but the new fancy polished one. So we start out without any limbs, as we're supposed to. The player has to actually earn their limbs by eating something. Look at the cute little baby. It's so cute. It's got tiny little arms and tiny little legs, and it just works. It just works great. So now we can heal ourselves back into full size. We've also got all these animations set up, of course, but that I did on Monday. But here we finally got it all kind of put together, finally. We also set up damaging, so that way it will heal it without standing us up at bad timing. So before, it would try to stand the character up even though a leg was healthy and didn't need to be stood up. But now it stands it up correctly, regardless of what combination of limbs are damaged. For example, it would try to stand up even though a leg wasn't hurt, if we just had hurt the arms. But now they grow just as they should, and I'm very satisfied about that. We break down all the way to having no limbs, because before, I hadn't actually added in the baby armature. I spent so much time today making the baby armature, so that way the arms and legs can get tiny. So that's all in here. That was set up today. What else? Probably something else I'm forgetting. Fixing collisions. I mean, getting figured out how to rotate collisions in the direction that makes sense with where the mesh is. Aw, heck yeah. I mean, this arm should be very accurate now. The right arm should actually kind of make sense when we bump into things, I hope, maybe. Yeah, that was pretty accurate. Nice. So yeah, big achievements today. So good to feel the game coming together like this. And I really appreciate everyone helping. Kind of reminds me of Zim and the Almighty Tall Ones. Wow, man, I haven't watched that cartoon since I was like in high school. Right, there were those are the ones who like command Zim to like invade Earth, right? Yeah, totally. Wow, maybe I need to research that a little. Thanks for the heads up. All right, y'all, that's all I got. Thank you to the members for supporting HyperGameDev. I'm gonna be back tomorrow to get the rest of those limbs set up. So I hope I see you there, and I hope you all have great projects that you're working on and you have all the progress in the world that you could ever hope for that's realistic within the time frame. Good night, I'll see you next time. Oh, by the way, if you're watching it after the live stream, you can actually tap or click in the bottom left to see the last live devlog that I did. Tap or click in the bottom right to see the next one, and I hope I see you there.